Welcome, everybody. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my good friend, Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, the world is still buzzing after Dingley Ren's World Championship victory just yesterday. How are you feeling? How are you doing, man? It's been a while.
It has been a while. I'm so glad to be back together. Robert, you did an amazing job on the commentary second half of the tournament, and I'm not just saying that to stay your friend. I was on the edge of my seat, more like the edge of my bed, the last couple of rounds. The tiebreakers were scintillating. We're all hungover from the World Championship, but the chess world ain't stopping. It ain't letting up. Time for the next tournament.
Yeah, these players are going to sit in this field today, but will Dingley Ren, fresh off his World Championship victory, you think we'll see his name in the play-in?
Everything Ding says seems to be so wholesome. He said that he wanted to visit Turin, Italy, and see a match of his favorite soccer team, Juventus. So this is the one time I'll say I actually wish for Dingley Ren to take a rest, take a couple of weeks off, tour Europe, and just chill after his victory. But hey, I won't complain if we do.
I won't complain either, but he does deserve a break. But the chess world will not get a break from some top-level, entertaining, non-stop chess, because as you see, the tour schedule for the Champions Chess Tour, Magnus Carlsen took the Air Things Masters. The Chessel Masters were won by Hikaru Nakamura, who stormed through the losers bracket, taking down Magnus, and then Fabiano won it twice. And today begins the ChessKid Cup play-in phase. We know that the main event, the divisions, will take place May 22nd through 26th. You will be there in Norway. Danya, you're going to have fun with that one? I know you haven't been to Norway.
I've never been to Norway. It's always a country that I've wanted to visit. Obviously, my brother went there a couple of years ago, said it was the most beautiful place that he's ever visited. So obviously my main role will be to commentate a tournament, not to look at the beautiful fjords and sights of Oslo, but hey, you can do more than one good thing on a trip. But we're not there yet. That's coming your way May 22nd to 26th. But first you have to get there. At least a lot of players have to qualify for the ChessKid Cup final. But it's great that the CCT train, Robert, has left the station. I can't believe we're already 2 majors in, and here comes the third one.
Yeah, 2 majors in, and some people are majorly pleased with their results because in our tour standings, there will be some familiar names at the top. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. No real surprise there, but do any other names stand out on this list for you, Daniel?
Do any names? Not really. I mean, we don't have too many strong players in the CCT. Unfortunately, most top players are deciding to skip it. But obviously, I'm looking at the battle of generations. There's the Fabis, the Wesleys, the mainstays, and a lot of the younger players have demonstrated incredible speed and incredible consistency throughout the majors thus far. I'm looking at Nodirbek of Dusatorov, Alexei Sarana, who always seems to come up on top in Title Tuesdays and in Chess.com rapid events. Robert, one of the most scintillating things about the CCT thus far is its unpredictability. Nobody has an easy ride, and you could lose to absolutely anybody.
It's true, and based on the Ding to Pomshi match, we've come to expect the unexpected. Like Magnus Carlsen not taking part in the ChessKid Cup, he will have to re-qualify for Division 4. No breaks for him. But let's look at the next bit of the standings here. Vladislav Artemiev, he did beat Magnus Carlsen in the Chessworld Masters. That was very impressive. And Amin Tabatabai, he won Division 3. Sam Sevian won Division 3 at the first event, the Air Things Masters. So we have some winners of the lower divisions, and we also have a teenager in Denis Lazovic and another in Alireza Firouzja.
I was going to say a couple of teenagers there. Alireza Firouzja cannot be slept on. Obviously, his chess trajectory has been the path of a lot of rumor spreading and a lot of speculation, but Alireza has remained relatively active in online chess. Let's not forget where he is in the classical rating standings. He's still a beast. He's still very much capable of qualifying, and I definitely want to see Alireza in the finals of a major. Obviously, he will have to jump through a lot of hoops to get there, and in the previous major, he failed to jump through a hoop named Alexei Sarana.
He did indeed. And let's not forget about Pragananda. We'd be remiss not to mention that teenage superstar from India. So big names in the second bit of the standings here. But let's talk about what's going to happen today. Because today is the ChessKid Cup play-in. That is what is going to occur. We will have 9 rounds of 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. The top 74 will advance to match play. And when we get to match play, there will just be 2 games of 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per move, with 53 players advancing to the ChessKid Cup. So, Danya, we have many participants to start, but it will narrow down by the end.
It will indeed. This is a brutal event. And like I said earlier, you can lose to right about anybody. The round 1 pairings are already incredibly strong. You have to survive 9 rounds of the Swiss stage. Obviously, the time control is one that you should be used to from previous play-ins, as well as from the RCC finals. 10 plus 2 strikes a really good, delicate balance between, still having the speed of a blitz game, but giving players a chance to think in critical moments. And it's really produced a very high quality of play. It's also produced tons of prizes for so many different players, Robert, not just, the top 5. A lot of people get a chance to score a lot of cash.
And fans have been very excited about these Swiss events. So many superstars playing. Let's look at some of the names that are in the field today, because we know Hikaru and Fabi, they can't play today. They're already qualified through. But Levan Aronian, Liam Lay, trying to make it back to Division 1. Fedo Saev, the Big Fish, Anish Giri, your Tata Steel 2023 winner. We've been talking about Faruja. But Danya, look at all of these names here in the field.
Metzias Blubab, and of course, Alexander Bortnik, who's one of the most dangerous players to play in any rapid or blitz event. I mean, his pedigree needs no elaboration, but obviously we're going to follow Anish. I commentated with him the first half of the World Championship, so now I'm rooting for him. I'm not going to keep it a secret, but man, Aronian, Lim, Fedoseev, and all of them are already going to face Grandmasters in the very first round.
Yeah, and Andreken, we can't forget that name. He is a star online. He is super dangerous. But let's talk about the format for the Swiss stage, because we start in the Swiss before eventually we get to the knockout later in the month. 74 players will advance to match play. It's open to Grandmasters and the top 3 from Monday qualifiers. 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. It's a rapid time control. And in traditional chess scoring, we will have 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, so that is standard scoring in chess events. Danya, I am super stoked. We talked about notable players, and that was just a very small part of the list. For every one we named there are 10 more Grandmasters in the field. This is going to be an awesome event.
It is indeed, and that is one of my favorite things about commentating the Swiss stage of any tournament, particularly the CCT qualifiers, which is that we get to introduce chess fans to lesser-known GMs. We get to see lesser-known GMs shining and perhaps even qualifying to one of the top divisions. And that's amazing, because that's how you find new players to root for. That's how you find new stories and new narratives. You stumble across a GM that you never heard of, and you realize, hey, this guy's not so bad. Let me look at his other games. Let me follow his other performances. And nowadays, that's how we identify rising stars. They might not have an eye-popping FIDE rating, Robert, but they definitely have eye-popping performances in a lot of online events. People like Denis Lazovic, for example.
Yeah, same old Naroditsky, but new narratives today. And we'll see if we will have a shining star, somebody who will break through the elite of the chess world and make their way to Division 1, just like Rauf Mamedov did for the Air Things Masters Division 1. He's been a rapid beast for many years, but he finally broke through, made it to Division 1, and he almost took down Wesley So in the process. So this event is about to get underway. We do have many strong players in this field, not just your Levan Aronians and Alireza Firouzjas, but many Grandmasters who are waiting in the wings, looking to take down those top players. There's a target on their back. It's not going to be easy, but it sure is going to be fun.
It is indeed. And unlike a Title Tuesday where you need, 7.5 or 8 out of 9 to make your way into sometimes even the top 5. Sorry, it's 11 rounds. So you need something like 9 out of 11, which sometimes doesn't even get you into the top 5. Because the field is so strong, you need a lot less points, Robert, which means we see top players taking a little bit less risk in the earlier rounds, because it's less essential to, go 3 out of 3 or 4 out of 4. A draw here and there, even an early round loss, is not the end of your tournament. It's far from the end of the tournament. But the downside of that, Robert, is even if you lose and you're off to a bad start, you see freaking Ray Robson playing against Vladimir Fedoseev on 0.5 out of 3 sometimes.
Yeah, that is crazy. The pairings that we get in these fields, where, as you said, some really big names will take part in the first round. And part of it is because some of these players don't play much rapid chess online. So you'll see, and I mentioned this to you off screen, Danya, that Kirill Shevchenko, his rapid rating on chess.com was something like 2450. He's almost 2700 over the board classical chess. He is an absolute star. He now plays for Romania, and you will not want to face him. If you're some 2650, you don't want to face off against Kirill Shevchenko. There are other big names, as we're showing on screen. We have Bluebaum, Bortnik. Those are some of those less heralded names in terms of classical chess, but Bluebaum made his way to the Fischer Random World Championship top 8. He was playing live, and he was playing the best in the world. So even players that may have 2-6 to start their rating, they will be able to take down those 2-7 pluses, those super GMs.
Yeah, consistency and solidity, two skills that are so crucial in these qualifiers. Can't get too high with the highs or too low with the lows. And Matthias Blubaum has exactly the kind of makeup of a GM who you would expect to qualify. Great opening repertoire, doesn't get tilted, able to defeat really any of the top players, which he's done very regularly in chess.com Blitz and Title Tuesdays. And as you said, I mean, their rating is important. We expect players like Levon Aronian and Anish Giri, Ali Reza to qualify more often than the GMs in the 2600s. But that's the scintillating thing about these qualifiers. You just never know who's going to emerge on top. And on that note, Robert, I think the games have officially begun.
Okay, so let's choose a game. Danya, I'll let you pick because I'm a good friend. I'm a good, try to be collaborative here. So where should we start? There's so many big names. How are you going to choose?
How are we going to choose? This is one of the most difficult things of commentating. I get that stress and that FOMO from not choosing the most interesting game. I'm looking at Arjun Erigaisi's board, and, visually, it looks like he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, so let's dive into any game of your choosing. You mentioned Arjun Erigaisi, so let's dive right into that because Arjun Erigaisi was in Division 1 in the Air Things Masters, and we see he has the black side of this position. Wait, what is going on? How is there a bishop on
I'm
D4?
telling you.
What is happening?
This was a King's Indian, too. This was a pretty normal opening that went completely haywire. If we could rewind a couple of moves as Arjun contemplates his next move. He played this knight c6 move in the King's Indian, which is not common. The knight made its way to e5. How did the bishop go from e5 to d4? Well, here's how. Arjun put it there. He played c5, f4. The bishop was chased. And normally you take the knight in these types of positions. Here, the bishop sinks its teeth into d4. But Arjun might have underestimated Mohammad Shah's last move, which is knight to e2, hitting that bishop, which you don't normally want to lose in these types of structures.
This just looks bad for black. White could not castle. The bishop on d4 made sure the king could not get to g1. You cannot castle through or into check. And what's a good way of getting your king castled? By taking the piece that's stopping you from doing it. And that bishop is so essential to black's defensive stance because it's the g7 square, the h6 square, and white will be able to push e5 if that bishop is removed from the board. So bishop g4, I think that's a great choice. But queen a4 check, maybe that is what Arjun underestimated. The queen gets out of the pin with check, and if the bishop drops back to d7, the queen slides not to d1, but to square like b3. White's taking that bishop on d4, and Arjun Erigaisi is in huge trouble.
Yeah, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Arjun might be borderline lost here if he doesn't play perfectly. And even if he does, queen drops back to b3. I thought maybe queen c2 was a little bit more accurate to be able to slide the queen over to f2 later on in the game and hit the pawn on d4. So Arjun trying his best to engineer some counterplay on the queen side. Bishop d2, I think he wants bishop f2 check. That might be another reason why you wanted to put the queen on c2.
That's such a good find by you. The queen b3 was much more natural in the sense you're going after a pawn. You're attacking b7, but you're not taking care of your own pieces. Bishop d2, bishop f2 check. It distracts the king away, so you're trading dark square bishop for dark square bishop, and that is way better for black than giving up that bishop for a knight. Even if it costs him a pawn, this is worth it. So Danya, that is great awareness from you and from Arjun Erigaisi, and this may allow him to stay afloat because if he gave up that bishop for the knight and didn't get anything in return, I mean, his position was terrible.
Yeah, it was, and that's exactly what happens. Now, the bishop is still in trouble. It can be chased to the rook f1, but at least you have a little bit more spice in the position. Queen to a6 actually comes to mind. That threatens bishop a4. Something tells me Arjun is going to wheel his way out of trouble, which is what a lot of these top players do. They're able to think on their feet. They're able to engineer creative solutions in difficult situations. I think this is starting to move in the right direction for Mr. Erigaisi.
And just to show a quick line, after queen a6, if white tries to stop that pin with bishop c2, knight takes e4 comes to mind. Come on, take my knight. I dare you. I hung my piece. But then there's bishop a4 at the end, winning the white queen. Pinning and winning, that is devastating.
That is totally devastating. That would win the queen. You can't go knight. You can't go bishop c2. If you don't go bishop c2, well, what do you do? Not so easy to make a decision, but Arjun drops his queen back to c7. Maybe he was worried about some e5 advance. Now I'm curious what he's going to do on rook f1. Maybe just drop the bishop back to d4. And maybe he's saying, listen, you already moved your king, so I'm going to get long-term counterplay against your king when it's in the center. The knight from f6 can jump into g4. So very hard to predict how this game is going to go, Robert. Maybe a good opportunity for us to look at some of the other top boards.
Okay, I agree with you that at least he got a little something. The White King cannot castle that gives him some hope. So where should we go to next? There's too many big names for me to pick one.
Levon. Let's go to Levon's game. He is facing off against Spanish GM Carlos Ibarra Jerez, who is known to many chess fans as a noted Spanish language streamer. Very strong grandmaster. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? He's 25-50 FIDE, but I would absolutely not be surprised if he scored a couple of victories over some of the top guys. But I think he's in trouble here. This looks like a Rosalimo gone really, really wrong for Black, structurally speaking. Oh, that queen side is ugly.
Yeah, no, this type of double isolated pawns, and then White has B3 and D3 pawns, meaning that if your C pawn ever moves, I get to capture it for free. This is really bad for Black here, and it's no surprise that Levon Aronian, he is taking strategic matters, but also tactical ones. Rook G3 was attacking the H6 pawn, the king goes up to H7 to get out of a pin, but look at Levon go. It's a principle of not just two weaknesses, many weaknesses, and he's just going forward with all of his pieces. Down at this looks not pleasant at all, and that's an understatement for Black.
And the knight can come out to G4. You're absolutely right. A hallmark of these top players is their ability to use both sides of the board to their advantage. Right now, Levon has left Black's queenside pawns alone. But guess what? The moment Black tries to drive the knight into the defense, let's say knight F6, White can make this subtle move queen F2, and Black is experiencing mega problems with his C5 pawn. So I just don't see Ibarra saving this. He's under pressure in so many different ways. Also, the clock. He's already down to 5 minutes. He's doing his best to trade pieces, but Levon, man, he is playing this like a hyperbolic game. Did somebody tell him the time control is 10+2, not game in 15 seconds?
Well, this actually was his what he was doing last time around when he qualified for the Chess Masters Division 1. He was playing at a lightning quick pace, sometimes making errors. He had a game against Liam Lei where he probably should have won, but he played a little bit too quickly. But he had a great score there. And if you look at this position, Black's pawns, isolated A pawn, isolated E pawn, double isolated C pawns, it's an eyesore. And I don't need my glasses to understand that Black's pawn structure is terrible and that White is having all the fun and going to poke and prod at them.
They will indeed. Levon can sustain the pressure. Eval bar dropped a little bit, but I think Levon has this under perfect control. Let me tell you another player who has things under perfect control, Anish Giri, who I mentioned at the start. Super excited to see Anish playing. He faces off against Israeli GM Avital Borohovsky. So let's go to that game, because I've been staring at that position out of the corner of my eye, Robert, for a while, and I still cannot make heads or tails of it. It seems like Anish is better. What do you make of this crazy endgame that they are in? White having just captured a pawn on E4 in order to solidify the knight on D5. Obviously, the bishop could not have been captured because the rook on D1 is undefended.
I had to count quickly, and it is even material. It doesn't look like it because White is missing an A pawn, and White has these doubled E pawns. But you see Anish Giri now join us on camera. Hi, Anish. I know you can't hear us, but good to see you again, buddy. I think he is going to say hello to some past pawns. I mean, look at this. These A and B pawns will storm up the board in the future. The E4 pawn is targeted and very weak. This king on F2, even though queens are off the board, it's not the safest king in the world. And the threat was bishop takes E3 check, and the king would be dragged out to a bad square. So now, in this position, the E4 pawn is likely to be targeted and won by Black.
It is indeed. And Anish is so good, as are all top players, at massaging these types of advantages. You might even see Black slow roll this and play a move like G6 or H6 and kind of toss the ball back into White's court. Uncharacteristically, though, Anish, he's a little bit low on time. He's below 5 minutes. And what does Avital want? He probably wants to coordinate his pieces as much as possible. I don't even know what White's next move is going to be, because bishop takes bishop merely adds oil onto the fire. It sends the knight where it wants to go anyway. So Avital just kind of treading water, trying to force Anish into making as many decisions as possible and to get lower on time. Anish, he's not rusty per se, Robert, but maybe a little bit less experienced in the grander scheme of things in online events.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing as much lately. He does play in Title Tuesdays all the time, and he scores quite decently there. And he's just trying to figure out, at what point can I go after and win the E4 pawn? I think a very quick, instructive thing for people is that taking on D1 and taking on E4, you win a pawn at first, but you actually might just lose the game in those positions, because after the swap of rooks, bishop E4, knight takes E4, just this forcing sequence, I will see the rook come out to D8 with check. And the big problem is you've stolen one pawn, but rook D8, rook D7 at the end, and then there's going to be a swap of dark square bishops, F7, G7, H7, all are in harm's way. This is not the way you go for Black.
Nope. And I'm just going to show the rest of the line on the analysis board. The bishops are swapped, pawn on f7 is captured, and all of this stemmed from greed, right? All of this stemmed from giving away an open file in order to take a pawn that's already condemned. So it's not just about blindly taking on e4. You have to do it while maintaining control of crucial files. So instead, Anish did in fact play g6, which is a move that I brought up as a kind of example of a semi-waiting move. We might also see him finish his architectural design on the king side with h7, h5. But yeah, he brings his king up, so he's going to tread water here, keep the tension, and try to find the perfect moment to release that tension on the d file and keep his advantage going in the endgame.
Yeah, so Anish, he's just trying to work knight d5. That made the Eva bar very unhappy for white. I wonder if he can just take it, and this is one of those examples where you have a good knight against a not great bishop, because that bishop on g2 is staring into its own pawn, and that knight will be anchored on a dark square, and king to d6, blockading a pass pawn with your king. That is great in the endgame, and by the way, a5, a4, b5, b4, a3, and so on, that's going to become a queen.
Oh, it's totally coming. There he goes. Avital desperately trying to engineer counterplay. On the other side of the board, he's trying to open the H file. I think it's just coming too slowly, and Anish can probably continue pushing. He takes on E3. We'll probably see him go B5 at some point. I don't know if it was totally necessary to trade bishops at that juncture. I don't know if it's going to change anything. And a very instructive example, Robert, of a case in which a passed pawn brings you absolutely no benefit because it's totally blockaded by a king that sits in a dark square, and the absence of a dark squared bishop for white is really what eliminates any chance of counterplay. I think Anish is going to take this to victory, but a lot of technique left to be shown here.
I think the best move for white is taking that d5 pawn and throwing it off the board. That gives your bishop a really nice diagonal. And oftentimes, I was saying this throughout the World Championship, that these top players, grandmasters, they would give up material for play. White has no activity to speak of, but that is why Avital Borkovsky is trying to open up the H-file. But good luck to you. You're not getting anywhere, and what is getting somewhere is black's queenside pawn. So I think that Anish Giri has a pretty simple task ahead of him. I would be very surprised if he doesn't win this game.
I would as well. We're going to leave Anish to his own devices. I'm looking around the horn. Some other crazy games. Vladimir Fedoseev and Axel Bachmann are in a crazy tactical struggle. I think we need to go to that game right now because Vladimir Fedoseev is in the midst of either playing a brilliancy or crashing and burning. I think it's the former.
Oh my goodness.
Smokes.
The last move, d7, giving up his queen in two different ways because his passed pawn is going to become a queen, and Her Royal Highness is going to deliver checkmate.
We got to unpack this and rewind 2 moves ago because Fedoseev had these dark squares on the king side, but black has the equivalent battery staring at g2. Looks like Axel has things under relative control. He plays rook to e8, grabbing the open file. Fedoseev starts with the deflection sacrifice, rook to e2. Look at how many things the rook is doing. It's protecting g2, and it's deflecting the rook on e8. Obviously, you can't take. So Axel thought that he had Fedoseev outsmarted. Rook f7. And if you take on e8, no big deal. Queen takes e8. I'm holding on. No. d7. Hitting the rook, threatening promotion. White is coming from all sides, Robert. This is classic Vladimir Fedoseev chess right here. And all black can do is deliver a couple of meaningless checks and resign.
Yeah, you just get a few checks and that's it. And this could already be our game of the day. I know we're starting with the first round here, but that was some sick tactical wares. When you give up your queen, it can be captured by 2 different pieces, but you're the one delivering checkmate. That's amazing stuff from Fedoseev. We're not surprised. What happened?
There's, talking of the game of the day, there's another crazy position. It's actually very, very similar. We got to go there, too. It's a Turizaga against Dariush Svirch. Sorry to cut you off, Robert, but that one is in Fedoseev's control. Look at what we have here. I thought that black was mating white. Now I realize it's the other way around.
Oh my gosh, and there's also a passed pawn in the position as well, but queen g3, level heads prevail, and you see that the queen trade is offered. Queen takes g7 is checkmate, so your queen cannot really avoid the trade. E takes f7 check, by the way. Like, was that available just a move ago? Just taking a pawn with check, trying to get a queen.
And that's exactly what caught my eye. Now, of course, black cannot take on b2. That's what kills him because of e takes f7. But 2 moves ago, when rook d2 was played, my eye was caught by the line ef7, king h7, and you can't take on e8 because of checkmate on g2. Obviously, not king h8, because then white promotes with check. I saw that line. I was excited, but queen g3 is a total showstopper, Robert. Complete showstopper. And Dariush has no choice but to part ways with his bishop. This is over.
Yeah, gonna be honest, it's just sad when players make simple moves and then they're up a piece at the end. You're like, I was going for my attack, my brilliancy. And you're like, no, I'm not really sure that was so brilliant. Brilliant for me, perhaps, but not for the player trying to make magic happen. So this one is over. Let's go to a different game. Iturizaga is going to take the full point. And this is actually what you were saying. Look at this matchup. Dariusz Svirch is Iturizaga's first round opponent. These are like 2650s duking it out.
Yeah, in fact, they're rated exactly the same. They're both 2637. So those 2600 matchups are incredibly fascinating, but I also like seeing the lopsided matchups at the very, very top. Let's go back to Arjun Erigaisi's game because he's been struggling from the very opening as we see Dariusz stop the clocks proverbially and resign. Let's go back to Shaik against Iturizaga, against Erigaisi, because this has gone into a time scramble, and I think Arjun is not out of trouble. In fact, he's in a whole lot more trouble than he just was.
That king on G7 and a queen trade, that is what black probably desperately needs, but you can just swap queens, take B7. Thank you very much. This is just a one-sided demolition. And you would think that Arjun Erigaisi had the white pieces against his compatriot Danya. He's just getting blown off the board.
Completely blown off the board. And he's been in trouble from the very, very beginning. He lost that dark squared bishop. Even though he engineered some cool tactics to get the bishop to F2, it was sent back to D4 where it was captured by white's knight. Shaik has developed a huge attack on the king side, but how many of these games have we seen the tables turn in when the lower-rated player gets nervous and time pressure? So a lot of work yet to be done. I've lost so many winning positions against Arjun in Blitz. The guy is unbelievably tricky. So a lot of work left to be done, and that might not have been the most accurate move. Rook Fc8 or take?
No, but F6.
No, Rook Fc8, F6.
Oh, he missed it. Arjun missed it. And you don't have to take back the intermezzo. F takes E7, bishop A4 as you're highlighting, and that pawn is going to queen. This was a nasty display of chess from Nubayar Shak here. That was some brilliancies. And I was going to believe you, Donnie. I was latching on to what you were saying, that I have seen Arjun come back because he's not even down material here. Let's count the pawns. 6 pawns per side, 2 rooks, and a bishop. But who is the best pawn? It's white.
And bishop a4 is a crucial resource. Without that, the pawn on e7 would be more or less confined as it stands. I think takes and bishop a4 ends the game. Arjun might have missed this move as well. And that's it. Bishop takes e4. Just move the rook anywhere. Rook e1. Obviously, do not promote because black will take and then take on f1. Show a little bit of patience. After rook e1, I think Arjun can very safely resign the game. What a big upset. My goodness. Rook f4, just as good. That's it.
Yeah. Rook anywhere does the trick, and now we are going to see an upset in the first round. Arjun Erigaisi, he still will have his chances to make it to those top 10 spots. The top 10 finishers here in the Swiss, they get to take on each other for the right to getting to Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. But this is a really bad start for Arjun Erigaisi. He's dead lost right now.
He is indeed. Okay, we can leave this simple technique to his incredibly strong opponent. I'm looking at some other interesting games. Alexander Kosteniuk and Georg Meyer are locked in an interesting battle. Man, so many cool games. Let's go to that one with your permission, Robert. Meyer against Kosteniuk.
You don't need my permission, buddy, but I appreciate you asking. That's why you're such a good friend. Whoa! What is it a black pawn on H2?
Oh, he blundered! But he blundered ED with check. Or did he?
What's his idea? He wants CD6, Queen C7 check?
C7.
But there's Bishop D7? Or Bishop D7 even.
Either way. I thought Queen E7, Queen takes B8, and Bishop takes C6 looks interesting.
You're correct.
But perhaps White can drop the queen back with check and just play down a rook. In fact, I think Meyer has to give the check on C3.
How many pawns does White have? I count 6 pawns. Black has 4, but Black has an extra rook, and you cannot take on B8. This is what Georg was relying on to take this rook, but as you were saying, Bishop takes E6. The White king on E2 is in harm's way, and Black will deliver a checkmate down the line.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly the attacker shifts from being white to being black. Look at the clock, 30 seconds now for Georg Meyer as he comes to the realization that queen takes b8 is not the way. Queen c3 check, from a practical perspective, should be pretty automatic. Black can absolutely lose this down a rook because white's rook will jump into the game, Robert, with rook takes h2. But no, he takes b8. Oh my gosh.
No, that clearly was wrong. Bishop takes d5 looks pretty sufficient.
But the king runs away into the queen's side.
Okay, that is huge. And there also will be a moment where bishop e4, you can block the check with your bishop. So look at Alexander showing patience. Maybe bishop g4 here. That way there's no bishop e4 for white.
Oh, because if queen takes e4, so you set up a pin against the f-pawn, but bishop takes d5, I would not be able to resist. If white's king runs away, then black's king could be the one caught in the crossfire. All sorts of forks, by the way, along this long diagonal as well. And Alexander now down to 10 seconds. She struggled in time pressure in these events. Can she hold her composure here?
This is a big moment, and she takes on d5, and the engine still likes her position. So bishop e4, there must be something wrong with that. If you're white, you want to trade the queens off desperately because your king is the one that's being hunted first. Both kings are open, but not queen takes e4.
Oh, that was wrong. Queen h4, I thought.
Oh, gosh, and she knows she can draw this. That's the good news for her if she was nervous, but she had more on the table.
Black can try rook g4 check, but I'm actually not convinced that the pawn endgame is winning. But Georg doesn't even have to go into it. He can just play king f3 and king back to g3, and now a repetition of moves, I think, is inevitable.
But I think it's really smart of him not to take this pawn on h2. You probably will lose it just because black has these split pawns, but white has passengers on the queen side as well, so it will be a race. I just think that black's h5 pawn is a little bit too far ahead, but yeah, it's smart of him just to keep the status quo.
Oh, Alexander goes for the win, though. She thinks that her h-pawn is going to be stronger than anything white can create on the other side of the board, but I think she might regret this because black can absolutely lose this game if she overpresses. If you lose the a-pawn and you aren't able to promote the h-pawn, white's going to get protected passers, but probably a draw still very likely.
I think rook d2 is a really smart move. Just take that a-pawn. Now she knows she's in no trouble. But good on her. She really wanted to win this game, and now we're just seeing liquidation. The black's king is active, the d-pawn trying to run up, but f-pawn is there as well.
Indeed, it is, and now a draw is absolutely inevitable. A5 can be tried, but
don't
white's
play
going to push his pawn.
Okay.
F6, rook f1. I think I've spoken too soon. I think Georg is playing for the win now.
King d5. No, but it's rook b5 check, so you can't really get away with that either.
F6.
Rook f1 and then check a ton of times.
But the problem is now rook b5, you can try to go after the a-pawn as well.
She needs to check the king away from the pass on. Rook e1 check, and then as the king goes to f7, you're blocking your own pawn. Rook f1, king e7, rook e1 check. Make sure the king steps in front of the white pawn. That slows down the progress.
And that gives you a tempo which you can utilize to move your king out of your passed pawn's way and then start pushing it ASAP. That's exactly what she does. But suddenly, black is hanging by a thread here. Take the pawn.
Yes. Take the pawn, then sacrifice your rook for the other. You know you're making a draw.
D2.
Yes, D1 happens just in time.
Oh, one tempo that white uses to step away from the pawn. Obviously, this is a draw. And we're going to see a repetition of moves here. Or rook takes f7. Or this. What a game.
Whew. That was a toss-up at some points, but Alexander Kosteniuk, she was up a rook, and with the attack after she gave the rook back, that was a close call. So done any games remaining here in the first round?
Oh, yeah. There's a cool rook versus pawns endgame in the game Gladura against Lai Kwong Lim. This is also going to be a draw, so we went there just to catch the end of the game. Looks like a nice save for the Vietnamese number one. And other than that, Robert, there is, I think, one more game. No, I think that probably is it for this round. Wow, there's so many games. No, there is one more.
Okay, what's happening there?
A couple more. There is Drozdovsky against Harshavardhan. Knight and pawn versus bishop, but this looks like a dead draw to me. Classic scenario where because you have only one pawn left, you can never push g5. Black sets up the force field, and you can never intercept the bishop. g5 always met with bishop takes g5. This is a draw.
And here, knight f4 will be the best attempt, because if black takes the knight, then black loses the game. But the king now gets to rush in front of the pawn. It can sit on g8. Oh, now it's time to take, because the king gets here. And we'll see king and pawn versus king draw. Well played by black.
Well played indeed. This game ends in a draw. We had a rook versus knight endgame on one of the other boards, but it looks like that game is coming to its conclusion as well. I think that's it.
So that was a fun first round.
It was indeed. I'm just captivated by the amount of top players we have participating. I don't know where to run to. It's like a position where you have 6 candidate moves, and all of them are amazing. But we don't have time to speculate because round 2 has already started, and it's time to go around the horn once again. Some of the top players are not catching a break. Anish Giri, he was facing a strong gym in round 1. He's facing Pete Inion in round 2, who's only 25-15, Robert, but man, is he dangerous.
All right, let's check out the start of these games. They're about to get underway, but I think we saw a really exciting first. I'm catching my breath. We're only 1 of 9 rounds into the Swiss, and we just saw wild positions where Arjun Erigaisi, let's not forget, he lost his first game against an international master. Upsets happen, and we just saw a big one.
We did indeed. And on the top boards, we have Rodstein against Aronian. We have Antipov against the Turizaga. Let's start on Anish Giri's board and then go from there. He has the black pieces, he has the white pieces. Beat Burakovsky with black. That makes sense. And Anish kind of completely dodging theory, playing some sort of weird Sicilian, essentially playing the Italian against the Sicilian and just trying to get a regular position where he can outplay his opponent. I think this is a very good strategy, and you see a lot of top players adhering to that strategy in these online events. It doesn't mean they're not taking it seriously.
No, not at all. And sometimes the best way to play for a win against another strong player, someone who's well paired, is to play something offbeat. Because if we look at their ratings, Anish Giri is the stronger of the two players. But if you go down some deep theoretical territory, that actually allows the player with the black pieces to come up with that prep and try to neutralize your advantage. So we see bishop c2. Now we do not have a symmetrical pawn structure. And Danya, I'm looking at the bishop on c2. I'm looking at the bishop on c1. I'm thinking that Anish might be going for an attack.
When I was younger, these bishops were introduced to me as the Horowitz bishops when one of them controls c1 h6, the other b1 h7. I don't think that term is in common use anymore, though. What is in common use is the fact that Anish has an initiative on both sides of the board. Inian also struggling with a weak pawn on b5. If black plays queen to b6, there's the typical idea of knight to f5. Don't forget about the x-ray that the rook exerts on the bishop on e7. Suddenly, Robert, it's amazing how people like Anish do this. Looks like a totally normal position, relatively toothless. 2 seconds later, black plays one imprudent pawn move. Bang, you're in big trouble.
And it's hard to even see where black went wrong. What did black do? Push that c4 pawn to get the e4 pawn. You've given up a bishop's pawn for the king's pawn. That sounds like a good trade for you, so it's hard to blame him. But as white's pieces just storm into aggressive territory, b5 is hanging, as you indicated. If you protect that pawn, there are knight f5 tactics, and your bishop on e7 is loose. You can play a move like queen to d7. That way you defend, but where's that knight on b8 going, right? If you play queen d7 to defend b5, then you can't play knight c6 next without dropping a pawn. But I think that might be the best option. Just keep that pawn defended for now, and well, I guess that white can keep attacking it.
And you could try to sack the pawn with b4 to really increase your central control. But the secondary issue is that black's pawns in the center are stuck in mud. If you play e5, you make things even worse. You let the knight jump into f5. And if white eliminates the b-pawn, guess what? These will be connected passers in the center, on the queen side that is, that can immediately start rolling up the board. So Anish Giri, he's a beast. He's off to a good start. Queen to b6 is played. So he does allow knight f5, but white doesn't have to rush with this move. I think it would be more in Anish's style to play something like knight to g3 or bishop e3 and keep improving his position, keep increasing the pressure.
Yeah, bishop e3 comes the tempo because the black queen should probably move. There may be an opportunity at some point to chase the bishop out of e3, but first your queen, it has to remove itself from its sight. So where do you even bring that queen? Bishop, queen a6, bishop d3, automatic. Queen a5, that's b4 as you're pointing out, and the queen then has to go back to a6 and only then bishop d3. Is white just stealing that pawn?
This is getting more and more problematic. Even though we don't see the eval bar rising, black must move the queen. Unless knight d5 works tactically, which I'm way too lazy to calculate. It's the clock hasn't struck noon yet, Robert. That means no calculation for Naroditsky.
I respect that. And I think that for Anish Giri, he's already had this worked out, so he doesn't really calculate. He knows at this point that knight f5 is a good move. At the very least, he will secure himself the pair of bishops in an open position. That's good news for Anish, even as his head dips down. I mean, he did that typical chess player thing. You were in the right place on camera, and then your head went lower and lower as you concentrate on the board.
Yeah, we only see your forehead, then we only see the top of your hair. Knight to d5 has been played, so he is accepting the loss of the bishop pair. The problem is he might have to accept the loss of the game because apparently there's something a lot better than knight to f5 available for white. I think it might be knight takes c6, knight e3, and
queen
then
d3.
some sort of... Oh, because you're threatening checkmate.
Queen d3 first, maybe? Because if the knight's on e3, it can take the bishop on c2. So what if we start with queen d3 here?
So if you start with queen d3, you can pull up an analysis board quickly. Then we'll go to Ali Rez's game, because he's in some interesting complications as well. I have to go g6 to defend against checkmate. And now, I mean, you could just play knight f5, take e7, and play bishop h6. I did cheat a little bit, and the actual correct line is, I think, incredibly hard to find, Robert. Do you want to know what it is?
Tell me, please.
So it's knight takes e6, knight takes e3. I mean, I don't think I'd see this game. Actually, you just take back on e3, and it's totally anticlimactic. And you play queen to h5, and the problem is that black just doesn't have the defensive firepower to halt the threats. If you play h6, then I think either queen g6 is good, or even knight to g4, setting up mate threats along the lines of knight takes h6 and queen g6. Black's problem is all of his major defensive forces are clustered on the other side of the board, and he doesn't have any counterplay against white's king. Something tells me, though, that Anish is going to spend a long time calculating a knight takes c6, but it's much more human, in my eyes, to consider a move like queen t3 or bishop takes h7, neither of which is quite correct.
Yeah, no, I think knight takes e6 seems automatic, but it's misleading. That's with the eval bar sometimes tricks even us. But Anish Giri finding that seems like a really big ask of him. And he's a super grandmaster with a super high rating, but that just is not very human. I think he might just play knight f5 and take control of the game that way. Though the way that he's thinking, he could find it. It's not completely outside the realm of possibility.
I think sometimes during the commentary, Anish underplayed his tactical ability. I mean, the guy is a calculating machine. He grew up playing the Nodirbek. He grew up playing a ton of blitz. So Anish isn't just, a dry positional player. None of these top players have really only one way of playing. They all can calculate. They're all incredible tacticians. So I'm excited to see whether Anish will be able to spot knight takes c6 or whether he settles for the long-term positional advantage. Either way, he's in charge of this game from the very beginning.
He is, and for everyone who's tuning in, I just want to let you all know this is the ChessKid Cup. This is not a youth event. Anish Giri hasn't become his son's age all of a sudden. No, the ChessKid is the sponsor of the third leg of the Champions Chess Tour. So just like the Air Things Masters and the Chess Masters before it, the ChessKid Cup is the third leg of the Champions Chess Tour. And 96 was played, Danya. So wait a second. This is what you were talking about. Is he going to see it?
That would be incredible. Just knight takes c3. You don't play queen h5. You don't play bishop takes h7 check because black can just take that bishop, and in the end, black will have two minor pieces for the rook. Anish, he clearly sees something here. The reason he's pausing, Robert, is just to double check. And he's played rook takes c3. That's not the move. It shifts the eval bar completely the opposite direction.
Is he going for some kind of queen h5, rook h3 type of idea? It's hard to blame him for this. He's bringing up his rook. He lifted his rook into the attack, but it was a mistake. And chess is a difficult game sometimes. And yeah, it feels like that knight takes e3, queen h5, knight g4 type of stuff, that was possible to find, but very difficult, especially in rapid play.
And of course, another idea is that g6 is now discouraged because of bishop takes g6. I think the problem is that after h6, white is sorely missing the attacking presence of the knight. That knight g4, knight takes h6 idea was the cherry on top. You needed that to crack through black's defenses. As it stands, you can play queen g6, but black can actually simply defend with rook f6 and pave open the evacuation path for his king. White could easily lose control of the game. The last thing I'll say, Robert, is that white's rook is also immobilized because you have to prevent black from taking on f2. That would result in immediate checkmate on the back rank or on g2.
There are problems for the white king all of a sudden. The f-file open, the queen on b6 staring through the rook to f2. So yeah, I think Anish is more likely to win this game than he is to lose just because he's the one attacking first. Look at black's queen side. The knight on b8, rook on a8, they're not taking part in the action. The queen on b6, it actually is helping out because it stares through the rook to the f2 pawn. But without pieces in the game, it feels very hard to defend your king.
Yeah, especially given this time control, you have to take the eval bar with a grain of salt. But Inian, you don't want to give him too many chances. He will defend with cold-bloodedness and resilience. I think he's going to go rook f6 or bishop f6. That's a difficult decision he's going to have to make, and that will take more time off his clock. I think it affords us a good opportunity to look at some of the other top games because we have, yet again, a lot of interesting positions, Robert. We haven't given Alireza Firouzja the attention that he deserves just yet. Shall we take a look at his game against our very own Benjamin Bach?
I will never complain to look at an Alireza Firouzja game. Let's do it. I want to see how the teenager in France is playing this, and material count is even, but black has no space, and that bishop on a5, at some moment, if white can play the move b4, that bishop will be trapped as well.
It will indeed. It's hard to identify the opening when you just look at this position, unless you're familiar with this structure, which I am, because when I played the Nimzo Indian, that is indeed what Alireza Firouzja played. I had this structure quite frequently. It's a sideline. White played an early queen c2 followed by e4. But Benjamin, he has a big space advantage. Black's pieces are discombobulated. Black is barely holding on to the d6 pawn. And yet Benjamin's last move appeared to be a big mistake. Can you see why? Is it because of some sort of f5? Maybe f5 and knight g6. Oh, wow, and then f4.
F5 would be a big move because you're opening up your king. But as you're showing, the bishop on e2 is a bit loose. That knight on g3 will be kicked out the way. And then that bishop on c8, at long last, will get into the game. f5 is a huge opportunity. I think he'll spot it.
I think he will as well. Alireza is such an aggressive, active player. You have to generate breathing room for your pieces. Bishop e2 was a bit of a lazy move, right? It was a move to complete White's development, so we understand where he came from. But apparently there were more tactical ways to treat this position. Let's see if Black can come up with f5. Followed by knight g6, f4, and the avalanche on the king side moves so fast. That bishop on a5 also, Robert, that could come in actually very handy because White's knight has to drop back onto either c3 or d2 where it can be eliminated at the right time, softening up White's control over his very own e2 bishop.
Yeah, I actually wonder, how the mistake just happened, because I feel like White's choice was probably super difficult there. Your bishop was under attack from a knight, and you want to keep your bishop. And f5 is not an easy move to spot. Like, you are exposing your own king. As Black, there will be some long-term weaknesses.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. This was a great explanation, and f5 is indeed played. I was just looking around the horn. I saw that Alexander Kostenyuk lost in 12 moves to Sasha Bortnik. So that just happened, and it was all theory.
That's unfortunate. You always hate to lose quick games like that. You can forgive yourself. Oh, I'll just learn the theory. And that's a problem at this stage. You lose a game, you're kind of running out of contention quickly.
You are indeed. And so Sasha has 1.5 out of 2. But we turn our attention back to this game. The knight drops back to c3. Now the big question for Black, how are you going to attack this bishop? The move g5 comes to mind, but it's very committal. You could also attack with your piece. You could play knight to g6. But something tells me that Alireza is taking over the initiative in this game.
Yeah, he's kicking the pieces back. First, the bishop went from d3 to e2. Then a knight that was on e4 went back to c3. Then you're kicking the dark square bishop back. And Black's pieces will come to life. If you get a pawn to f4, the bishop on c8 will go to the f5 square. It will vacate that square for the bishop. There are problems for the king on b1. All of a sudden, Alireza can also start thinking about a6 and b5 and playing on the queen side and going for an attack of his own.
Indeed, he can. He's going to invest a little bit more time and figure out a way to keep this initiative going. I will keep a close eye on this game. We'll come back to it, I think, when the clocks are showing 1 minute rather than 4. But in the meantime, we've got so many other fascinating games to look at. I want to swing by Kirill Aleksenko land. He's playing Denis Lasovic, and they are in a very interesting tactical battle. We talked about those lesser-known GMs, Robert. Kirill Aleksenko, I don't know if you can even talk about him as a lesser-known GM because he participated in the candidates tournament, for goodness sake.
Yeah, has been over 2,700 in the candidates, but right now he's in a whole world of trouble. I mean, look at this position. Let's do a quick material count, Danya. Black's up a pawn. White's knight on b1 hasn't moved. Black is just moving his pieces towards the white king. And if that rook on a7, we're on f7. If you can just drag that rook over there for a second, just pull it up and put it on f7, the game's over. White's king is just toast.
But it might be over anyway because of knight d3. No, then queen e3.
Oh, that actually could backfire completely.
Maybe the other knight to d3. And this is where Denis Lasovic excels. He's got 5.5 minutes. His time management has been incredible. I think there might be tactics with like knight d3 and knight takes f2. Something exists here. It smells, but you actually have to see it.
That works. What you just said is definitely the solution. Knight cd3, and you take on f2 because you're either dragging the queen on f3 away, and then knight h3 check will be devastating, or you're bringing the king onto the f-file, and he plays it, and if the king's in the f-file, there's a rook, a queen, and a king all in the same line. The rook wins that showdown, and the black knight on f4 will just jump out the way.
As I like to say, when I'm in a tilted condition, he sees everything. Sometimes it feels like Denis Lasovic, the guy that kid is a machine. And it's so important to be stubborn tactically. It's easy to look at this and say, well, I don't have any discoveries, because wherever you go with your f4 knight, white's queen follows the knight and gets out of the danger zone. But you can deflect the queen onto f2 first, then knight h3 would be 10 times more devastating, or like 100 times more devastating. This one's basically over.
Yeah.
22 moves.
No, this is just brutal. Knight takes f2 is available here. You've spotted that tactic, and I think Denis Lasovic will as well. And look at his time, by the way. He has 5 minutes left in this game, so he's been blitzing and playing great moves. He's up a pawn, he's about to steal a second, and the white king just has not enough defense. Oh, he plays it.
There it is. Oh my gosh. Nasty. King takes f2, the other knight jumps into d3. You don't even need to play knight h3 check, which, by the way, would keep white in the game, because you don't want to give away too many pieces for the queen. I think Aleksenko's position is now officially resignable. He's going to try one last-ditch attempt to complicate the game. And how does black finish this off? Knight h3, king h2, and somehow white's still hanging by a thread because the black queen is hanging, the white queen's going to hang. And Dennis, can he find a way to emerge up a queen here? Queen h4, queen g6. Oh, and the knight on b1 is hanging too. Look at this.
Full board awareness from Dennis Lazovic,
Unbelievable.
and the lack of coordination from white's pieces. There's a rook on e5, a rook on a3, a knight on b1, a knight on f1. The king is in trouble, and queen takes b1. Just steals material here.
And it hits the other knight. You still can't take the knight on f2. Does Dennis see that he attacked the knight with his last move? I think he did. He's just double checking, making sure that there are no tricks. This would be a huge win for the Belarusian Grandmaster. It would put him on 2 out of 2. We're just so used to seeing him competing on equal terms with the very top players. It's crazy to think that he's not even 2,600 FIDE. Not for very long, though.
He's one of those players that you call underrated. When you look at a first round or a second round pairing and like, oh, I'm playing a 25-50. This game is officially over. Dennis Lazovic wins. But you're looking at you're playing a 25-50. You're like, okay, I've got good chances. Then you see the name attached to it, Dennis Lazovic, and you're like, no, that's not right. That guy's my level. So he is playing at an absurdly high level at this point. I mean, the Pro Chess League, it seemed like he was winning most of his games there. He's a beast. You don't want to face him.
He's an absolute beast. Speaking of beasts, we have that Anish Giri game that has continued to heat up. I think we should go back to that game for just a second because Anish is sacrificing all of his minor pieces, and he is trying to justify that early sacrifice on e6, but he's failing. He's trying. I don't think he's succeeding. I think Inian has brought all of his pieces to the defensive effort. He can drop his bishop back to f8. Anish's last move was more like desperation, Robert, rather than coming from a position of strength.
Yeah, as you're saying, bishop f8. What's the big threat in the position? Queen takes g7 check would be game over. So bishop f8 covers that pawn. Then you also could take the knight in f5. The reason you can't take it right now with your pawn is that rook takes e7 check. That bishop is hanging. So you actually take care of all of your problems at once. The attack may still be there. I think it's still a bit scary for the black king on f7. But black's up a piece for just one pawn. So bishop f8 is a great move.
It is. And the moment white's rook swings away from the e-file, black can now simply take on f5. In fact, bishop f8 creates the threat of e takes f5. To add insult to injury, Anish has 30 seconds on his clock. This is going to be a heartbreaker for Anish. A loss of the white pieces, unless he can turn this around with his last seconds. He's certainly trying his best. Knight to d4 is an excellent move. This is what makes these top jams so good. He knows things have gone wrong, but he's not panicking, and he's still trying to exploit all of his assets here, including his pressure on e6. He's trying to provoke black into playing the move e5 so that white has an entire new diagonal to work with. Maybe e5 is still the best move, but it lets the knight also jump in back into f5. So Inian is far from celebrating a victory. That victory still has to be achieved.
Great move, though, bishop d5. He's covering the e6 square and that diagonal that you were just talking about. And done, if the times were reversed, white wins this game. But Anish Giri is also down the clock. I could see Inian taking some time here. He might get in time trouble of his own, but he's playing perfect defensive moves at the moment. And b4, that does reek of desperation, a lot of Anish's moves. But this is how you have to play. When you're down material and your attack is fizzling out, bring more firepower into the position. You attack the queen. Where does that queen go? You want to stay in touch with the b5 pawn. You don't want to drop that one. But queen b6, the queen is straying farther and farther away from that king on f7.
And white could play this almost positionally with bishop to b3, trying to soften up that e6 pawn. It's weird because white's down a minor piece, and queen b6 is on the board, and Anish with 10 seconds left. Can he keep attacking? Rook takes c6, what a move! And he's sacking everything, throwing the kitchen sink at black. I think he wants to recapture with the rook, and then chop off black's rook with bishop to b3 and attack on the light squares. What an idea with his last seconds.
There's also queen e4 check at the end of the variation, and the rook on a8 is loose. So he was distracting the queen away from c5, because in these positions, I know it's going to be hard for a lot of you to visualize, but if everything gets swapped off on e6 and queen e4 check happens, the black queen would have gone to e5, and the rook on a8 was untouchable. So let's just see this happen here. We are seeing some trades. Knight takes e6 is possible. Bishop b3 as well has to be considered, just pinning and then going after that rook.
But that's a curse rather than a blessing because Anish has 6 seconds now to make that decision. He plays it simple with knight takes e6. It wasn't the move, apparently. And black is not obliged to recapture on e6. Black can also play a brazen-looking move like rook takes a2 if he believes that he can escape the checks, and he plays it. And there's no checks. King e7 escapes. King e7.
Wow. King e7, no more checks. There's a back rank checkmate that black is threatening. If you move your bishop, queen takes f2. So he goes knight f4. He wants knight d5 with the 4.
Still not over. Still far from over. The other threat, Robert, is queen e6, queen takes a2. Can you defend against both threats at once? Well, if you play king d8, White's knight jumps back into e6, and somehow White's remaining pieces are able to coordinate and cause serious problems. 1.5 minutes for Black. I've seen crazier things happen. Maybe the move is just knight to f6 and close off White's access to the e6 square.
Yeah, or rook a1 check, just to force bishop b1. And then that means the white queen and the bishop are tethered together, and that could distract white enough so that there is no checkmating attack. He throws it in, and now knight f6 looks great, Danya. I think that's a really good idea. King d8 would be a mistake, as you pointed out, because knight e6 check with queen e8 to follow. That would be dangerous for Black.
It wouldn't be a tragedy. It would force you to go back to e7. Queen c6 looks like the best move, because he's simply taking the sting out of the check on e6. He's also taking the sting out of a check on d5. Neither of these moves now lead absolutely anywhere. And Inian, he's up a full rook. He's essentially consolidated. He needs a couple more accurate defensive moves, and he will have dispatched Anish Giri with the black pieces. What a huge upset this is about to be. But 40 seconds, maybe time to force the queen trade with queen e4.
Oh! That's another sick move, and that forces resignation. That is a game-ending tactic. Danya, just want to point out, can you try to play bishop takes e4, show everybody why that's not a queen blunder?
Well, it's because of a bug on chess.com. Not letting me take free queens. No, you cannot take on e1 because on e4, because the king on g1 is pinned. And you called it, Robert. That is why he delivered the check on a1. It took the life out of the bishop. And he just took the life out of Anish Giri with a victory. Beautiful tactics by Anish, but it wasn't enough.
No, it was not, but Anish Giri will have time to recover 9 rounds of the Swiss. You need to make it in the top 10 for a chance at Division 1. We'll come back in a few, but this is the ChessKid Cup play-in phase. This is heating up. The action continues here in leg 3 of the Champions Chess Tour. We'll be right back.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
The most important thing to know about me is that I love the game of chess. I taught my younger brother to play when he was 4. Now, he and I have been teaching chess for 16 years. We run the online Magnus Chess Academy, where kids get weekly, small group classes with vetted and trained coaches. Kids can learn, compete, and even get the chance to meet and learn from the most successful players in the world. Visit chessacademy.com/trial to try a small online class.
We welcome you back to the ChessKid Cup, the third leg of the Champions Chess Tour. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, my good friend Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, 2 rounds are in the books. We've seen some big upsets like Arjun Erigaisi and Nishigiri being taken down by an international master and a Grandmaster whose rank does not start with 2,700. So we've seen some excitement. What more do you expect to see going forward?
Well, it's like the Wild West here, Robert. You absolutely cannot predict who's going to make the top 5s. This is what makes these qualifying events so scintillating. It's not just a technicality because we know who's going to make it in the end. Nothing is guaranteed. You can see top players essentially go 50%, but I'm looking at people like Levon Aronian, who managed to win his first 2 games. He defeated Maxim Rajtin, very strong Israeli grandmaster, with the black pieces from a dead equal endgame in round 2. So Levon is one to watch. Obviously, I'm also looking at Anish Giri and to see how he's going to come back from that devastating shock defeat in round 2 at the hands of Indian GMP and Ian.
You said shock defeat. I thought it was Shakir Mamedyarov. I'm hoping that he's somewhere in this field as well. There's so many notable players. I think 145 players are taking part in this 9-round Swiss. So to remind everybody, it's 9 rounds of 10 minutes plus 2 seconds added per move for the players. It's quick paced, it's fun, but for some it's very stressful as they want to make their way to these divisions. There are 3 divisions in the Champions Chess Tour event, and we see in the 3rd round we have Levon Aronian playing against Bassem Amin.
One of my favorite GMs, Dr. Bassem. He is a fully accredited doctor. He is a super strong GM, over 2,700, and incredibly nice guy. Not that Levon isn't, but I'm a big Bassem fan.
Yeah, Bassem's a great person, and he is a doctor, as you said. That's why it's his username on chess.com. But he also is somebody, the first player from Africa to cross 2,700. He's just about there right now. His rate dipped in recent years, but he's on his way up, and now he's played this H6 move. So if there's something you can expect from Bassem Amin, it's offbeat openings, not main lines. Look at his bishop on f8. It's paying the price.
And I have played this line very extensively. I played it against Wesley in the U.S. Championship, and knight c3 is all of the rage. You basically switch to a 4 knights and try to make the move h6 obsolete. The other idea is that if black plays g7, g5, which at one point was all of the rage in the Italian, white generally counterstrikes in the center with t3, t4. Now, normally, Robert, if black can eliminate the light squared bishop without giving away his own bishop, that's successful. But I think Levon is throwing all of his eggs in the d4 basket. He's going to try to transpose this into some sort of a Philidor structure almost.
I like it. I mean, that's just a strike in the center. What has black done so far? Pushed some pawns. That knight has hopped twice already. So I think that Levon is playing this with great emphasis on the center, and you can automatically capture. So that's going to show that Levon should probably pre-move there. A takes b3, but he will play d4 next.
He will indeed. And of course, black could technically prevent it with c5, and I would not rule that move out. I wouldn't totally rule it out. But, I mean, creating that massive hole on t5. White also has the plan of dropping the knight back and pushing f4. So it's not like d4 is the only idea in the position. I wouldn't take measures this drastic. I would just play bishop e7 and meet d4 with either e takes d4 or knight d7. I think black is a little bit worse here, but the position remains very, very solid. And Bassem is such an experienced e4, e5 player. He should still feel relatively at home here. Maybe bishop g4 can also be considered.
I know why you didn't suggest that at first, and also why I didn't. You don't really want to give up your one advantage in the position. You have the bishop pair, and he goes for it. But how did black take white's bishop? Knight went out to c6 and then out to a5. You moved it a couple times. Here, white is giving up his knight by just playing h3, a very useful move to give the king luft in the long term, and your queen gets out to f3. So it does look like a position where white is several tempi ahead if, in fact, black takes an f3. But don't be surprised if the bishop drops back to h5. This is a rapid game, so if you play g4, we'll see a knight sacrifice.
We will indeed, and h3 has been played. And the big moment of truth, does he take on f3 and prevent d4 at all costs? Ugh, I don't like that position. He's going to go bishop h5, and now it's up to Levon. And Levon does not hesitate at all. We see him doing this all tournament long, Robert. He just plays on his intuition, and he leaves himself with so much time for the later middle game stage. This is an incredibly effective way to play rapid, but only a couple people can get away with it. Maxim Vachill-Lagrave and Levon Aronian, I think the only 2 at the top. Maybe Yana Pomnishi also plays this fast and rapid. It's an incredible sight.
Because others you may criticize playing too quickly. And by the way, Denis Lazovic and Dmitry Kolarz moved to 2.5 to 3. They must have drawn their game quite quickly here. But if that knight sacrifice happened, black just didn't have enough firepower for the attack, so it wasn't worth it. And Bassem quickly realized that. And that bishop, is this Winter Capablanca? I mean, that bishop is terrible on g6. But Levon's last move, knight e2, he's going to bring his knight to g3 to help safeguard his king, but it does allow black to strike in the center at some point with d5.
It does indeed. And in response to d5, white has to be ready to capture the pawn on e5. And that is why I do think that white should get his knight to g3 quickly. I also think it's why Bassem should consider the immediate d5. But with his own kingside not developed, I don't think that he can get away with just intuitively. Knight takes c5, knight takes g6, forces more weaknesses on the kingside. The other knight could then come out to f4. No, that doesn't look good enough. I think Bassem is probably deciding between a move like h5, meeting fire with fire on the kingside, and a more pedestrian developing move like bishop to e7.
Oh, let's go h5 or queen d7 with h5 to follow, because the h3 pawn will be loose in many of these positions. So I'm liking the idea of h5 rather than d5. As you said, the e5 pawn can be captured. That may be giving white too much ease in the position. So yeah, queen d7 or h5. Those are my two. And he plays
a6. Dang, girl.
He wants to
Pretty
castle
slow
queenside.
Approach. He does. He wants to play queen d7, castle queenside h5, and I want to checkmate the guy.
And that is not what Bassem Amin sounds like, but your other impressions are better than that one.
What? He's not from Columbia, South Carolina?
No, I don't think so. But maybe one day he'll settle there. But I think that this position is not going to settle down anytime soon. So, Donna, should we hop elsewhere and then come back to this game as the action continues?
Well, we have a bunch of other fascinating action going on the top boards. I want to go to Ali Reza's game. First, I want to stop by Vladimir Fedoseyev's game because he's in another Italian, and he just made a very interesting, a bold move against French team Laurent Fressinet. And Laurent Fressinet has to now figure out which minor piece to give back up.
Oh my gosh. So knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, and d4 with a fork. Bishop and knight, and e4 is under attack. Both minor pieces there. Danya, would you play bishop d6 to keep the bishop, or would you maybe move your knight back to d7, your e-knight back to d7, and once dc5, your knight gets active on c5? These questions are not easy to answer.
Yeah, now the standard way of dealing with a center fork trick, as this is called, is to drop the bishop back to d6. That's how you keep your bishop there. But if you keep calculating after bishop takes e5, white's knight can come out to f3. I think this is what Fedoseev is banking on. And then the bishop can't drop back because white is the one who delivers another fork. I mean, how often do you see that? A fork with d3, d4, and then a fork with e4, e5. I think bishop d6 is wrong. I think Laurent has to play this more creatively. I'm also thinking about bishop takes d4, cd, and knight to c6, trying to accentuate the weakness of the d4 pawn. But then white can still drive the pawn up to e5, reposition the knight to f3, and that looks really comfortable as well. Another case, Robert, of the eval bar showing a slight advantage for black. I think that's meaningless. I think Vladimir has chosen a very interesting practical idea.
The third option I see is knight takes e4, ignoring the fact that both your bishop and knight are under attack, because many of the variations that Danya was talking about, I think we should quickly show, if we can bring up an analysis board, what you were saying in the event of bishop d6. It's super instructive. We're taught to keep our bishops if we can, but bishop d6 would backfire because of the de, bishop e5, knight f3, as you pointed out. The bishop wants to move again. You want to save the piece, but you're going to lose a piece thanks to a second fork, and that would win white the game. And even if you don't win a piece, many of these positions are favorable for white, with the bishop on c2 and bishop on c1 slicing across the board towards the black king side. So I like what you were saying. Bishop takes d4 is one idea. You can go knight takes e4 as another. But the engine, I mean, it just has no problem here whatsoever. There are definitely problems that black has to solve, and I do like knight takes e4. It took a while to come to that idea, but Fressinet finds it.
And Fressinet, I mean, he was 27-20, so he still has that class, and he has that incredible experience level in the Italian. The only time I played him over the board, I actually decided to play, not an Italian, it was a Rui Lopez, but we had this exact structure, and he can play this in his sleep. So knight takes e4, a big decision. We're going to have mass liquidation in the center. The other knight can actually pay a visit to d3, Robert, once the d-pawn repositions to e4. Vladimir has to decide what minor piece he's going to take. He's got three options. D takes e5 is out of the question. F2 drops. So you largely are deciding between knight takes d4 and pawn takes c5. Knowing Vladimir, he likes to keep as much tension on the board as possible. He's going to play for the win until the chickens come home to roost. And I think he's probably going to play dc5, although, I don't know. Doesn't feel all that inspiring for white.
You could also play knight takes e4, and after pawn takes e4, bishop takes e4. Those pieces are still forked. So he doesn't have to take one of black's minor pieces just yet, and he may decide on that. So it's funny, when a fork with a pawn is there, like, it can sometimes just sit, and you don't have to rush on taking a piece back.
No, you do not. And, like, you're mentioning Vladimir, he keeps the tension. I think bishop takes e4, bishop d5 is one way the game could continue. I'm going to predict a draw here. I think we're going to get a couple more minor piece trades. And the pawn structure is largely symmetrical. So if the smoke clears and neither side blunders, you should get a relatively balanced late middle game. But I'm also looking at Alirez's game. We have to pay a visit because his position is heating up. And there's another fork on 2 minor pieces on the other side of the board in Alirez's game against Martin Kraft, a very strong Ukrainian grandmaster. But Martin, I think, is in quite a world of hurt here.
And I want to point out that Martin Kraft almost took down Fabiano Caruana in the Chess.com Global Championship in 2022. That was the first round pairing. Fabiano playing against Kravtsev, and Kravtsev was better in most of the games. He beat Fabiano in one of them, but he just couldn't make it work in the end, and Fabiano got through. But bishop f5 also doesn't seem to work after pawn takes e4. If we see pawn takes e4 back, the issue is that black pawn that sits on e4 will be a long-term weakness that white will go after. And the king on g8 is open, even more open than the king on g1, because there is a white bishop sitting in front of that king. So I think that there are problems in 2 different directions down there. You could trade queens, and white should be better with the knight coming to c2 and to e3, going after the bishop on f5. And if that f4 pawn that rumbles forward, oh no, black's in huge trouble.
And the time situation is not black's friend either. He's down over 4 minutes on the clock. Kravtsev constantly has to make these difficult decisions right now, deciding which piece to recapture with on e4. I would play bishop takes e4. He takes pawn. He takes with a pawn. And queen e1 here, very tempting, preparing to drag the queen over to the king side. But like you're saying, white is positionally better as well. Alireza says, hey, you want to trade queens? Yeah, I'm probably not going to checkmate you, but I'm going to dominate the center. Kravtsev trying to trade on his own terms. And this is only making things worse, according to the engine. King h1, I think, could be considered here. Talk about keeping the tension.
You can also just take it, like king f2.
Oh, yeah.
You can play e3 as well. I want to get my knight to e3, so that's why I'm leaving the square open. But yeah, this is not a solution to black's problems. There are too many of them to deal with. The pawn e4, it's gone too far. It's overextended. I think white will win that later in the game. And if we do a quick material count, black and white both have 6 pawns to their name. So that if e4 falls, that opens up the bishop on g2 and gives white extra material. This is no good for Kravtsev. Unfortunately, he's found himself dealing with a very good shape Alireza Firouzja. So, Donnie, what do you say? Can we go to the game between Sam Shankland and Jordan von Forest, 2 big names in the chess world? One, a former winner of the Tata Steel event, that was Jordan von Forest. One, a former U.S. champion and an Olympiad gold medalist in Sam Shankland. So these 2 players, look at the tension in the center.
Oh, look at this position. Sam Shankland is so solid. He did win a title Tuesday pretty recently. So much like Fabiano Caruana, he's not known quite as a rapid specialist, split specialist, but he's gotten better. He's got more experience. And I like what he's showing in this tournament thus far. His knight has entrenched itself on the prime real estate. It's on Brickell Avenue in Miami. But the only tactical problem is after knight takes f6 check, which Jordan has just played, Sam might have wanted to consider pawn takes f6 because d5 followed by d takes c6 is possible. The rook on d1 is defended enough times, but Sam probably will just trade twice on d1 and queen takes c6, or what do you see?
No, exactly that, but it looks like back rank checkmate, but the queen on c6 also covers the e8 square. So that was like very close. Either your pawn structure was shattered or you're getting back rank checkmated, but now it looks like pure liquidation. And in some endgames, right, in some endgames without the queens, white would be better because the bishop is a long-range piece, but the king's on h1. It would have to be out on like f3 in order for white to have an edge here. But as you're saying, queen c7, keep the queens on. Queen and bishop in combination with one another, they could pose some problems for the black king.
And queen c7, Jordan squeezing the life out of this position. There's a good test for figuring out if there are realistic winning chances. The test involves one question. Would I be terrified facing Magnus Carlsen on the defending side in this position? The answer is always going to be yes, so it's a completely useless test. I would probably be terrified with the white pieces too. But in all seriousness, queen b8 check, white could maybe position the bishop on c5. But with over 5 minutes on the clock, Robert, I don't think Sam is going to have too many practical difficulties here.
Yeah, the problem is maybe there's one idea where you would like to play a4, b5, b6, like something like that, where if you could just push that. I was going to say, I didn't think you could do it because queen takes a4 is still possible. The queen protects the knight on e8. But if that white pawn could get up to b6, that's where it starts getting dangerous for black. And you can't even play b5 here because you could take twice. The queen will defend the knight on e8 from b5.
And this position so clearly illustrates how difficult it is to win without control of a whole complex of squares. If you had a light skirt bishop to guide the pawn forward, that would be one thing. Now, white has to find alternate ways to get b5 in. And By the way, the queen and the knight, we know it's a very strong combination. So
Wait.
Jordan can't dilly-dally around it. He missed something.
There was a blunder.
Queen D1, queen D6, queen B4.
Exactly. The b4 pawn was loose. So he's playing a little bit, maybe too much for a win. If he finds a draw, he should take it because this knight is going to a light square like d5, and that bishop on e3 can do nothing about it. It's an inherent limitation of bishops. They have to stick to their color complex. So this knight on e6 now instead of d5, yeah, black has nothing to worry about. I think Sam's done this really well.
He had a chance there to win the b4 pawn. He's gone g6.
I don't like that move. It softens up f6 in these positions.
Oh. Yeah, it weakens the king side. I would play b6 if I'm Jordan. Then he doesn't have to worry about the safety of his pawn. I still think we're talking about a relatively high chance of a draw. Queen c7 check would force the queen trade, and I would have done that.
Wait, that would have been a great ending for black.
Yeah,
queen trades are really good.
Then the pawn would have become a serious weakness, and black's king would have been only a couple steps away from winning it, man. This is incredibly sloppy from both players right now.
Yeah, b6 I think is necessary. If he allows queen c7, if white plays h4.
Again.
Queen c7?
Queen c7 is a no-brainer. Now, maybe Sam, he's forgetting that the knight is unpinned, and he's found it. And Jordan is letting this one slip, I think. So now he has to fight for a draw.
He does indeed. King e6, king d6, king c6. It's not that far away, but the pawn on f6 is a weakness. And if you ever push f5, then the king goes back to h4 into g5, and the white king will go after the g6 pawn. So maybe there is no way for black to win this position, but it was scary. You're right that they were playing a bit of complacent chess, like, oh, I'll just make moves to my hand. It's just a draw. But you can lose positions like this, and maybe Sam, he still has ambitions.
He certainly does. He trades on g4. He's going to go king d6, but what saves Jordan here is the presence of that target on f6. It's forcing Sam to liquidate the king side even further. Now it's a dead draw. Now it's official. Unless white misses a fork, which Jordan is not going to do, this game is going to end peacefully as we expected. David Navarro, in the meantime, he lost to David Anton Hikaru, who delivered a checkmate 2 rooks down. It was an incredible attack by the Spanish GM. A lot of the other games are heating up as well. Ali Reza, though, has failed to generate winning chances. That position against Kraftsev, he's messed it up. And I think the Ukrainian Grandmaster is going to save it.
Okay, let's check that out. This game we know should peter out into a draw. And wow, we're in a rook endgame.
Oh!
Wait, but white's up a pawn.
Oh, it is up a pawn. And I think it was probably still a draw. Sorry, I miscounted the material, but b4, Kraftsev's last move, was a huge mistake because now he's going to lose the c4 pawn, and he's created a massive hole on d4 that white's king immediately accesses. It's a win for Ali Reza. I stand corrected.
Yeah, so no, it's okay. I mean, the eval bar sometimes does that. We see like, oh, it's just a draw. But no, the position down a pawn, even if there was a path towards a draw somehow, 2 extra pawns in the center for white if we're breaking the board in that way. And now c4 is falling. There's no chance. This is game over. And Firouzja will take it and go to 3 out of 3. Perfect score.
I would actually consider rook takes c4, ba, and rook a4 here as one way to play. But you're right. Connected passers in the center. This is completely winning. All he has to do is deal successfully with the counterplay on the queen side. He's going to do that. Ali Reza is going to win his game. We've got a couple of the other top games still going. We've got a Turizaga against Mohamed Muradli, who's up there. Alexander Bortik is getting sizzled by Alexander Shimatov. Can we go to that game really quickly and just check out the crazy position on the board?
Oh, why you got to do this to everybody? There's a king on d8, and wait, there's no way this eval is... Yeah, okay, there it goes.
There we go.
It was waiting to get into the position. There was no way this position was equal. Can you just... Your queen on c2 is under attack. I was about to ask you. Wait, you can't take on h8. Oh my gosh, knight takes h8 might have been possible.
When, though? I mean, you can take the queen and take on h8, can't you?
No, when the king was on e8, you had bishop f7 check. It probably wasn't a good idea because the knight on b5 was also hanging. But tactically speaking, you wouldn't have dropped the full queen.
I would consider bishop d3 here. Now, I've seen Alexander Bortik pull out almost any lost position. I saw a beautiful mating construction with knight e5, rook takes c8, and knight takes d7. The problem is that anytime you take on c8, black can recapture with the knight and vacate an escape square for the bishop. But bishop to d3 is such a cold-blooded move, Robert, because queen takes g2 is met with bishop to e4, sending the queen back. It is nowhere good to go.
Well, he's going to go queen h3 or queen g4, but this is not going to solve any of the problems. So he does, in fact, choose a queen at g4, but can you take this rook on h8? Like, all of white's pieces are defended, so after knight h8, bishop c7, queen takes c7, you're threatening checkmate on d8 in one move, and your bishop on e4 is defended even if it wasn't a checkmate threat.
And this is a point I make to newer players in particular, when you're attacking, it's important to get out of checkmate mode and to realize that sometimes the best approach is just to take as much material as you can. Rook takes c8 and knight takes c8. White is going to be up 2 minor pieces, and even if he loses one of them, even if one of the knights fails to get out, the other one will. Shimanov takes a different approach. This one's over. It's a big win for the Russian Grandmaster.
It is, and it was a big win for Levon Aronian. We see he goes up to 3 out of 3. He takes out Dr. Bassem. He was up a piece the last time I looked off to my other monitor, but it's a nice win for Levon. He wants to make his way back to Queen H8 is not mate. There is Knight G8 there. So good, as you said, go out of checkmate mode. I went back into checkmate mode, but taking a free bishop, that was the better choice.
Hey, if there's checkmate, then I'm, by all means, go back into checkmate mode. I'm also in Renato Terry mode because we've got 2 top games still remaining. We've got Fedoseev and Fressinet in a relatively level Italian middle game. Can we check out Renato Terry's endgame against Dmitry Andreikin? I think we can trust that Alexander Shimanov is going to finish this off. He's got mate in 2, Queen D8 and Queen H8.
Yeah, so now we finally do see a checkmate. If he doesn't find that, that would be surprising. But he's winning in like 80 different ways because the black bishop, the black rook have not done anything. And this is the problem with Bortnick's play sometimes. Is he's amazing. He has great tactical awareness. He's very sharp. But sometimes his openings are his Achilles heel. And then he gets in positions like this where he hasn't moved his queenside pieces.
But dude, I mean, 1.5 minutes for Shimanov. He's taken 30 seconds now on a mate in 2. Queen D8 and Queen H8 is... You can find this while skydiving. And... Okay, 95, he's missed it, but it doesn't matter. Or does it? Now, you don't want to give Alexander Bortnick any additional opportunities, and this is shocking. They're going to go into an endgame.
Yeah, trade queens, take the bishop on c8. He'll be up a full piece. I'm not too worried about his chances here, but he did miss checkmate at 2. So that should make everybody watching at home, you should feel better that even super strong grandmasters miss checkmate in 2 moves.
And I think particularly a lot of people in the chat, they get very surprised. It happens, right? GMs don't have automatic pattern recognition, especially if it's a less conventional mating pattern. And this certainly was a less conventional pattern with a queen mating from H8 supported by a knight on F7. So Bortnick is going to keep trying. He's going to lose this game. Let's go really quickly to Renato Terry's endgame against Dmitry Fedoseev. Dmitry Andreikin. And it looks like Andreikin is pushing through for another victory. Dmitry is back in good form.
I think we see the problem for white, and it's not just a bishop against a knight. This even material, but it feels like black's up a pawn because white has doubled b pawns. If you could take the b5 pawn and put it on f3, I don't think we'd be talking about a problem at all for white. We'd be talking about a stable advantage because the knight can hop around. But now the knight does hop back, but king can come up to f5, king g5 now. If rook goes back to e2, the king goes to f4, and yeah, the king is going to hop into g3.
Yeah, this one's essentially over. We're so used to excellence from Dmitry Andreikin, but defeating Renato Terry with the black pieces is no easy matter. He is unbelievably solid. He's still an IM in name only, but he's over 2,500 FIDE. He's going to be a grandmaster as soon as he gets his 3rd norm. This is not his game, though. I think black can even go e3 and deflect the rook from the g2 pawn. A little bit of work still required for black, but Andreikin's got just enough time to make it happen. There we go.
Yeah, because when g2...
Rook c4.
I wouldn't be surprised if rook takes e4, even 1. I was just going to make the point that black has so many passed pawns that sometimes you can even give away material, but rook c4 is excellent. You win the rook. It's a rook exchange, but first involving a sacrifice. Rook takes a4 might also work, so he can go for that, but instead he plays bishop b4. Danya, he's still winning, but I tend to worry when people make moves that don't immediately end the game like others would have.
And I worry when you're dealing with a rampaging knight and you've got only 26 seconds. He's just repeated moves once. Dmitry, not as confident as we're used to seeing him in time scrambles. Rook f2. And Renato's going to keep trying. Rook takes e5, rook f5.
That's a great find by Andreikin there. Rook f5. Game over. He plays bishop d2.
Also good.
But does he really want to take that knight? I don't think so.
No. And if he plays bishop f4 trying to knock the rook off of the 5th rank, it still has d5. So Dmitry he needs to press that final bit of the gas pedal. Rook h. Okay. Oh, he's just taking his pawns. Yeah, rook b4 and rook g4.
And there's, importantly, the white rook can't get to a7 in time. Rook g7 might be a useful move. You could probably move the king and win this way because there's rook h4 at the end. So it was important that white was not able to steal that pawn in time, and now king h3 should end the game.
Or this, and Terry resigns because the king will stop the pawns. Rasulov Vugar takes down Matthias Bluebaum as well, so a pretty big upset. Like Kwang Lim beats Sergei Azarov. We've got a couple of games still remaining. Fedoseev and Fressinet, they draw their game kind of as we expected.
Yeah, that one looked pretty even. So right now we have 5 people with perfect 3 out of 3. What is this?
That was a checkmate delivered by Paco Vallejo Pons against the very strong Anton Demchenko. We also have Min Lee, who is still playing. So I'm jumping around here a little bit, but I want to catch the tail end of the last few games. Oh, Rook F4.
Rook F4. Okay. Does that win? He misses it. He plays C6. And now Rook D4. What a find. Okay,
force the pawn forward.
Rook F4 would have won. That is super instructive. So when we get a moment, we can try to show. But this is still not an easy draw. Black is down a pawn.
But Min has the activity to make the draw. He had to avoid King C3 there because that would have gotten him skewered. I think he's going to hold, though. King B2 and King A2 can be tried, but Black is checking on C2. White simply can't defend the A pawn without exposing himself to some checks, or can he? Wait a second.
King C4. King C4 is a blunder because Rook C5 check. You trade rooks, you win the game.
That's so easy to miss. And King to D4. Such precise defense by Min, but King B2, and White has winning chances.
Yes, because if your rook sits on B3, the king goes to A2. Rook H5 to A5 is the threat.
Rook C5, Rook A5, but Black will check from the side.
Rook C2, the king's cut off, so there could be winning chances with the B pawn.
But if you push too early, Black will play Rook B3, and any pawn endgame is going to be a draw if Black can win the B pawn, obviously.
Good point. So Rook B2 now?
Okay.
Oh, he's waiting for Rook B3, I think. He wants like Rook B3, then Rook B2, and then push the B pawn.
I don't think he's going to make it happen, though. Min is up to 15 seconds now, and he's basically waiting. He's waiting and waiting, and the moment White's rook leaves the second rank, Black starts delivering the lateral checks. The moment White plays B5, Black plays Rook B3. I just don't think White can circumvent those problems.
And it's super important that the king went to D4, not to B5, because then the rook went up to C5 with check. The king would have been forced backwards. Black's king being active is what's helping him save this game.
And Kozak is going to discover that he could have forced a winning pawn endgame. He's going to be kicking himself. This would have been a big win. But Let's Min, I mean, we're so used to seeing defensive excellence from him. Not sure exactly how many points these players have. I would guesstimate 1 out of 2. So they'll be on 50% most likely. And Min, just a couple of moves away from holding a very impressive draw against the Hungarian Grandmaster.
Yeah, they're going to go to 1.5 out of 3, which is an even score. And that's not bad considering how difficult this field is. It's pretty much all grandmasters, but it's going to be some disappointment for Kozak because he had that win and he probably felt like he had good winning chances, and he's going to try to push B5. If King B5, there's Rook C2, and that's why this rook keeps sliding back and forth.
Oh, and Rook B3, B6 is so easy to miss. It's easy to assume that White has to trade, but wait a second, Let's I think he's got to go Rook G7 and Rook B7.
Exactly. He's going to chase the pawn down, but bringing his rook to G8 now. Don't go Rook G7 because B7, Rook B8, and Rook and A pawn against Rook is a draw. So he's going to take A4, but that's an easy draw.
Fantastic defense. At this point, you don't care about opposition. When there's an A pawn, opposition doesn't matter. As long as your king has access to the corner square, it's a draw I would take with a king. And I think Kozak is going to force the trade of rooks here and acquiesce to the inevitable. A draw is agreed. And a missed opportunity. 40 moves back at this point. When Rook D3 was played, Rook F4 check was indeed a winning pawn endgame in this position.
Yeah. No, it's just the king goes back to E5, so the pass pawn doesn't promote, but Black is tied down to the defense of the pawn. White will step his king in front of the F pawn, and at some point the Black king will have to go to D5 and C6. The White king goes F4, F5, and it doesn't look immediately winning, but the concept is there, the principle of chess, that you have a connected pass pawn protected, and Black has a lone passer.
And one of the biggest problems that Black has to keep in contact with the C pawn. If you play King F6 in a position like this, White can start going King D5 and King C6, and White's pawn is always going to be faster. So Black has to stick to the left side of the board, and when you do that, White keeps approaching the F pawn. So it's a very instructive endgame to analyze. It teaches you a lot about the way that king activity works in pawn endgames and the importance of a protected pass pawn. But all of that is in the past now. No pun intended. No pawn intended.
Nice.
Because round 4 is upon us, Robert.
Upon us. Look at you keep going. You won't stop, and I don't want to stop you.
I won't stop. No, I'm on a roll.
Let's go to maybe Faruja against Levon Aronian. Whoa.
Yep. Sorry, I misclicked. But
what game was that?
I misclicked into an even more fascinating game. Sorry, that was a mouse slip. But yeah. Let's go back to the Mustar Danton Hikaru game. What do we have here?
What is this? It's a Karo Khan. Wow.
It's a Karo pawn.
Yeah, it's a Karo pawn. It's a pawn sacrifice. And is white just going to play bishop d3 and go for the light squares after the pawn e6 is captured?
God, white is really putting some ketchup and moussard on the king side.
that was pretty good. You're on a roll. I won't call you butter, but you are making everybody happy with your jokes. But I think that black should not take on e6. Isn't this one of those positions where you play around the pawn somehow? You don't mind ef, king f7? Because if you do take on...
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, queen d6 is what I thought.
And it's weird because, I mean, most people without any experience would take on e6 automatically. The problem is that white establishes control of the square in front of the pawn, and black's bishop is buried beneath a pile of rubble. The difference, in a paradoxical way, yes, black's king is weaker, but it's easier to engineer e7, e5, and that is a crucial pawn breakthrough, Robert. Actual pawn breakthrough, not a pun, because then the bishop opens up, and listen, white's pushed all these pawns and felt really cool about it. He's going to pay the price for it. What comes around goes around on the king side.
Yeah, it may have felt cool at first, but now you're going to feel the breeze in front of your king, and not in a good way. You're going to be shivering when if the white king goes to the king side. It may fall victim to an attack. So let's not just think because black's king has moved that only black's king is in trouble. As you're pointing out, the dark square control for black will be beneficial, and e5 is definitely the move on my radar. Let's open up the center of the board. Bishop c5 comes out, rook to e8, things of that nature. It makes it seem scary for white.
Yeah, David is going to develop a ton of counterplay on the center and on the king side. I think the lesser evil might be for white to castle, because the g3 square, it is protected by white's knight. Otherwise, queen g3 check would have been a devastating check. Now a big decision for black. When does he play e7, e5? He wants to prepare it by completing his queenside development. I like black's position. I'm going to say, I like the counterplay associated with e5. I don't like white's lack of development and white's permanent weaknesses on the king side. I don't like the possibility of queen b4 check. Jules is going to have to be very, very precise if he wants to justify his brazen tall variation play in the opening.
Yeah, I'm worried for white, because look at black's pieces. You have two knights out and developed. The queen is also developed. For white, you have a knight on e2, and otherwise all you've done is move pawns. So you're pointing out queen b4 check ideas. That's important. But rook e8 and e5, that happens really quickly. And white's king on e1, not safe. If you go over to g1, excuse me, you're not very safe over there either. Oh gosh, these are not easy decisions for white.
My favorite expression in these cases is from the frying pan into the fire. Wherever you are with your king, you're not going to be safe. White is trying to ensure relative safety by reclaiming the b8, h2 diagonal. Now e5 comes with even greater effect, though, because it hits the bishop. On e5, knight e5. Maybe white can castle in that position and hope to get away with it. This is going to be a fascinating middle game, Robert.
Yeah, this definitely will be fascinating, and we'll let the players try to figure out what to do here. It's super complicated. Let's go back to that Levon Aronian against Alireza Firouzja game. Maybe that's spicy as well? Yes. And this matchup is one that I think everyone is excited for, and it's very important for the tournament standings. Their position, so far, not the most exciting, because we haven't seen a single pawn trade, but these are difficult positions, and the strike for each side. Will black play d5? Is that available to him, or is that weaken the e5 pawn? For white, you're not really wanting to play d4 too soon because e4 gets loose, so it's not easy to determine the pawn breaks.
I think chat will find this pretty relatable. I hate playing these positions for both sides. And it's one of those cases where you play from the black side, you think, man, this sucks. I don't have counterplay. I don't know when to play d5. Then you start playing this from the white side, and you're like, wait a second, my opponent could just go d5 and I'm worse. So no matter how you slice it, structurally, positionally, this is really complex because there's so many decisions. One wise man said that the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position. Well, here, both sides have a bunch of pawn breaks. White has b5 and a5 and breaks on the queen side. Black has d5 and sometimes even g5 to engineer some pawn play on the king side. White also has d4. So wherever you look, there's going to be pawn breaks. There's going to be complexity. And d4 is on the board, my friend.
But look at Levon. The guy is unbothered by this. You push your pawn forward, good for you. My knight comes to g6. And unlike from the c6 square, that knight can't be kicked out very easily. And it can also hop forward into f4. So if we talk piece by piece here, and I'm not talking about a Kelly Clarkson song, I'm looking at the knight on g6 as being better than one of its counterparts of the white knights. The bishop on b6 I actually like more than the bishop on b2, because the bishop on b2 is a defensive piece unless you can make c4 happen. And he does it right then. As soon as I trash talk it, he says, you're trash. I'm getting my bishop out in the open. And this could be scary for black because knight f4 might be taken out of the equation with d takes e5 ideas, but then the bishop on a7 is happy. It's a game of give and take, Danya. I'm giving you the mic because I'm really unsure whose position I prefer.
Oh, that was smooth. I'd put it this way. I'd hedge my bets a little bit. In a bullet game, no question, I'm taking black. I think handling a space advantage is incredibly hard when you're in time pressure for two reasons. First of all, you know, it's like the Roman Empire. You need to keep an eye on the far-flung regions of your empire. Where you're on the defensive side, everything's compact, everything's well protected. The second reason is that White has more decisions to make. White has to decide when to play d5, whether to play c5 and b5. Now White controls most of the pawn breaks, and that's not a good thing if you're in time pressure. But Alireza has over 6 minutes on the clock. Objectively, I think White almost always has an edge in these types of positions. And Levon, he has some decisions of his own. In particular, is he going to play knight f4? Is he going to play e takes d4? Although that is not a move, Robert, that I would really consider making unless you're fully on the defensive, because it gives White really nice bind over the d5 square. It gives White's knight the prospect of reaching f5. So I like Alireza here objectively, but Levon, he's played so quickly. He's left himself with a lot of time to handle the defensive task here. And now he is bringing all of the toys to the nursery party.
And one thing that may be laying low beneath the surface, the queen on d7 may end up on g4, and White's king could be in trouble. Because you may just push that pawn to d5 thinking, I'm kicking your rook back. That has to be a good move. But
I'm kicking your rook back. That has to be a good move.
Whoa, but he played c5 instead. We might see instead a ton of captures in the center. But the point I was trying to make is once the knight lands on f4, if the queen can also land on g4, that's very dangerous for the White king on g1.
Listen, if I could commentate with Robert Hess, I'd be a happy man, but you can't have it all. And the rook on e6 has a couple of things to say in regards to the queen making its way to g4. But I would consider even the move rook e8, to your point, that would create a very serious threat of knight f4, queen g4. And what exactly is White's next move going to be in the center, right? What is White going to capture? Probably pawn takes c5 and knight c4. If White can engineer a queen trade, then Black is going to pay a very steep price for this bishop, which is now fully out of commission.
Yeah, that's what you want, because some people may think, let me take on d6 first and then take on e5. But then the bishop on a7 is a happy piece. It slices across the board. An ideal situation is if d4 and d6 pawns are gone from the board, that bishop on a7 is not going to see the position. And, well, Levon brings his queen into b5. If you allowed me to take this square, I will occupy it. He's attacking the b4 pawn. Then I know the engine wasn't thrilled about it, but I actually really like that move.
I like it as well, because I mentioned a queen trade favors White. Well, not exactly. If you play queen a4 here, and after the queen trade, your center could very easily collapse because you haven't had the time to play d takes e5.
Agreed. And queen a4 is one of those moves that, do you really want to play it? I mean, it's, yes, you offer a queen trade. Black is not obligated to take you. If you take on b5, a takes b5, Black is capturing towards the center as well. So these are really difficult decisions for these two players at the moment. I think that Alireza, he probably likes his chances with all of his pawns storming up the queen side. But that knight coming to f4 into d3, that's a long-term issue that he'll have to deal with.
It is indeed. And I think we'll leave Alireza Firouzja to make these difficult decisions, as you called them. He might be better on the board, on the eval bar, but practically speaking, Levon has very serious chances and a big time advantage to boot. My eye is caught by a fascinating position in Vladimir Fedoseyev's game. How many times have we said that? Probably all 9 rounds. He's got a wild tactical affair against a very promising young Indian grandmaster, and he has just sacrificed the knight. So we can jump into this position at the right moment.
Wow, he gives up a knight on e3, but I don't think he's going for an attack. He's trying to collect pawns. He just took one pawn on e3. He'll take a second on d3, and when all of Black's pieces start capturing on d3, e3 is loose. There's a problem down the diagonal, by the way, the e4 knight and the f3 knight behind it. So White is better, and I'm not entirely sure why, because I'm looking at this position, and I feel like Black's counterplay is not just sufficient, but maybe ample.
Yeah, knight takes e3, knight takes e3. Not only are you going to lose the e3 pawn, but you could lose a knight in the process. You might have to drop the knight back to d2 at the end of the line. Now, apparently in this position, Black had a crazy move, f7, f5, which would have opened the f-file. It also would have opened the g-file. Name a player who's going to make that move in a rapid game. I don't think Vladimir can be blamed at all for playing knight takes e3 and liquidating into a position that's going to be a lot easier to play.
Yeah, a lot easier for him to play. I think White's task is more difficult because the 3 pawns, if they're stopped, then the minor pieces, they're happy. But in this position, look at Black's bishops. You have knight f6 check, as you're pointing out, but here after knight f6, the bishop takes on f6. You do not want to take with the pawn to open the g-file. So we'll see knight takes d3 check. You have to take back, queen takes d3, and now you don't have time for knight f6. It doesn't really threaten anything.
You don't, but you can play knight e to d2, and I think the reason the eval bar is a little bit pessimistic is because after rook takes e3, White moves the king up to f2, coordinating the rooks. And the move bishop c5 there, this could be hard to visualize for some people. I'm not going to make the moves on the board because I think we're going to see this on the actual board. White can intercept the bishop with bishop to d4. And a little bit later, I'm jumping the gun here, Robert, but the pawn on c7 is a long-term weakness, and White has just the perfect way to attack it by bringing the rook to c1. There's also some positional weaknesses on the queen side. May seem unimportant right now, but if White repels the initiative, then all of these factors are going to make their presence felt.
The good news, though, for Fedoseev is his bishop on b7, unopposed on a very long diagonal. And he will have 3 pawns for a knight. So I think that even if he doesn't immediately win the game, which is unlikely to happen, he does have the confidence that what remains in his position is sufficient to at least hold the game. But I agree with you. If White can play knight e to d2 here and then parry off the threats, it would be a position that both players have chances, a 3-result game.
3-result game indeed, and White is burning a ton of clock trying to figure out that move. He's finally played it, but he's down now 4 minutes on the clock, more like 3 minutes, that is. But Vladimir has, I agree, great practical chances in the end game. But things have finally settled down here, so I think a good opportunity for us to keep going around the horn and reviewing some of the other top games. Of course, Levon, Dmitry Andreikin, a couple of players with 3 out of 3. Dmitry has a relatively tame position against Eduardo, so I'll give you the final say. We can go to Andreikin's game. We can go to Musard against Anton Hikaru, which is continuing to heat up.
Yep, let's definitely go there because that position is really awesome. You see the king did get to g1 for White. That's the good news. The black king's still on f7, and White hasn't attacked the king. So you dragged the black king out, and what's about to happen? Castling by hand. The king goes back to g8. The rooks are connected for black, and you're not going to play g5 here. I mean, you can do that. I just think that you're helping black out. What's in the path of the rook on f8? The knight on f6. So I think that g5, you're hoping for an attack. You're just not going to get one.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation where the fact that you have moved your pawns away from their initial positions is both a blessing and a curse. It might give you the attacking firepower that you need, but it is also consigning the king to a lifetime of danger, especially given Black's rooks, which are really X-raying these crucial files. Black has knight takes g4 ideas after the king drops back. The other thing, though, is that the knight on e3 is actually trapped. Now, it's imprisoned, but it's got a nice hotel room. It's got a flat screen TV. It's kind of chilling, and White has no easy way to reinforce the pressure on the knight because you can never move the knight out of e2, which would be necessary if you had wanted the rook from e1 to attack the knight, because the g3 knight will also be hanging.
And now that you mention it, it's not completely out of the question for Black. In order to give the knight some real estate to play the move d5 to d4, I don't typically want to sacrifice a pawn, but you can't take the knight on e2 because the g3 knight is, and he goes g5. This is a problem, Daniel. You know what's happening? From the very opening, White was all in with ambitious play and an attack. But here...
Queen e5.
Oh, Queen e5. Yeah, double attack.
It. He just blundered that move. LPDO.
Loose pieces do drop off.
Goodbye. Attack.
I wasn't expecting -3 or whatever the bar says. I can't really see it. It's too small on my screen here. But it's completely winning for Black because if you're dropping g5, then you have no attack at all. Black's up a pawn, and White's king's in even worse shape. So he goes g6, but now the king can go back to g8. And unless you can get a rook on the h-file and a queen there going to h8, there's nothing.
I think a lot of players, when they look at this position, they get very scared because you recognize the mating pattern. You see that pawn on g6. But you have to look concretely, as you're saying. Even putting one piece on the h-file, that's easy to achieve. What are you threatening? The h7 square is permanently defended. White is busted here, but Black needs a couple more accurate moves. I would consider starting with queen g5 in order to pin this knight and generate potential tactical threats like knight to h5. But listen, 3 minutes on the clock. Musard is such a tricky defender. He's not going down gentle into that good knight.
No, he certainly isn't. I like your ideas with both queen g5 and maybe starting with knight h5. Maybe there's no big difference between the two. But it's funny. We're talking about knight f6 being a defender, but as we kind of were indicating as well, there is no attack. So even if knight moves from f6, you need your queen on h7, not a rook there. So knight h5 looks very powerful for Black. Let's trade pieces, remove some of the defenders from the white king. And because the knight on e3 is an aggressor and the knight on e2 is just sitting passively defending, Black is much better here with both of the rooks coordinated as well.
That's a great breakdown. And knight h5 was the best move. That would have kept a -4 advantage. He's gone queen g5. And this is the drawback. White gets the rook to h2, and you're not in time to play knight h5. So I put that idea in David's mind. I feel like knowing his playing style, he might go c5 and d4 and just try to accentuate the pressure. But if you give White too long, Robert, guess what? King h1, rook g1, we were dismissive about white's attacking chances, but give the rooks enough tempi, and there will be hell to pay if you allow some sort of a discovery with knight f5. So I actually feel like queen g5 might have been a serious practical mistake, even if it keeps an objectively winning position.
And playing c5 and d4 is super difficult because the black king's in a mating net. If that pawn on d5 were not there, look at that diagonal. It's opened up, and the black king could be in danger. It wouldn't lead to checkmate just yet. Black has a number of pieces to protect the king with, but rook e6 is a great move. Let's keep our position solid, and the g6 pawn is a target. We could play knight f6 to d7, for example, and go after the g6 pawn directly. So I like rook e6. You can also double your rooks in the e file if the knight e3 ever becomes attacked. So really good decision making by black in this position, and with 2 minutes and 30 seconds approximately per side, I think that black's chances are great.
Yeah, he's still very much in control. I don't want to overhype white's chances, but rook to h3 is a sneaky move because it reinforces the knight on g3. And you also can't fall asleep on the prospect of f3, f4. Right now, though, it just gives black the g4 square and makes things even worse. So I wonder, what is white's next move after knight to d7? Is he trying to set up some sort of check on h8? I don't think he can make that happen. Anything come to mind? Maybe, knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
Oh, that's the idea.
He protected his knight over there on g3, allowing for knight d4. King h1, rook g1 idea. Still, we have to consider those. But yeah, knight can hop to d4 because the knight on g3 is defended. This game is so sharp. And now David Anton, who is down to 1 minute 45 seconds to calculate this?
No, this is getting hard. Oh, my lands. And there's some even... Yeah.
I was going to say, what moves come to mind for you besides knight d7 or rook f to e8?
c5. I think you might have to play c5 and play prophylactically, as anticlimactic as it is. You have to cover the d4 square, and Musard continues to generate serious threats. Now queen takes g6, runs into knight f4, but the eval bar drops even further. There's probably some immediate win here, and it's just d4. Just driving the pawn in, reinforcing the knight. White's just running out of ideas here.
So queen d2, stepping backwards, didn't seem correct. King h1 was one of the ideas we talked about, but great play from black, taking away the d4 square because that knight wanted to hop forward. And now the knight e3 is safe, which means the queen can move away. Still, don't walk into a fork. b4, trying to undermine the defense of the d4 pawn. I like that, but why not just b6?
He's going to try c3 and queen a2. I know Jules. I played him enough blitz games to know exactly how his dirty mind thinks here, but that's not going to help. That's like trying to pinch a dinosaur. I mean, queen a2 doesn't even do anything anymore.
Yeah, the dinosaur looks more like Barney here. You know, it can be scary for some. I had nightmares with Barney when I was a kid, but for others, it's like, yeah, there's nothing going on. Rook takes f3, take that pawn, go after all of white's forces. The king on g1 is in harm's way.
Yeah, white's position is repulsive, suffering from halitosis. Remember that? CGC commentary.
I remember that, where you were surprised that I knew what it meant. And I don't think either player has stinky breath. They probably brushed their teeth. But a dinosaur undoubtedly did.
Man, that was so smooth. I really have no words. I don't think Jules Musard has any moves here, and he might not have any time after the next move. He is getting massacred on the king side. David Anton is cooking with some fish oil. He's going to have 4-4, and he is trailed by a pack of dinosaurs, including Sam Shankland. Lots of people on 3-4, Robert. But all the top games are still going. And Dmitry Andreikin is trying to convert an extra exchange against Ettore Zaga. And I think he's not doing such a bad job of it.
Let's look at it, because this one looks like a win for black. Let's go to that other game. And what is happening here? It is 5 pawns for black, 4 for white. That b4, bishop c3, that configuration is actually really annoying to take down because they protect each other. And if you leave the b file, don't be surprised if that pawn starts pushing up the board. So, Daniel, closer to a win for white or a draw, and black is happy?
Knowing Dmitry and knowing his powers of realizing advantages, I would give the edge to white, largely because black is also down a minute. So, Andreikin, he's going to go e4 at some point, maybe even now. And what you want to try to do is get a pair of rooks off the board. If you get a pair of rooks off the board, it might still be a draw because of the presence of this additional b-pawn. There's that e4 move. I think Dmitry is going to push this for a long time. He can try rook b8 and rook e8. So plenty of opportunities left for white. Obviously, objectively, this should be a draw, no question about it. Speaking of draws, looks like Alireza's game is approximately balanced, so we should go to that one as well at some point.
Okay, I like what you were saying about this one, by the way, though. Just about there could be a checkmating net with g4 and g5 from white. So you have to be careful. But let's go elsewhere. This game does look knotted up for the moment.
It does indeed. So I'm changing my mind. I think Iturizaga might be able to save it. Let's quickly check into Ali Reza's endgame against Levon. I was about to say this game's going to end in a draw for sure. Now I'm not so sure because the pawn structure has gotten imbalanced on the king side, but they are about to have a repetition of moves if Ali Reza accedes to it, and he does not. With 16 seconds left, he pulls a Dingli Ren and declines the repetition.
But that could backfire because the e4 pawn was covering d5 and f5. So knight g7 comes to mind. I want to reroute that knight into f5 with check and go after your pawns. That was a big choice. All of white's forces. Look at that. Knight on c4, knight d3, bishop c3, pawn f4, pawn e5. They're staring in that center there. But you have given an important light square to black.
Retreating knight mode. How many times do we say it? It's the hardest type of move to find. And this is where Levon's excellent time management, you could argue he plays too fast. This is where he leaves himself that additional 30, 45 seconds, which allows him to find these difficult moves and time scrambles. I think knight g7 could potentially be met with ef and knight e5. No, that blunders a fork to knight e4. Ali Reza has to be super accurate here. And I think he is being accurate.
And look at that. You could have taken on f5, but good awareness from Ali Reza that he would have doubled the black pawns, but they would have been undoubled shortly. And the black king would go e6, d5, and so on. So b7 is under attack.
Uh-oh.
So you have
king e6, knight f4.
Uh-oh. That was a mistake to capture then.
Very bad move by Levon. I think he forgot that white vacates the f4 square for his other knight, which is now a huge positional threat. The g6 pawn could be lost, and white's e-pawn could rumble forward under the right circumstances.
The G pawn's in trouble. The B7 pawn is under attack.
Woo!
I don't think the B7 pawn is that important. So I think that white should, knight after E3, giving up B7. If you take on B7, the knight goes to D5 and hits the bishop, hits the white B pawn as well. He does take it, but wait, E5 is loose.
King E6 is now possible because the F4 square is also under control.
Okay,
Who's
but
playing
King
for a
E6,
win now?
Knight back to D6 is available to Alireza Firouzja. How does black stave off the pressure? Because white is up a pawn.
Well, something like knight e3 comes to mind. Keep an eye on forks. Keep an eye on the f4 square, which, if it's relinquished by the d3 knight, would lead to some trouble. A trade on e3, followed by knight d6. Things are stabilizing here. Now king e6. Robert is still possible, although he has allowed a check on f4.
But e5 is now hanging because the bishop is off the board. So you go like king takes e5, knight g6, king d4, king c3, and go after those queenside pawns.
This is a 3-result game. I know that sounds crazy. Probably white is the one in the driver's seat. Ali Reza has to quickly go around and take that h5 pawn, and Levon is going to try to take on d6 in return.
So he wants it. Why did he do this? So he gave up the pawn like this. He just wants knight d5 takes b4.
Oh.
And maybe there are not enough pawns remaining for white. That's the issue. Knight b4, bishop a5. You
Don't
quickly
go king
get
f6.
rid of the pawns. No,
Do
definitely
not go king f6. What do you do, though? Bishop takes d6 cd, and Levon trying to stop the pawn with his knight.
No.
Knight's missed it. 98.
He walked in the fork.
He walked into the fork. Ali Reza
Wait,
misses
missed it. But he has it
still
again.
has it, though. He has it again.
But but he's giving up his pawns. Knight c5, knight b7 takes a5.
Unbelievable. That extra tempo allowed black to win the h-pawn and win the rest of white's pawns. Ali Reza missed it the first time.
Yes. And knight b7. And look at this. You know why that's brilliant? Because on the server, it's game drawn by insufficient material. The reason why is with best play from the side that's down 2 minor pieces, it is a draw. Now, you can walk into a checkmate. That does happen sometimes, but you should Google this. 2 knights checkmate. It is a theoretical draw, and the server concludes as much. And whoa, how did this happen? White
Sorry to cut you off. Those are great points. I just wanted to flip in the Andragon game, which I think is actually going to end in a draw, despite the fact that he's now got a full extra exchange, and that's because Iturizaga, is he playing for a win now? Is black playing for a win?
Oh, I guess you can't go king c1. It's very important, because then the bishop could be captured.
Oh, I can, and you promote. You lose your queen. Bishop g7. Bishop g7.
Oh my gosh, so bishop g7
I think that was winning for black. It was.
Oh. So play king b3 here. Play king b3.
It's draw. It's a draw. They repeated.
Oh my gosh! I thought he was trying to avoid repetition, but they have repeated moves just to show that, Danya, that instead of king c2 there, just a moment ago, that bishop back to g7 was winning because the rook can't leave the first rank, and the next move will be king c2.
And this is the chief difference, right? Rook d1, king a2. You go around from the other side, and the bishop is safely restraining the pawn. And white, amazingly, is unable to get to the f5 pawn. King d3, king c1, king c4, king. Look at this, king d2, king and king e3. Black is in time, and the bishop cuts off the king from the e5 square. King e6, king f4, and black will obviously give up the bishop for the pawn. what a chance missed by Terizaga to win that with black.
Hardly blame
great
him.
save.
That was so far down the line, and it looked like it could be losing for black, but the bishop cut off the king from e5. So great save from Terizaga. Andrei, I'm sure, will be a bit disappointed. But we're 4 rounds in the books, and I only see one player with a perfect score.
One player, and that player is David Antonio Hikaru, the Spanish phenom. He will be facing, most likely, Levon Aronian, the highest-rated player, with 3.5 out of 4. We've got one game in its closing stages. It is Sankalp Gupta, Indian Grandmaster, against the guy who defeated Arjun Erigaisi in round 1. We haven't heard Arjun Erigaisi's name again. He has been scuffling this tournament, and that's not because Arjun's a bad player. It's because this tournament is brutal.
It certainly is, and well, this position looks brutal for white. You are down in exchange, and unlike in that Terizaga game, there are no passed pawns for white. In fact, white's also down a pawn, and black has pawns that are running up the queen side. So this looks like a very one-sided affair, and that means 2 big scalps taken down by Nubera Shak here.
And he missed king f7, which would have ended the game immediately. It seems like he hasn't made any progress in like 5 years. In fact, he is making progress. He's eliminating white's kingside pawns. Queenside pawns, that is, and now the kingside pawns are gone, and now it's resign time.
That's unfortunate.
Right.
Yeah, this is game over, and 2 big wins. I mean, that's a great start so far.
Absolutely. And you might say, well, why are these IMs playing the tournament? They don't have a chance. Guess what? That's why there are over 50 spots across the 3 divisions with excellent prizes across the board. So even if you're not necessarily playing for first place, you're playing to gain invaluable experience, Robert. These are 10-minute games. These are serious games for these younger and less lower-rated players, which gives them a big push in classical career as well.
It does indeed. And well, 4 games are in the books. We have one player, David Anton, in the lead with a perfect 4-4. Diana, this is the moment where the players, they get a little bit of break. The fair play team makes sure that everything is settled. All players are on cameras from multiple angles, so it's okay. We're not worried about that, but the good news for the players, especially those who are trying to make those top 10 spots to vie for Division 1, they get a little bit of rest. Donnie and I will do the same, but when we return, it is more from this ChessKid Cup play-in when we return.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're gonna see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're gonna ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. When you see this guy, any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Rob,
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
my name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Look, is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
Won the
You
game.
won.
Coach.
Okay.
You won. That's
You
great.
won. Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQ pod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square. They can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
We are one step closer to seeing the chess finals of the Olympic Esports Series 2023. Thousands of contenders battle it out to reach the preliminaries, which will commence Thursday, May 4th. We are streaming all the action right here on twitch.tv/chess. Danya and I will have the call for that as well, but right now this is the ChessKid Cup, the third leg of the Champions Chess Tour. We're in the play-in phase, and we are in a 9-round Swiss. Danya, only one player has a 4-4 score. That is David Anton. I'm excited for the next 5 rounds.
I am as well. David Anton has a big X on his back. And how many times, Robert, have we seen players get off to a hot start, and they're facing a Levon Aronian, a Dmitry Andreikin, an Arjun Erigaisi, and before you know it, you've got 4 out of 7. So David cannot rest on his laurels. He needs at least a draw here if he wants to stay atop the tournament standings, because there is a big group with 3.5 out of 4.
Indeed, there are. They all are hungry. They want to chase down the leader. And David Anton will have a difficult pairing. So who is he playing in this 5th round of action?
He is playing Levon Aronian, and we will start from that game because David is in first place. He is playing the highest-rated player who's got half a point less than him. That is standard pairing technique and standard technique in the opening as well. We've got some sort of slightly weird Italian where both players have staked their claim, Robert, on the queen side.
It's the type of game that I've often seen from Mickey Adams and those players who they trade on e3, f takes e3. They play for an edge on the king side where the rook on f1 would have an open file, but black just says, yeah, well, you could take me on c5 as well. My double pawns aren't so bad. So who is going to end up with the double pawns?
Yeah, I never know what you're supposed to do in these types of positions. I'll tell you one thing, which is that bishop to b6 is out of the question here. That's a common way to try to trade on your own terms, but only when the pawn is on a7. Here, I think Levon does the most straightforward thing. He trades, he plays bishop b6, and will we see a quick draw after the trade at knight c3? We literally have a completely symmetrical position if black plays h6. So for David Anton, I think it's largely a question of approach and methodology. If he wants to keep some life on the board, I would play knight b to d2 and keep the tension.
I do think it's smart from Levon Aronian that, at this stage, you don't have to go all in. So if he can just equalize and make a draw against the very strong David Anton, who's taken part in the Champions Chess Tours of recent years. So I feel like for him, he's just, I'm going to make a draw. I'm going to try to keep my momentum. 4.5 out of 5. That's a great start for David, but C3 indicates Queen B3 is next.
Yeah, I think David is still trying to squeeze a little bit of life out of this game. But, of course, that could potentially backfire. I mean, if Black plays d5, then White has to figure out a way to maintain his control over the center, because the last thing I would want to do is rectify Black's pawn structure and hand over control of the center. So, if I'm Levon, I'm seriously contemplating fighting for the advantage of d5. He plays it.
And I just want to note, Danya, that something funny is happening. It's not funny for one player in particular, but Dmitry Kolar's not at his computer screen because his clock is running against Vladimir Fedoseev. You need to know when the breaks are. All other players did. So for Kolar's, I hope that he goes back soon. But if you're Fedoseev, you're looking at this like, wait, if my opponent doesn't show up, I get a free win with the black pieces. He'll certainly take that.
He will, and I've gone off on that a couple of times, Robert. As a player in these tournaments, you have to be at your computer 99% of the time. During the break, you go up, go to the bathroom, get some water, sit your you-know-what back down, and wait for the game to start. That is just a no-brainer, and we see this happen way too often with players who, I don't know what they do. They go onto the dance floor, they go to a restaurant between the games. You got to be at your computer, just like you would be at a real board in an over-the-board tournament.
Yes, and while this game is slow-moving, Donna, any more exciting games that we can head on over to?
Yes, there are. There are plenty, because there are plenty of players with 3.5 out of 4. Alireza Firouzja, his game is heating up. Sergey Volkov and Eduardo Iturrizaga have already drawn their game, so they are both on 4 out of 5 now. Let's go to Alireza Firouzja's game against Gregorio Parn, because we have a wide-open center, a Catalan that has turned uncharacteristically tactical, and a more pleasant position without question, I think, for Gregorio Parn thus far.
Yeah, but one of the big decisions is when or if does White play the move e5? Because if you play the move e5, you are hitting the knight on f6. You're letting the bishops stare at each other, but you also give Black that d5 square, and you put it in blue, and I would be feeling pretty blue if I allowed my opponent to hop to d5. But as you're also indicating, knight a4 is a very annoying threat, trying to take down that dark square bishop. So, Dada, what would you do with the white pieces here?
First, I'd say da-ba-dee-da-ba-da, and then I would decide between knight a4 and moving the queen. Right now, the ball is definitely in White's court. I would consider the move b3 if I'm Grisha, because the last thing you want is to give away the bishop. The bishop is a key cog in the machine. It keeps the knight protected. It's staring down the barrel of the king side. So if I'm Grigori, I'm investing one tempo for a prophylactic move. You can then drop the bishop back onto its fianchetto square, particularly if Black x-rays it with rook c8, and then you continue in very typical Catalan fashion. Rook c1, knight c4, which, by the way, he's decided to play immediately. So he's defending tactically against knight a4. Now he's created a counter threat of knight takes c6, trying to force Black's queen onto a more awkward spot. And this is a common problem, Robert, in the Catalan, where Black's queen actually has a lot of trouble finding 24-hour parking, because if it moves to the c file, you run into rook c1 or even knight b5. If you move to the e file, which you might have to do, and you lock the rook on f8, that's not something that you do because you want to do it. It's because you have to do it.
It's true. The e4 pawn is in trouble as well. So these types of positions, it's all about who is going to control the more important squares, whose pieces are going to be more active. But something that just happened, I have to note, if we go to the Denis Lazovic game against Vasif Durabeli, both players are there, but unfortunately, as happens sometimes in online chess, there was a mouse slip on Black's 6th move. So see that king on f8? You see that king sitting there? It wasn't intentional. Go back to move 6, Danya. Black was trying to castle, and instead of castling, look where that king ended up.
It's one of the worst and most infuriating mouse slips because of the damage that it does, right? You might not seem like such a big, I'll castle by hand. Well, in a position like this where you've given up control of the center, and d5 immediately, Lazovic, no mercy. Knight c5, knight d4. Ugh. Oh, God. Ugh.
Just brutal. And I mean, you could hardly blame Black for it. You see the glyph there giving it a question mark, which means that it did make Black's position worse. But you know what else made Black's position worse? That mouse slip on move 6. Just one of those sad days when you're playing chess and you're hoping to have a good score, and then your king ends up on f8, and the f file is open for a white rook, and a queen lands on h5. I think we know what's going to happen in this game.
Denis Lazovic is a monster. He's on 3 out of 4 right now. super solid, hard to beat. He'll be on 4 out of 5, and he'll join that big peloton who will be sitting on 4 out of 5 because presumably we'll have quite a few draws with players on 3.5 out of 4. Queen to d6, Vasif is still going to try as long as he keeps the f6 pawn alive. His king still can live to fight another day. Queen h6 check will be met with king e7. Then Vasif probably will try to quickly get a rook to g6. Dennis still has to show some technique. That's exactly what he's doing. This is amazing. This is Karpovian right here. Knight back to d1, heading for e3, saying, I don't care about the c4 pawn. And king e7 is met with knight e3. Look at that.
That is
That's
amazing
beautiful.
vision. Yeah, no, that is sweet stuff from Dennis Lavin. Now he's going to take on f6, and if Black could have defended that pawn, maybe he had some chances. But as you're indicating, Queen g5 to go for the e5 pawn, Knight e3, push that bishop back. Maybe the knight comes into f5. The bishop on g2 may end up on h3 at the right moment, keeping that king in a box on e8. Ooh, no, this is really bad news. And also, rook c6 at some moment. Rook e6 check is available because the f7 pawn is pinned. Too many good ideas, but yeah, rook c6 is a game ender.
This is just not the kind of mistake that you can commit against someone of Denis Lazovic's caliber. Mark my words, he's going to be 2,700. I see it.
I think, Donnie, that a lot of the top players already consider him at that rating. It's just
Exactly.
how good he is. Yeah, so let's we don't want to look at this too much longer. It is very unfortunate for Vasif Durabeli, who mouse slipped and played king f8. He is losing this game. Denis Lazovic doesn't care how it's done. As long as he gets it done, he'll go to 4 out of 5. So let's head on over somewhere else. This is too difficult to look at.
Maybe on Draken against Bernatsky, because those are two more players who are on 3.5 out of 4. Dmitry Draken has already dispatched a couple of strong players. He failed to convert that endgame against Eduardo Iturrizaga. Actually could have lost it at the end, but now he's got the white pieces against Vitaly Bernatsky, and at King's Indian, disaster. A massive King's Queenside attack here with the knight coming to c4. Black hasn't even gotten off his ground. He hasn't put his pants on, and he's already losing his bishop.
Oh my gosh, the bishop just lost. It's trapped in there. And look at this structure. White has all of his pawns on light squares, and the bishop on a4 is trapped in enemy territory. So if you just go back a couple moves, Danya, when that knight went to a4, we understand what Bernatsky was thinking by bringing the knight to a4. He doesn't want to backtrack to b7 because that knight is dominated by White's pawn, so he goes forward, but he gets his piece trapped, and this was just a really bad King's Indian for Black.
The reality is, even if b5 didn't exist after knight c4, White is positionally winning because Black hasn't gotten off the ground on the king side. I don't understand how they even reached a position in which it seems like White has made 6 or 7 moves to get the queen side open. Black has made 1. He's played knight e8. He hasn't even managed to push the f-pawn. And the King's Indian, listen, I love the King's Indian. It's a lifelong opening for me, but it can also be very, very hard to play in this rapid time control because you need to be ultra precise in your move order. You need to know exactly when to attack on the king side and when to defend on the queen side. Vitaly Bernatsky, this is going to be a forgettable one for him. And another win for Dimon Draken, who is on a rampage.
Not a player that anyone wants to face. And as we start thinking who might end the after 9 rounds in the top 10, reminder to everybody that the top 10 are playing for Division 1. There are 5 spots up for grabs against Magnus Carlsen. He is not playing in the ChessKid Cup. He's an over-the-board tournament that he will be taking part in. So that leaves 5 spots available. And, well, that bishop on a4 has no squares available. Rook a1, bishop takes b5. Just take the queen. Your queen on c4 is defended by 2 minors. An extra piece, and that is game over. Dmitry Draken goes to 4 out of 5.
Incredible performance by Dmitry. I think we have to jump right to Alireza Firouzja's game because it continues to heat up. That Catalan, the center opened up. Now the king side is opened up. Let's see if Grigorio Parin is successfully handling the tension. I think he's not. I think he might have blundered into some sort of f3 knight f4 trick. Look at Alireza's knights.
Yeah, that is going to be good knight to a minor piece for White. I mean, f3, the bishop can take, but knight f4, as you're indicating, the knight on c4 is loose. There's also kingside pressure. The open f-file can only favor Black, so f3 is a big opportunity. And even if he doesn't play f3, we just saw how knight a4 backfired from Bernatsky. Black could play knight a4 here, and I really don't think you're going to complain.
Knight a4 with threatened knight c3. f3 is still on the horizon, and I think Alireza, the fact that he's thinking essentially tells you that he sees the move f3. I love the way Alireza's playing thus far in the tournament. He's getting his types of positions. He is just unstoppable in situations where he's got a long-lasting attack against his opponent's king. His time management is excellent as well. So, the rumors of Alireza Firouzja's demise in chess are greatly overblown. He's still got the magic.
He certainly does, and this position is just one where his knights are going to hop into key squares. I think f3, it may not be clear. He does play it, but at first glance, it's not like black is winning all of this material on the spot, but knight c5 into d3 hits the rook on e1, hits the knight on c4. The bishop on f3 is loose, and loose pieces drop off. So this is just devastating right now, and Firouzja pounced.
He pounced, and he's doing it quickly and confidently. Oparna has to figure out some way to stay afloat here. I don't see it, though, because if he moves his knight, then knight takes e5 and knight takes f3 would generate even more serious threats against white's king, because without the protection of your light squared bishop, black could potentially stick a queen on e4. I would love to be Ali Reza here right now. This has been amazing, amazing play. How do you beat a Catalan like this in 26 moves?
Just be Ali Reza Firouzja. That seems to be the solution, and there is no solution for white's many problems in the position, so we trust Ali Reza Firouzja to go to 4.5 out of 5. And Grigory Oparin, super strong player, just transferred to the U.S. Chess Federation. He plays in the American flag. He's a student, or he has been, at the University of Missouri. So, he is somebody is dangerous, but unfortunately, he met a very informed Ali Reza Firouzja. So let's go away from here, Danya. I don't think that Grigory would like us looking at this position anymore. I know you've known him for quite a long time as well. But, yeah, let's do him a favor and go elsewhere.
His Catalan didn't work out this game, so maybe in the next game he'll play a Dagalan. Let's go to Dmitry Kolar's game against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Oh my god!
Sorry, I got possessed there for a second.
I feel like we're suddenly the Nickelodeon NFL games where we have slime and all this kid-friendly puns. So good on you. I remember as a kid, Cat Dog was a show. Did you ever watch that show?
No. I watched Scooby-Doo and Teletubbies, and that was basically it.
You kind of remind me of a Teletubby, but David Howell has that one under lock and key in the costume. But this game here, what's going on? So there's a queen trade offered. White has a bishop pair and a healthier pawn structure. Looks like clear advantage for white.
No question about it. Kolarz has a dream position against Fedoseev, against whom you want nothing tactical. You want things to be as positional as possible, but a big decision to make. You can keep the rooks on the board. He decides to trade to eliminate any risk, and he plays b4, just grabbing control of these dark squares and essentially guaranteeing that black will forever suffer with the weakness of the c7 pawn. You can move it up to c6, but that bishop on b7 might start complaining. Fedoseev just has to curl up into a ball and hope for the best.
Yeah, because one of white's major ideas is a4. I love how you draw. We know each other that well. It's like telepathy at this point.
I know,
yeah, a4, a5, b5, spring free a pass outside pawn, and black will not have the resource to defend. And look at this move, f3. If black does play c6, I think we know where that king is going. It is zooming right to the b6 square, and that also should result in a winning. I feel like this endgame is won by white 95 out of 100 times.
Especially when both sides have, let's say, under 4 minutes, because to defend this successfully, you need to be perfect. You need to know exactly when to play knight d6, when to play c6. I just don't see Fedoseev successfully dealing with the challenges of this position. Dmitry Kolarz, another one of those players. We talked about it, Robert, at the start of the tournament. I think most people in the chat, they've heard his name. They've seen him play regular games on chess.com. And the guy is over 2,600, super bright future. And these types of players tend to be overshadowed by all the Arjun Aragaisis, Nihal Sarins and Ali Reza Firouzjas, but they are nothing to sneeze at.
Definitely not. We usually sneeze on the truth, but in this case, Dan, you're gonna like this one. Kolar me purple. I think that Dmitry Kolarz is in the driver's seat. His king is really heading towards the queen side. And for Fedoseev, who is a great player, we've seen him in Division 1 at the Chessable Masters. He doesn't like positions like this. Right? This is not really his style, where he has to defend passively. But what he wants is to trade that knight for the light square bishop, even if it costs him 1 pawn, maybe even 2. If the knight and the light square bishop comes off, we get opposite colored bishops, that is black's best chance to survive this.
My goodness, Vladimir really got grabbed by the collar here.
Oh.
Now,
knight b5.
Bishop, and this is the thing, this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to force white into a decision. He's trying to milk some time off Dmitry's clock in forcing him to consider bishop takes b5. Now, I'm not sure what to make of that resulting endgame. My intuition tells me it's winning, even though there's opposite colored bishops, but Dmitry doesn't want any of it. He wants to keep the same pieces on the board and leave open the option of a4, which is now a big threat.
This is a better move in a blitz time scramble. because you keep the same pieces. You know you have the advantage. You could play a4. You could throw in a bishop f5 check. I'm not sure it's useful, but you could force that king back a little bit more. And I feel like for white, you could even consider the move c4 here because you have bishops. They're long-range pieces. You want to open the board for both sides. That way you can aim at the king side and the queen side. The downside of trading pawns, though, is that fewer remain, and maybe black will be able to sacrifice a piece for a couple pawns, and there will not be enough material remaining to win the game.
And speaking of downsides, the downside of a4 is that it does allow knight c3, but after a5, knight a4 is almost mate, but white has the d4 square. That's exactly what happens. Now b5, as we had pointed out earlier, is a serious idea. You have to watch out for c5 in response to b5. So black can use a little bit of trickery here to stay afloat. Vladimir doing everything he can to keep chances alive, but I think his chances continue to dwindle nonetheless.
But white could be one move too slow because bishop e2 and then b5 would be automatic. But if bishop e2, knight c4, giving up a knight and a pawn for a bishop, that's a bad trade materially speaking, but you get rid of the light square bishops. So bishop f5 check, that's a good move. Let's go active here. And where's the black king going? Because if you play king to d8, Danya, let's not forget about the king side. h4 and g4 and h5 and g5, and you're going to create a passed pawn over there.
A passed pawn, or you're going to induce a major weakness such as the move f6, which allows white's bishop to infiltrate from the other side. And once the d5 pawn is lost, you can basically resign. This is what you're pointing out. You need to keep track of so many moving parts when you're on the defending side. And at this point, even if you play perfectly, I don't think it's enough. The one thing, though, after king d8, don't play bishop e5 because you're allowing the move g6. G6 is actually a very serious positional threat because white's bishop suddenly feels a little bit confined. I would consider the prophylactic move c3 on top of your suggestion of h4.
Yeah, g6 does have the downside that it leaves the h6 pawn under attack, so you'd have to spend another turn. But the knight gets back to c4. So black is hoping that with the king on c6 and the knight on c4, there's just enough. And I'm still not seeing it, but that c5 idea you mentioned earlier, Donna, if king b5 and c5 check, the a5 pawn could be a bit loose. So there are some chances here for black to hold, even though white is the one controlling both sides of the board.
Just don't play f6 here because bishop e6 ends the game on the spot. It's very tempting to prevent g4, g5, but Fedosseev has to figure out a way to basically keep the status quo. There's king b5 as he tries to cause as many problems as possible in white's time pressure. I would ignore the glyphs here because he's just trying to be as practical as possible. By the way, Levon Aronian and David Antonio drew their game. Oh my gosh, c5.
Yo, but that clearly was a huge inaccuracy. It took it from a winning advantage, and c5 check now is available to black. It's played. Fedosseev is working his way out of this.
And he's going to take on a5 with a knight. And then if you play bishop to d6, there's knight to b3 check. There's knight to c6 check. Unbelievable. A huge oversight by Dmitry, who just forgot about that move.
And, well, Vladimir has not taken the pawn yet, but knight takes a5 is automatic. Bishop d3 check is what I would play, just to kick that king out of there. But then there's just king c6. The king is walking back in front of the pawn, and you have to stop knight b3. So, wait, he allowed it.
He allowed knight b3, but I think he's going around the backside of bishop f8.
That's brilliant, actually. I understand that the eval bar is saying that most of white's advantage is gone, but in a scramble like this, we're going into bullet territory. Bishop f8 just threatens to win the game.
Yeah. You're just going to take everything. You're going to take g7, h6, and this is what you pointed out earlier. That is why you bring pawns up. A lot of young, newer players, they find this to be mysterious. You know, where is this pawn going? Well, you're preparing for the eventuality when you get to that h6 pawn, but he's gone the wrong direction. King to e3, apparently another mistake. Is it because he's allowed a5, the pawn rumbling forward, and black creating counterplay? Or does black take on c5?
I think you could take on c5, but precisely what you were saying, Danya, with the a pawn rumbling, king e5 was too scary. The a pawn would just keep going. But the c3 pawn and then the d pawn might rumble. Black could win this.
Black could absolutely win this. And that's why white's king had to go back to d3 and actually allow black to take on c5 with check. Fedosseev investing one tempo to liquidate as many pawns as possible, make it as long as possible for white to promote with one of these kingside pawns. This is amazing, amazing play by Vladimir.
G6 was completely off my radar. Black could have taken c3 or c5, but as you said, he is trying to get rid of white's most active pawn, the furthest up the board, and that means that trying to queen a pawn will take longer. Brilliant play from Fedosseev, who's trying to get d4 in.
He's playing for a win here. I know that sounds crazy, but at this point, white has lost control of this game. The f-pawn is nowhere near promotion, and both of black's pawns, the red carpet is rolled out. They can start rumbling forward, a5 or d4. got to decide which one. It's a complete 3-result game right now.
I'm playing A5. I'm trying to get that outside pass one off the board. He plays it, and if you take on H6, C5 falls. So D4. How is he stopping both pawns?
I think he's going to play bishop takes H6 and prepare to give a bishop up for the pawn. But Black could absolutely win that if he can keep White's protected passers controlled. Of course, that's a big if. Knight D4, allowing bishop G7.
Wow, that's actually really smart. Because if you trade on D4, the king takes back C6, the bishop just moves out the way, and Black has both passed pawns, A5 and D5, and they're moving very quickly.
They're moving quickly, so Black could even give away the bishop for the C pawn and still win the game, even if White's king can stop one pawn. The other pawn might be unstoppable. This is dangerous for Dmitry. He could lose this. Bishop C8, probably a draw, though. Or do you play king C3 and play for a win? No.
But bishop A6 was ultra precise, because if the bishop started on C8, then bishop D7 would have been White's move, because the pawn was still on C6. So bishop A6 back to C8 on the yo-yo string. Excellent play from Fedoseev.
But here comes Dmitry with his passed pawns. Dmitry is trying to promote his f-pawn, but look at Black's bishop. It is the hero of this position. It is holding everything together, and Vladimir's just going to go around, take the c-pawn, and this one, I think, is now officially going to no. Bishop b7 wins the g-pawn, but here comes Dmitry. Bishop h3.
So king b6, and then king c5. I guess it doesn't really matter no matter what. This should be a draw, but he's going after it.
Is Dmitry trying to lose this? He's going to g6 with king e5, f6, and White is in the nick of time here. Or is he?
So king f8, what is another move there? But
f6
yeah, unfortunately, there are no pieces remaining. So you would like to get your a-pawn going, but the bishop will sacrifice itself for it.
You could even go king e5 and leave that bishop on pre. Oh, this is close. But Dmitry is just in time. The game ends in a draw. The very fact that we were talking about Black playing for a win is crazy. What a save by Mr. Fedoseev.
And then great resilience from Fedoseev and from Kolarz at the end. They're not getting rattled when things started looking like they're out of control. Let's go to Lazovic against Nodirbek. Somehow that game is still going, and it looked completely winning for White earlier, but now are we... Ooh, the eval bar is changing.
It's still winning because White has too many pawns, but look at Nodirbek trying to hold it together. H7 and king g6, though, and Black is breathing his last breaths here.
Yeah, I think the engine was just catching up to the new position, and we see that king f8 is met by e7 check and king g7, and this game is over. It's a win on time, but it was also on the board because of that mouse slip.
Indeed, and that means we've got only a handful of games still remaining. I'm going to flip on the one that's likeliest to go on for the longest, which is a rook and this is a rook and knight position. It seems like we have one of these in every round of a Title Tuesday, Robert. It's like somebody's always going to reach this endgame. And of course, it's much easier to defend rook and knight versus rook as opposed to rook and bishop versus rook.
Yeah, these positions is because the knight, when it blocks a check, say in the middle of the board, it doesn't control the same squares that bishop does, right? A bishop on e5 covers many important escape squares for a king on the rim. But this looks like a draw. Kovalenko, he finished third in a recent Title Tuesday. He put a photo on Twitter. I saw that where he's on the front lines in Ukraine and still finishing third in Title Tuesdays, beating Hikaru Nakamura. Unbelievable stuff.
Huge kudos to Igor Kovalenko. The guy's a trooper, I mean, literally. And it's interesting, this rook and knight versus rook endgame. I was doing a little historical investigation recently. Now, in the case of rook and bishop versus rook, Francois Philidor thought that the side of the rook and bishop wins in any position. Then Howard Staunton came along, and in 1849, this chess player's handbook, I think he was the first to decisively claim that both rook and knight versus rook and rook and bishop versus rook are a draw with best defense. So we think they didn't know anything in the 1800s. They absolutely did. Staunton spends over 20 pages analyzing these two endgames.
I love the chess historian that you are. Everyone knows Edward Winter, but I'm talking about Daniel Naroditsky. You do so much reading. For everybody out there, Daniel will send me texts with actual text from 1612 or whatever, and he's like, look at Damiano. And I'm like, Danya, I barely woke up. Why are you telling me about Damiano and Ver Lopez? But this endgame, as you said, yeah, nerds indeed. But this endgame should be a draw with proper play, although strong players have in fact lost this endgame, especially when they're in time trouble.
I have only had to defend this exactly once against Mark Narciso Dublon, Spanish GM. He played all 50 moves out. I accidentally got my king to the last rank, but I managed to hold it together by the skin of my teeth. I also had to defend rook and bishop versus rook against Alex Yermolinsky, also successfully. But that is so much harder because here the technique is very simple. Your king is fine on the last rank as long as you're able to give the back rank checks with your rook and you don't miss a fork, obviously.
Yeah, the bishop can slowly help the king press forward. The knight is not as good at this long-range pin. It's a problem for black to deal with because you move your king to d4, then you get checked again. So your king will often have to step back, as we just saw here, and if it goes to c4, you give a check. But if you go here, still rook pinning the knight, and this is a known draw. But the players, why not play it out? Although they did just make a draw.
Indeed, and we've got a couple other eye-popping results. B. Harshavardhan, Indian IM, defeated Sam Shankland with the black pieces. So Sam, despite a good start in the tournament, he's been scuffling the last couple of rounds, and he will need to be perfect the rest of the way because we're already 5 rounds in. We've got 3 players, Robert, tied for first on 4.5.
Yeah, so we see who's risen to the top. It includes Andreykin, Firouzja, and David Anton. And Levon Aronian, he's playing Dmitry Andreykin, which should leave Firouzja and David Anton to duke it out.
Duke it out they are. I'm going to flip on that game, which is a Hikaru Khan in a very fashionable line. This knight f3 d3 plague has taken the world by storm. Everybody and their brother seems to play it. I think Alirez's brother also actually plays this line. And Anton responds with the move g6.
Yeah, just trying to fiend counter the bishop. People may think, why not d takes e4, d takes e4, trade the queens? White plays that for a win, despite the king being unable to castle. So we actually are going to see more of a fight with this line. G6 is met by e5, shutting down the diagonal before the bishop even reaches g7. And then we kind of have like a very weird situation. It's a Caro-Kann where g6 is included, but white's pawn's on d3 should be advantage black, at least from an opening perspective.
And a lot of weird pawn play in the center. Now they're getting more of a French advanced type of structure if white plays d4. The chief difference is that black's bishop has a pathway to move to g4. And typically, when you get that French structure with the bishop already developed, it's a very favorable version. But you could pay the price for playing g6 because the fianchetto is standard fare, but that bishop on g7 is obviously biting on granite. So the big question, can white keep his center intact? I do like the way David Anton is handling the opening, though. He's played with a lot of confidence. He's played with a lot of verve thus far in this tournament.
Yeah, he's entertaining us. And what more could we ask for from the players? Are you not entertained? These players are over-the-board gladiators, and I think that you're pointing out a very important tactic because knight takes d4. It's like, didn't white just walk into
an
where
analysis
you
board.
lose material? Yeah, let's definitely show that. Because knight takes d4 would be a game-ending blunder, but not from white, from black. Take that knight on d4. After bishop takes d1, bishop b5 is check. The only way to interpose that check is with the queen. I take your queen, you take back, and I get your bishop at the end. White is a piece ahead.
White is a piece ahead because he's got 2 knights and black only has 1. And white will be saying good night. I should also point out that even if you didn't have this, you'd have the move queen a4 check, a move you always have to check for when your opposing king is not developed, because here black has to drop the knight back and you drop the bishop. So knight takes d4 is bad no matter how you slice it. There's no way that David is seriously considering it. As we go back to live board, he is obviously thinking about the order in which he wants to develop his kingside pieces. You often see the idea of knight h6, knight f5 in the French and in this structure by extension. And of course, queen b6 is oftentimes automatic. So a lot of choices here positionally to be made by David Anton.
Yes, no, that's why he is taking his time, and he is down about a minute on the clock. Alireza Firouzja, speedster. He has been playing in a bunch of Title Tuesdays, and e6 played. So it's a refusal to develop that dark square bishop. And maybe there's a future where it stays on its f8, a3 diagonal, goes out to b4 with a check, as you're highlighting here, because after bishop takes f3, the knight will recapture to keep d4 defended, but that opens up the diagonal and that bishop b4 check. And by the way, the light square bishop for white is going to be terrible in these positions.
Absolutely. It has no targets. It has nowhere to be, right? If it's on f3, it's biting on granite. If it's on e2, it's okay. It's preventing the pin, obviously, but it leaves a lot to be desired.
I kind of like black's position. I don't play these structures, but I don't like that pawn on d4. It's going to be a long-term target. And if you can trade the bishop for the knight and then the dark square bishops, d4 is going to be under fire.
It is. And again, you always have to contextualize these positions against the framework of the time control, right? Less than 10 minutes for both sides to start the game. So a position where black has a very, very clear plan, and here there is a clear plan of attacking that d4 pawn, is going to give you a more practical game, even if the engine likes the space advantage and, likes the fact that the pawn on e5 is controlling some key central squares.
Agreed completely. So I like David Anton's position. I don't love his clock management thus far. He still has over 7 minutes remaining. That's the good news. But time scrambles, that's when advantages are lost, or positions that are holdable are not held because you just don't have enough time to calculate. So I'm starting to get concerned about his time already, despite the early stage.
And I'm also starting to get concerned about the position on board 2 between Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin. So we'll go to that very shortly as we have a look at Alireza Firouzja. He's cupping his head in his hands, and he's just kind of watching Black's clock tick down.
He wants to get back into Division 1 so badly.
Oh, yeah.
The Air Things Masters, it was not a great showing from the Wonderkind, who now plays under the French flag. But for Alireza, he was 2,800, as you mentioned. He made it to the candidates. That was not a good showing from him. I mean, it didn't seem like he was the Firouzja that we've come to expect. And we did just see Bishop before. And I was going to say this earlier, but I wanted the players to show it to us. King F1. Firouzja understands, much like Bobby Fischer talked about back in the 60s and 70s, what piece trades you want. Dark squared bishop is necessary for white to defend d4 and also to attack at f6. Never play that move, Danya. It's a mistake here.
It's a mistake. I don't like anything that David Anton has done the last couple of moves, and what he hasn't done it fast enough. But queen a4 by Alireza, I thought he was going to take on f6 and get that control over the dark squares in the center. Instead, he's trying to trade on his own terms. He's pinning the knight. And obviously, f takes e5 would be met with knight takes e5. That looks pretty unthinkable to me. But maybe David Anton can exploit the vulnerability of white's queen and move his own queen to the equivalent square on his side of the board.
Yeah, we will dive into that in a moment. I just have to take us to the Levon Aronian game against Dmitry Andreikin.
Yes.
We know how solid Andreikin is, how difficult he is to defeat. It takes a player of Levon Aronian's caliber to take him down. And look at this.
Oh, no! It's over.
It's completely lost.
Oh,
yeah,
my lands.
This is white is up a clean exchange, and maybe even more after bishop takes rook and pawn to f4 or something like that. But the game is completely one-sided. Andreikin, this is devastating for him.
I'm going to put it bluntly. I, as an Alapin player, have had this exact line against him so many times, and white is just better in this endgame according to theory. I'll rewind a couple of moves, if I may, very quickly. So they followed a main line of the Alapin Sicilian, right? And Dmitry has shown a predilection for this knight to b6 variation, but this resulting endgame is just bad for Black. Black is suffering from a lack of space. Black is suffering from dark square weaknesses on the king side, but perhaps more importantly, just no active prospects for that French bishop on c8, more like a Sicilian bishop in Levon. Look how quickly and how confidently he plays. Rook f d1, and oh my gosh, he makes things worse with an elementary blunder. Just knight c7, bishop a7. Not Dmitry's finest day.
He took a pawn in the center, but gave a pawn on the flank and lost a rook for a bishop. Look at this, f4. The point is bishop c5 check. It looks like it's scary for white because if you go to h1, there's like knight g4, but you're not actually threatening anything. The rook can just take on d7. There are no useful discovered checks. It would have been a clean extra rook for white. And after rook c1, as you're indicating, I think this is bye-bye. And
rook c1, I think Dmitry will try bishop c6, but then the knight can desperado sack itself on e6. He can't even take it because bishop takes c6 is a fork against the king and the rook. This is just a couple of moves away from resignation, maybe even one move away from resignation. Look at Levon Aronian's clock. That's the most debilitating, demoralizing thing about this. He spent right around 2 minutes to crush Dmitry Andreikin in 20 moves like a bug.
You don't expect this when you see two super grandmasters of this caliber. Dmitry Andreikin, he's going to be frustrated. But this is a game that I would consider resigning and taking this time to restore my confidence, to maybe get something to eat, to refresh myself, because it doesn't feel like there's much hope here for Black at all.
Knight takes c6 probably works out. I would spend a little bit of time calculating because Black's bishops, you don't want to let them run amok on these diagonals, or you could get forked on d3, for example. So Levon, he's left himself with plenty of time to calculate the ramifications. Obviously, f takes c5, bishop takes c7 is winning for white. Do not take on d7 in that position because of bishop b6 check, recovering the rook on c1 when the d8 square is under Black's control.
Yeah, that's a very deep line, hard to visualize. So let's just put that on the board. We'll bring up an analysis board so we can show you, because this is an important tactic. It looks like white is stealing another piece in the position, but after f takes e5, bishop c7, rook d7, as Danya said.
Sorry, go ahead. Is there a crazy tactic with rook c7 and bishop a4?
Oh, you're just a madman. This is a back rank checkmate. Fabi struggled with this yesterday during the World Championship, so I have you back, and rook d8 checkmate will be unstoppable if the bishop moves, and that means black loses a piece. But just show that other variation as well, because this would be lights out, but rook d7 would backfire with bishop b6 check.
Eval bar drops completely, and it's a moot point that the d8 square is protected because black takes on c1 with check and is able to hold the b7 pawn with bishop c7. Levon, I think he sees it. I think he's making sure that this is a win, and he's going for it. What a game by Levon. Watch him take c7 and watch him win the game.
In the live position, rook takes c7. It would be a sick move. That's heartbreaking. Or not even heartbreaking, soul-crushing is what I want to say. When you know you're lost and then someone comes up with this tactic, so move after move, you're overlooking ideas, it feels like, and oh, gosh.
Over 6 minutes on his clock, and Andreykin will resign in this position. There's nothing left to play for. He goes down a full minor piece. There it is, the double exclam. That glyph, the one that everybody looks forward to getting.
I think that Levon deserves it for this game. Giving up a rook for a bishop, that was his material advantage. But he says, you can have that back. I'm then going to win your other bishop. This is game over. Great find by you, Danya, and impressive play from Levon Aronian.
All right, Dima, time to resign. Get a little coffee. Relax, because one loss is not going to send you out of the tournament. Of course, there's over 50 spots across the 3 divisions, but listen, 6.5 out of 9, 7 out of 9, that gives you a serious fighting chance to make the top 5. He still has plenty of chances left. No shame in losing to Levon with the black pieces.
Yeah, and the top 5 is so important because the top 10 players, they will compete, and the winner of their matches gets to Division 1, the losers go to Division 2, but having top 5 means you get to select your opponent. So keep that scoreboard up. You want to keep on winning and then get your selection of opponent that could be the difference between making it to the top division or not. So let's go away from this. I don't think we are doubting Levon Aronian's ability to win up a full bishop. So what other games are there that are catching your eye?
What other games? Well, there's Collars against Lekwang Lim on the 3rd board. I think we should go there because it is heating up like nothing else. White is attacking something fierce. And I think that the last move apparently was a huge blunder from the Vietnamese Grandmaster. Rook takes b7 game is not over because after bishop takes c4, there is a fork on g4. That is what he's banking on. Looks like White has some immediate way to win. Do you see it?
I do not, and it's one of these positions that may require some patience. Rook takes b7, looked winning. Oh, he takes this way, and White is still better. So let's be clear about that. Black's king is open. White has a pair of bishops. Black doesn't even have an extra pawn. I thought at first that he did, but that's 5 pawns on 5 pawns. So let's bring up the analysis board, and let's go back to that moment, because Danya did have an instructive point that what looked winning for White, after rook b7, bishop takes e4, thank you so much for 2 pieces for your rook. There was that queen g4 check idea, and you see that black is the one who's winning because you lose your rook, or if you leave your bishop on e4, I will take that bishop and be up some material.
And apparently, this is what makes the eval bar so misleading. Rook to f1 is the winning move. Who is capable of finding a move like that in a rapid game? After queen g4, White swoops in and takes on e5, and the knight on e4 is going to be lost. So this patient move, I think that's the key word that you mentioned. Patience. Rook f1 would have been the winning move. You can't even move your knight because of the pin on d5. A lot of moving parts to account for. We go back to the live board because I still think that Dmitry Kolarz is completely in charge of this game. And look at his last move. There's some patience. h3 covering the g4 square. And now the threat of bishop takes e4 is absolutely devastating. Knight d6, rook takes d6. And Dmitry might get 2 pieces for a rook after all.
Wow. I mean, rook f1 in that position, you're not finding that, especially in a rapid game. But h3, a calm move from Kolarz here. And yeah, what do you do as black? Because bishop takes e4, threatens to win a piece. He goes rook of 8. So he's trying to give up the piece on the best terms possible. Liam Lei wants to take on h3, go after the white king. I do feel like black has some chances because White has to be very accurate.
And White doesn't have a lot of time left. He's got 2.5 minutes on his clock. You could lose this, right? If you take on e4 at the wrong moment, queen takes h3 sets up tremendous threats against White's king. That is the downside of driving your pawns up the board and leaving your king as exposed as it is. I think White needs another patient defensive move, but I don't know what it looks like because queen e2 runs into knight c3. Maybe you reposition your queen to d3, but Those are not easy moves to make as your clock continues to dwindle. You want clarity, and that's why I'm a little bit worried that Dimitri might actually take on e4. No, he goes king h2 first. That's another amazing move.
But I think that black still has some chance here because queen f5 does protect the knight. And that rook f1 idea, I'm sacking my queen. And that white king on h2, it's kind of in a mating net, so you have to be super careful. If we could show a variation very quickly,
rook
one that
h1,
I'm spying,
yeah?
You know where I'm going with this. So after queen f5, rook f1, take on f1 twice. And if queen d3, thinking that you're attacking this rook, there's rook h1 check. And if you take the rook on h1, knight f2, double check, and I win your queen.
And what's even crazier is if you go king g2 here, you don't go knight f2. I think black has rook to d1. No, apparently that's not the move. But okay, you see what I'm saying, right? Queen d1, knight c3. You're going to have to find a move of that type if king g2 is played. But that's not an unlikely line. Also, knight d2 check might lead to some sort of perpetual check. In any case, a beautiful illustration of the power of minor pieces when they're fully coordinated. The common wisdom has it that the rook and bishop is the strongest pair, and it's the queen and knight. But the rook and bishop work so well together, especially if you got a knight there delivering the discovered check as a middleman. Queen f5, definitely black's best chance.
Look at the clocks, by the way. White is under 2 minutes. So if there's a rook slamming down on f1, a bishop on b7, that long-range piece staring through the knight to h1, that's a position that even black can win because white's king is uncomfortable. So queen f5 is played, and we've seen patient moves from Kolarz. He goes rook f1, so he doesn't have time to be patient.
We might see that exact position. Queen d3, rook h1.
What's his move here for white?
It's +4, but that's as meaningless as anything. He's got a minute 45. Maybe you just play h4. The point is you want to keep the queen diagonally 1 square apart from the knight, because that way mathematically black cannot move the knight and attack the queen. So you want to keep this arrangement. What do you do?
I don't know, because even if you play h4, you're a brave man.
e4 and c5.
But I can just take it and plant my knight on c3. I feel like, whoa.
Oh. And now he's allowed what? He's allowed rook d1?
I mean, rook e1 comes to mind as well, going right after the bishop.
Queen f3, I guess.
You're playing
now
with fire.
It's a 3-result game.
Oh my goodness, queen f3 is a really scary move to play. I wouldn't be surprised if black has some win there, like with knight d6 and rook h1 and knight f5. That looks witty for black.
It does. And in the meantime, Alireza Firouzja has crushed David Antonio Hikaru. It started off well for the Spanish GM, but he took way too long in the opening phase. He tripped on his own feet, and he loses his game and loses his share of first place. Alireza Firouzja is on fire. But this game is amazing. How is Lekwang doing this?
Yeah, Firouzja's on fire. There's fire on board in this game. As you're pointing out, there's a checkmating net. It's weaved up. Queen g4, giving up the bishop. He wants queen e6 check, and that's a brilliant move. Maybe the only way for white to survive.
But rook h1 check instead would have forced a draw. Like Kwang took that way too quickly. Maybe he's playing for a win. But rook h1 and knight f6 would have forced an opposite-colored bishop endgame. Although I see he would have been losing some of these pawns, so he didn't like that. Where is white going to go? Queen e6?
Queen e6, king f8. There's not a single check next.
Queen d7, very accurate.
I'm guessing that's another brilliant move because queen e6 didn't work. Rook e2 check, there's king g1, and that looks like a draw with rook e1 check, rook e2, but black clearly is the one who wants to win this game at this point.
Although, crazily enough, if black starts repeating moves, white can zigzag his way up to f3, and the point is you attack the tail of the discovery, which means that if black's knight drops back, you can take on b7, unless, of course, black's knight drops back to d6. But knight d6 check isn't typically an effective way to set up any sort of mating net or any fork threats. Let's see who's playing for a win here. Will Lekwang try to repeat moves with rook e2, or will he figure out a way to keep the attack going?
Well, he doesn't have another move besides rook e2 because the bishop's under attack, and if you move it anywhere, you lose it because bishop a8, queen e8 check, bishop a6, queen e6 check, give me your bishop. So I think he has to play rook e2 check and then figure out what's next. By the way, white has 24 seconds, Tanya.
Yeah. It's taken him a while to find all these accurate defensive moves. Crazy that we're even saying defensive moves. So white paying the price, ultimately, for weakening his king. There's the check. There's king g1. Will Dmitry Kolarz go up to g2 and play for a win?
If he does, that is so brave because if the king goes to g2 and f3, the black rook will go to f2 with check and back to f7. So black has a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen. I wouldn't be surprised if white is completely hanging in there. but it's difficult to do with 25 seconds on your clock.
And obviously, when you've been playing for a win your whole game, when you're used to thinking that you're winning, sometimes players get overzealous. They get overambitious. They underestimate the effectiveness of the opponent's counterplay, and I think Dimitri is doing a wise thing. I think the fact that he's repeating moves shows wisdom. He's in a good spot in this tournament. There is no need to do anything brazen with 26 seconds.
Great idea from him. Just make this draw. It gets you to 4.5 out of 6. You're right there in contention. But as we see on the scoreboard, the standings, Faruja 5.5, Levon 5 out of 6, Jules Moussard at 5 out of 6 as well, and King back to G1, Rookie 1. That should let us to that draw. And whoa!
Oh, he's going for it. This is insane. He wants E4 and he wants a mating net. Do you like this decision?
Not at all. I think that he's trying so hard to win that he's probably just going to lose because White's passed pawns are going to be way quicker than Black's attack. Queen C8 takes C5. Just get a passed pawn.
And the problem is, it's not like, oh, you give Black a move, he's going to set up a mating net. There's no way to arrange the knight and the rook such that the king is stuck in a mating net because the king has both F1 and H1. This is absurdity by like Kwang Ling, unless White misses a fork, which is always possible. For example, Queen E5 would run into knight F3 check. But Black is now fighting for a draw. I would consider the move H4 to get yourself a little bit more real estate. No, H4, knight H3, king F1, rook A1 would be another way to blunder a fork.
Oh, that's big. But look at this queen D5 check. No matter where the king moved, a queen would have taken a pawn with check. C5 is gone. No, he's trying to lose this game. We say this often, right, Danya, that sometimes playing to win is playing to lose, and he's just losing at the moment.
And I think he's forgotten that Dimitri Kolaris is a 3,000 rated blitz player on chess.com. The guy knows how to handle his time scrambles. Now, it's not totally over yet. Black can try to stop the pawn from C2, but C6, Queen D7, and C7 might just end the game.
Yeah, I think the Black Knight has to go back to G5 at some moment, hope to get enough checks in to make a draw, but it's too far away. The queen on D5, a centralized queen, controls too many squares. Black has nothing.
But I would try knight G5, H4, knight H3, and try to set up that trap with rook C1 and knight F4. I've seen even very strong players kind of assume that the rook has to be stuck on the second rank. One last try here for like Kwang, and it is coolly rebuffed by Dimitri, who picks up the rook. Look at that geometry. That is amazing.
Wow, and this game is over as long as you don't walk into fork. I think Liam's going to resign right now. He does. That is... Oh, he doesn't resign. He plays on. I'm surprised by that. Now he resigned.
It's about time. Aronian has defeated Andraken. He did manage to convert up a full piece in the endgame. Believe it or not, Robert, I know that's hard to imagine. And we have Shimanov against Giri, which is the highest rated game still remaining. Let's go there. It's a rook endgame. I have no idea who's playing for a win here. I think it might be Alexander Shimanov.
Wow, with the white piece and a pass pawn, why not? And King G3, apparently, that last move, he takes G3. There was a pawn there. Was a mistake. I don't think we'll blame him for doing that. But now Rook D3 check takes B3, but there's Rook E3 to block.
That was his idea. Rook E3, Rook D8. Now take that pawn on E7, but the pawn is just not enough. I think Black is going to plant his rook behind the pawn and run the king through G6 to F6. A very narrow path, but it's going to be just enough here, I think, to hold the draw.
Wow, and I just want to remind everybody that Liam Lei won the last Swiss for the Chessable Masters. He won the play-in phase. So he is a beast. He did just lose to Dimitri Kolars. And in this game, another beast, Anish Giri, hopes not to lose to Alexander Shimanov. And by the way, the player's down into bullet scramble territory. Under 15 seconds now for Giri.
Indeed. And he's deciding between King G6 and Rook B8, and he's gone King G6. And apparently that's a big mistake. But it's not because of F3. This is hard to play accurately, though.
Yeah, because King up to G4 without Rook D4 check. So King F5 is a mistake because Rook C7 takes C5.
Rook C7.
Check.
Oh, you go here, you take the pawn, you go back to C7, and then over to G7 at the right moment and start picking up the rest of Black's pawns.
That looks actually pretty straightforward at this point. Rook G7, King
G4.
C6, King G4.
I think it's over.
Wait, does Black want like King B6, King A7, and then free the Rook? But that's too slow.
But by the time you free the Rook, this F pawn is right up Black's grill on F7. Anish trying for active counterplay. I would just push F4 and close my eyes.
Yeah, F4, F5, F6, F7 seems pretty automatic, but King B4 takes B3, and the A pawn is quite advanced.
I think White wins by a tempo. He instead goes back to E3. Great defensive idea. And now he's paving the way for the unobstructed progress of the F pawn. Anish is going to suffer another defeat.
It's so unobstructed that you drew an arrow to the E file. It can do whatever it wants at this point. But
Shh. Behave
well,
yourself.
I think that famous Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, he's used that himself. But right now, I think he's the only one silenced because Shamanov is about to win this game and go to 5 out of 6. One of those players, Danya, not listed on the notable players graphic at the start, but he's a monster in these rapid time controls.
Indeed he is. And Alexander Shamanov, Anish Giri resigns without awaiting the elementary queen f6, queen a1, and black is one tempo short. If that king was on c2, this would be a theoretical draw. Anish Giri is feeling the pain of these qualifying tournaments. You can lose to absolutely anybody, and no shame in this. This is just how strong this tournament is. I'm going to go to what I think is one of our last remaining games between Yakuboyev, Nodirbek. I'm 3 pawns up Yakuboyev, and Alain Pichot.
That's a pretty great nickname. I'm kind of jealous of it. But wait a second. This white king
Who's
is
playing
in danger.
for a win?
Both players. And he's actually only up 2 pawns, so I like his nickname even more now.
It is up 2 pawns. I have a hard time counting the 3 on 2 and then adding that to the 3 pawns on the queen side. A lot of mathematical calculations here. Let me tell you, white could easily get skewered.
Queen g3? But queen takes b4 check. It goes queen d6. It's a nice move.
I would have taken b4. What is he doing? He should have taken b4.
King c4, king b5, and resigns?
Yep. Wow, Alain Pichot. Uncharacteristic flop there in time pressure. That pawn doesn't matter.
Yakubayev played very well in the Chessel Masters Division 2. He's been a name that's been in, or was it the Air Things Masters? I'm sort of merging them in my head. But either way, he's been very strong in Division 2 in the Champions Chess Tour. And he would love to make Division 1. If he wins this, which it looks like it's going to happen, he's going to 4 out of 6.
4 out of 6 indeed. And, we can't talk about everybody. There's too many games to keep track of all of them at the same time. But players like Nodirbek, Yakuboyev, they often squeak into Division 1 or Division 2, where the prize fund is still very generous.
Yeah, a nice win there for him. He's at 4 to 6. But there is not a break right now. The players go right back at it. So, Danya, which game should we focus on to start?
Well, we've got Alireza Firouzja in clear first. I think we need to pay homage to him and start in Alireza land.
I'm happy to do that. Let's go.
Just a moment here.
And while you do that, Danya, I just saw that Mamedyarov is playing. We haven't talked about him, but he is in fact playing. He's taking on David Anton Hikaru, so he's back at 4.5 out of 6.
Okay, in the meantime, I've pulled up Alireza Firouzja's game against Jules Moussard, who's got the white pieces and playing a very calm Caro Kann here, exchange variation. So Alireza, tournament strategy-wise, he doesn't mind a draw, right? If Moussard would offer a draw or force a draw, I think Alireza would be more than happy to hold with the black pieces. But after e5, the position is relatively unbalanced, so I would not call this a drawing line.
No, and there are this 146 players in the field. So if you get to 7 points, you know you're good. Alireza Firouzja, 5.5 out of 6. 3 draws would land him at 7. Yeah, that works for him. But look at this. We are going to see an isolated pawn for black. I think Jules Moussard is playing this very intelligently. It's the type of position where white can comfortably play around that pawn, and you have blockaded the square in front of it. You have c3, knight on f3, queen on d3, making sure that pawn can't get forward. And you're drawing the correct arrows, Danya, but I think that white is happy to be in this position.
Well, as a sometimes Caro Kann player, I have had this exact position with black, and I've analyzed the move h6, which is a pawn sacrifice. Bishop f6 you will take with a queen, obviously. And after queen takes d5, rook d8, I think that's the kind of position that black wants. Here the move, as far as I remember, is g5, bishop g3, and then knight e4. As modern chess wisdom holds it, Robert, the best way to compensate for the long-term weakness of an isolated pawn is to make sure that your pieces are playing to their maximum potential. That is exactly what you want to do here, even if that comes at the cost of slightly weakening your king.
But we were just talking about Firouzja would be happy to sail through with 3 draws. Now, he'll try to win if the opportunity presents itself. But g5 is a risky move. It opens up the black king. You're armed with preparation, and I'm sure Alireza, he's seen this position plenty of times before. But in a rapid game, you're worried, is this the correct position to play g5? Is my king the one that's going to be in harm's way? I think the answer is yes, your king will be in trouble, but he does have enough compensation around the fact that he gets activity.
And we have a quick draw in the game between David Anton and Vladimir Fedoseev. You can see them over on the lower left of your screen, number 6 and number 7. They're on 5 out of 7, and they will be overtaken by players who are currently on 4.5 and will have won. So not the best place to be if you're Anton and Vladimir. They're going to have to finish very strong in the last 2 rounds.
Actually, Donna, just to correct your statement there. It was Mamedyarov and Anton. And Mamedyarev's tiebreaks probably
my
are
bad.
worse. No, but he drew, and Fedoseev also got
And
to
there's
5-7
another draw.
quickly.
And Alireza accepts a draw in this position. So that's why he was thinking Jules Mussard accompanied bishop h4 with a draw offer.
And I think for Mussard, that's also a good result because now he's at 5 and f7. 1 out of 2 should be good enough given his tiebreaks. You don't want to rely on tiebreaks because you may be overtaken, leapfrogged by somebody at the end. But a draw in this position, all right, I don't like the draw offer. Ban the draw offer. Come on, chess.com. Please do it already. But I think that I understand the players' perspectives.
I understand it too. And thank you for correcting me. It was Min Lee, I think, who drew David Anton Hikaru, and then Fedoseev drew Mamedyarov. So a huge logjam on 5 out of 7. All of those players, especially the ones who have climbed from the lower half of the tournament standings and who lost an early game, that really kills your tie breaks because when you lose game 1 or game 2, you have to climb up on players who have 0 out of 1 or 0 out of 2, and that really hurts the cumulative score of your opponents. If you're someone like Alireza Firouzja, you can basically rely on your tie breaks, but he's essentially the only one who can rely on his tie breaks. And even then, we've seen crazier things in like the RCC.
Yes, you never know how your opponents earlier in the event, if they go on a winning streak or if they drop out of the tournament, these impact the tiebreaks. But right now in this position, Levon Aronian with the white pieces, he does not want to rely on tiebreak. He went knight e1 to go knight d3 next. And he wants to strike with pawn to f4. Look at this bishop on b2. It's waiting for its time to shine. And if you get f4 in, oh, that could be trouble for black.
And that situation escalates very, very quickly because once f4 happens, you don't have the machinery to keep the e5 pawn protected. And one of the reasons for that is that bishop d6 can be met with knight d2 to c4, forcing that bishop out. So Shimanov trying to defend tactically by pinning the knight. Levon unpins it with c4. Now the d4 square is a little bit weak, but if you play bishop d4, Robert, then white will happily take and run those pawns up the board with f4 and e5.
That is not what you want for Shimanov. And the problem with this position is Levon is playing instantly. And look at him go. Rook a to d8. He says, please take my bishop on c5. I will take back with my knight. And that d3 square or the d4 square will be hopped into by that knight on d7. So I was going to say that both options of retreating your bishop or putting on d4 to trade, they look bad because of f4. And that's exactly why he kept his bishop on c5.
That's exactly right. And king h1, as we predicted, setting up the threat of f2, f4. Not a subtle move, but a very scary one nonetheless. And now Shimanov has to figure out the defensive approach that he's going to take. Is he going to drop the bishop back to d6, which makes a lot more sense now that the c4 square is occupied by a pawn? Or is he going to find some more tactical way to take the sting out of the move f4, which of course allows black to open up an x-ray against white's queen? And I think that's exactly what Shimanov is preparing to exploit, Robert. If he takes f4, and then bishop takes d2 and knight takes c4, picking up a crucial center pawn.
Yeah, though now I would take on b4 for Levon and then play a3. I know that black has these double pawns here, but I'm going to take with my rook on a3 if you take me, and then play rook f1 to a1. He goes for the king side. He's saying, I'm not going to hold anything back. It's hard to blame him for it. And c5 by Shimanov. Oh gosh, that knight gets to d4 and the bishop back to b7 to aim at e4. He'll have chances to take control of this game.
He most certainly will, and that will be made possible if white plays f5, which is a very typical way to continue. That's often what you want to do, and then g4, g5. Levon could do that if he decides that the knight coming to d4 is not as scary of a prospect as it seems. But suddenly the position's quite a bit more double-edged than it was just a couple of moves ago. It feels like black is having some fun too.
Yes, you have some play of your own, whereas that's why a3 came to my mind. Instead of rushing with f4, I thought you could just play it up the a file. Probably that was too equal for Levon's liking. It would have allowed black to just take a fight for the a file, probably trade rooks, and maybe there was nothing to speak of there. But this looks like it could backfire with that bishop heading right back towards b7, and the e4 pawn will be permanently vulnerable.
It will indeed, and the middle game is going to be very complicated. We'll keep an eye on this game. Another game that I've been keeping an eye on is, again, Anish Giri, who has been scuffling. He's suffered 2 defeats, which is not something we say often, not something he ever does in a tournament. He has to win the rest of his games. He's got to win out if he is to have an opportunity to qualify, at the very least, for Division 2. He has the white pieces against Indian Grandmaster Suri Vaibhav, who was a prodigy. He was Grandmaster, I think, at 14 years old. Hasn't had as smooth of a second half of his career, but he is still knocking on the door of 2,600, right? These are the players who often go under the radar and can beat absolutely anybody in an individual game. I don't know if he's going to be beating Anish Giri in this game, though.
No, I think Black's best move is taking the pawn that's on the side of the board and putting it on b2. Because that rook staring down the open b file is very scary. Because Black can't really castle queenside. You're walking into an attack. But as you're showing, putting a pawn on b2 would be best for Black. Ooh, rook b8. Rook takes b7.
Rook b7! Oh! That's a huge tactical blunder. And Anish is going to see that in his sleep.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, rook takes b7. If you take back, bishop c6 check. And he plays it. Bishop takes d5. You take on rook on b8 first, and then can just take back. It's a brilliant move, but it really was caused by a huge mistake, a blunder from Black. But Anish is not going to miss this idea, giving up a rook temporarily to win more material.
No, he is not. And obviously the blunder was led on by the massive pressure that Anish was putting on all three sides of the board. Center, there's an open e-file. G4 pawn is under attack, and obviously the queen side was a no-go zone for Black's king as well because of that semi-open b-file, which is now a fully open b-file, and White is going to combine threats on all these sides of the board. Rook e1 is the immediate threat. F takes g4 just wins a pawn. That would be very Anish style. Just take on g4, secure your extra pawn, and win the game technically.
Why not? Black's knight on b8, undeveloped. White's rook on f1, better than the rook on h8. Though the rook is staring at the h4 pawn, White will be able to defend it. Knight g6 can be met by a knight to f3 or even pawn to h5. It does look like Anish has this one under control.
It does indeed. White is going to win this game. He's 5 minutes up on the clock. This has been a massacre. Anish Giri, big rebound win against Sari Vaibhav, and he is still very much in contention. Speaking of contention, we have the top board, Musard Firouzja having ended in a draw. We just checked on Aroni and Shimanov, so let's keep going down the list perhaps and look at some of the games on boards 5, 6, etc. We have Denis Lazovic against Jordan Van Forest. They've got a pretty boring position. We can check in really quickly. Anything around that area catching your eye? Should we look at Lazovic's game real fast?
Let's go to Lazovic. Why not? This is a teenage star who's won multiple Title Tuesdays, and here we see him with the white pieces. Now, there's a black king on f7. Many different games today have featured an uncastled king, and well, White has slight pressure. Rook c2, rook c1, double, and the only open file. That rook on h8 is not participating, Danya. That's why slight edge to Lazovic.
Yeah, for sure. And White has the pawn break e3, e4 that can be prepared. The eval bar continues to creep up, and I think that's exactly what Lazovic is preparing. To prepare it, you have to reinforce the d4 pawn. He does that with the only minor piece he can do it with, a knight. Eval bar didn't like that move. Could it be because of knight d6? I thought bishop d6 played by Jordan. And what if e4? I guess knight e7.
But that starts to look scary, right? Because as soon as the position opens up, that black king on f7 is in harm's way. If you take on e4, you might just be losing on the spot. That's why he brings his knight back to e7. A very good lesson for everybody watching. The more open files, those are the results of captures, of pawns trading each other. That is good for the white rook on f1 and bad news for the black king on f7. So knight e7, a great retreat for Jordan Van Forest.
Indeed. The king on f7, safe for the time being, as long as the f-file remains closed. So you are not going to see Jordan taking on e4 unless there's some crazy extenuating circumstance. I still wouldn't give this all zeros if I had to evaluate. I think White is in the driver's seat, but not on the clock. He's down 2 minutes. He's got to figure out where his rooks belong. He moves the rook away from the f-file. Obviously, d takes e4 is still out of the question. I think Lazovic is trying to go knight c3, and the battle is going to revolve around black's control over this d5 square. Can Denis force black into taking on e4 eventually?
Yeah, black does not want to do that, but queen b6, the queen trade, I think that's really smart because look at the c file. I was talking about how white wants to control that, but black has all of the squares under his control. From starting at c4 all the way down the line, there are no squares available to the white rooks. And if you take on b6, after a takes b6, the a file opens up, and then the black rook can slide over to a8.
And attack the a2 pawn, and if the pawn lifts up to a3, then black can send the b pawn down the board. So the queen side might seem like white's territory because he controls the c file, but it's not just about file control. This is what you're saying. It's about square control. And if a side controls all key penetration squares, then the effect of possessing that open file is greatly diminished. And so Lazovic, he says, no way, Jose, no way, Jordan. In this case, he plays queen a4 and he hits the rook on d7. And black could shift the knight over to c6, but that would relinquish his control over the d5 pawn. So a lot of moving parts here to account for Jordan Van Forest. He also has to be careful, Robert, about the prospect of e4, e5, which would really accentuate the awkwardness of black's queen. I think Denis might very well play e5 in this position. I wouldn't be able to resist.
E5 is super tempting, but there could be bishop b4 as a response, hitting the rook on e1, so you get that tempo. Yeah, it could backfire a bit because you do hand black some key squares and you cement some of your pawns in place. Like the pawn structure right now is favorable for black in the center. The reason why is d4 is a long-term issue and both sides have dark squared bishops. So I think for Denis Lazovic, down 3 minutes on the clock, I could see this turning in Jordan Van Fore's favor.
Yeah, I could see Dennis trying to kind of hedge his bets and hold a draw here, because the more tension you create, the harder it's going to be to handle, as you're saying, down 2.5 minutes. So Jordan Van Foor is doing a good, solid job thus far of holding his own in this difficult position. He gets the c-file once again, tries to engineer a trade of heavy pieces, and bishop b4 can be met with knight c3. So white does not blunder the exchange. And the queen trying to access things from the other side. Queen h6 is a serious idea.
You could even meet bishop b4 with queen h6, and that does look a bit worrisome for black. You do not want to allow the queen in there, but for now, Jordan, he has a lead on the clock. I think he'll hold everything together. But Danya, somebody who's not holding everything together is Levon Aronian. I mean, he is on the worst side of this game against Alexander Shimanov. We looked there earlier. It's very important for the top of the standings. Look at this position. The e4 pawn is stuck in place, and that black knight, it got to d4. This is bad news for Levon.
Alexander Shimanov, on the strength of his victory over Anish Giri, is now angling for a win against Levon Aronian. He has indeed ensconced that knight on d4, and Levon hasn't gotten off the ground on the king side. Yeah, he's managed to play out 5. He's preparing g4, but Robert, with no rooks on the board, the luster of this attack is greatly diminished. I don't even think he's playing h3 for attacking purposes. I think Levon is in full defense mode, trying to control key squares on the king side so that black's knight on f6 doesn't jump into g4 at the right moment.
Yeah, he goes queen b7 right after the e4 pawn. Knight d5 played out of necessity. You cannot allow black to pick up the e4 pawn. But you see the evaluation start going down. And I would take that knight with the bishop. I know we don't like to give two unopposed bishops. It would be two bishops against two knights. But the position is locked up. If you take with the e pawn, you drop the f5 pawn. If you take with the c pawn, is that really a bishop on g2? It's staring into its own pawns. And a black knight will go to e8 to d6. I love this position for Shimanov.
Absolutely. That blockading square on d6 is just prime real estate. Then you can use your pawn majority, b6, c5, against b3. Instead, Alexander Shimanov, he asks for the queen trade, and the eval bar is having none of it. What do you make of this? Trying to eliminate the risk.
I was going to trade and take on b6, but I understand his point that e4 is hanging if the knight moves out the way, and b3 is also under attack. So he's trying to soften up white's defenses here. But maybe Levon has enough to hold because after b6 falls, the c5 pawn will be loose as well. And you have a dark squared bishop.
And you can attack it from a3. You can also trade on a8, take on f6, and then take on h6. But that, I think Shimanov likes because after knight takes b3, the pawn on c4 is going to be a permanent weakness. And black can attack it with his light squared bishop from a6. So queen a8 to me signals that Alexander Shimanov, he wants to manage his risk and get the queens off the board. But I think he was a little bit overly defensive. I think bishop takes d5 would have afforded him excellent winning chances. And Levon declines the queen trade. Wow.
Well, I think Levon was scared of those endgames. So now bishop takes d5. He's giving up the f5 pawn. But e5 is hanging. You've invited the queen to b2. And this is bad news for Shimano. I see the evaluation bar. I think we're not going to argue that black isn't better because black is better. But at least the bishop on g2 feels better, and d6 can be thrown in, even if it costs white a pawn to get some activity that could be important.
So knight e8 is still very much a possibility, trying to discourage d6. You're right, d6 still has to be considered. Instead, Alex, he goes h5 just to keep this f-pawn separated from its colleague on g3. The downside is that you are not blockading the d6 square, so you're allowing white to play d6. I would not go d6 just yet. I would try to keep this pawn as long as possible. Maybe prepare b4 and chip away at the edges.
And I like bishop e3. Get your bishop off the first rank. That frees up your queen to move around. b4, as you are indicating, that could be scary for black to deal with. And f5 is now threatened. So he's going right after the f5 pawn. The knight couldn't capture because e5 was loose, but the queen will be happy to take it.
Shimanov is on a roll right now. He's not playing perfectly. Queen a8 might have been an inaccuracy, might have given white great drawing chances in the endgame, but he's also harnessing the fact that Levon feels like he's got to play for a win. And maybe with queen to b2, Levon was still hoping that he was going to cash in his chips with that pawn on t5 and the bishop pair. Right now, things looking as miserable as ever for Levon.
And look at this. You would think that the white pawn should be on d4 and the black pawn should be on d5. But we have passed pawns in enemy territory. And I think what Levon has done here is he's saying your d-pawn can't move very easily. I know mine can't either, but I will get play because I have my queen in the open file. My bishop on g2, it can reroute f1 to d3. And if white could ever play bishop f3 and g4, as your other arrows were indicating, that could be good for white to gain some space.
Of course, you also have to keep tabs on all of the key infiltration squares. If you play g4 prematurely, you allow black's queen to jump into f4. And the moment black's pawn reaches d2, the game is over because you do not have a dark squared bishop. So that pawn on d2 would be completely immune from attack by white's bishop. Instead, Levon, he desperately tries to engineer some counterplay. Did he just allow b5? Was that the winning move? Instead, Alexander Shamanov gets control of the e-file. But Levon, still fighting, still kicking, still generating chances.
But now d3. Black's pass pawn is faster, and the reason why b4 was so bad is it allowed queen e7, which offered a trade of queens. But Shamanov just runs away with his king.
Why not d3?
Well, he's going to do it later. He wants to make sure his king is safe and sound on h7. There will not be too many checks against it, and d3 is happening whether you like it or not. Black queen goes into e3, d3, d2. This looks like it's just winning for black.
And it's like the final Nepo Dim Rapid game, right? You can hold off the pass pawn for a certain amount of time, but you're not going to stop its progress eventually. The only thing you can bank on, I think, is d6 at the right moment. But white's pawn isn't going anywhere. Black's knight is a hero for holding the d7 square. It can also jump into e4 at the right time. So here comes queen e3, here comes d3. Levon, barring a miracle, is going to lose this game of the white pieces. What a shocking result this would be. And what a series for Alexander Shamanov, who will have beaten Anish Giri and Levon Aronian consecutively.
And if he does that, well, hopefully you didn't, but if he does do that, then Shamanov should do the Steph Curry shimmy because he will be well on his way to playing in the matches that determine placement in Division 1. Queen comes to e3. Apparently the bar didn't love that. Still good for black, but why would that not be the best one? Is it because queen f3? What's the result of the queen trade?
Yeah, I was trying to puzzle that out as well. Of course, the knight could head to d6, but the c4 pawn cannot be attacked again if white plays bishop b2. So the queen trade, I would not go with open arms. If I'm black, I would try to keep the queens on the board unless you can ensure that the pawn promotes or that you can force white to give away the bishop. That is the case, Robert. I think after queen f3, trade and d2, I think wins by a tempo for black.
Yeah, and the c4 pawn would be loose, so he plays bishop f3 instead. Oh no, queen f2 check. If you go king h1, g3 falls, and if you play bishop g2, just knight e4 after d2, and black is there first.
And white will have to try d6 here, I think, if black plays d2. But this is lost no matter how you slice it. Levon tries king h1, but I think queen takes g3 would have ended it. d2 ends it as well. It's over. Queen takes g3.
Queen g3, because the queen can't take on d2. The bishop on f3 is loose. But I was wondering if you could trade queens even and win that game. But why trade queens when you can steal pawns?
And you could steal another one with h3, come back to g3, and then e1. Levon desperately holding on to the promotion square. A couple more moves still required. You know what I would do? I would go back to e1 and then play h4 at the end of the line and just promote that pawn.
Wow, you're spoiled for choice. It's kind of like Ding the Ren, as you said, against Jan Nepomsky. He had to pass A and C pawn. Here it's D and H.
Knight g4 ends the game on the spot. Knight g4, black will resign. White will resign.
Yes. Queen f2 mate is threatened. Knight h2 check, and there is a resignation. Shamanov wins, and he goes up into second place, but tied for first with Alireza Firouzja.
What a result, and consternation on the face of Levon Aronian, who was not expecting to lose that game. He drops now. He's on 5 out of 7, still very much in contention. He's tied for 7th place. Huge group of people with 5 out of 7 that include Shakir Mamedyarov. Let's go back to the Lazovic game because that game is going to determine a lot at the top. E5 has just been played by Lazovic. Robert, we were discussing this move earlier. It didn't work tactically. Now he's trying to make it work because the knight on e7 is hanging, but the eval bar hated it, and I think it was because of knight f5.
But what a move that is. He gives him a pawn with check, and he says my king is safe, but
wrong way.
The wrong way. Hard to blame him. Black is still apparently better because he's crashing through the c-file. That bishop on f6, if we see the queens come off the board, it can't attack anything. It's stuck in enemy territory and not able to defend.
And yet another position where I would not pay any heed to the eval bar. Look at White's clock. He's on 5 seconds now, and Lazovic is losing control of the game. Now, Forrest can play this positionally. He can take on d3 and go queen c2 and try to assert the superiority of his knight over the bishop.
Yeah, this is strategically winning for Black. In fact, I think White's on the verge of losing in just 3 moves. Knight g3 check is possible. Knight e3 doesn't look so bad, but look at Black's extra pawn on the queen side.
Yeah, extra pawn on the queen side is going to make its presence felt, as is the superiority of the knight over that bishop, which is now banished on f6. It was strong with the queens on the board. With the queens off the board, it's literally just doing nothing. A little bit of accuracy still required from Ben Forrest. Lazovic is a demon in these time scramble environments.
But knight hits the a3,
E2.
knight 92.
Oh.
Yeah, wins a
Woo!
pawn.
And the game. Yeah, I think that's game. And rook c4, simply. Just go after the pawns.
Take everything. He's going knight h2. Oh, he pre-moved that. That was not a smart pre-move because you don't need to do it. Rook f2 is mate. Resignation has happened. Jordan van Forest was a 5.5 out of 7. We haven't really said his name too many times today, Danya, but you see him now in a tie for third place.
Yeah, Van Forest with an incredible climb. I think he had an early loss, so that's why he was banished to some of the more lower half of the tournament standings. But all it takes in this tournament is a couple of consecutive wins, and boom, you're right back to the top. 6 out of 7 is occupied by Firouzja and Shamanov. We're going to have a fascinating game. Guess what? Alexander Shamanov's reward for beating Anish Giri and Levon Aronian. Hey, now you got a rampaging Alireza Firouzja that you got to put an end to.
It might be a Firouzja that's happy to make a draw, but we do still have some games remaining, Danya. So
We do?
Click one, pick one. I'm happy to join you for it.
Okay, we got a 3-on-2 rook end game in Yuri Kuzubov's game. But let's go to Ranok Sidwani, whose name we also have not been saying. He is playing the vanquisher of top GMs, Mohamed Nubair Shah, who unfortunately is not going to be able to upset Ranok. This is, or maybe he is actually. This is not quite over.
Wow, he is impressive in this event. He has an international master title, but he's taken down GMs, but that was a mistake. Bishop takes. Oh, this is going to be a losing endgame, isn't it?
It's almost impossible to defend this, but wait a second. Still not totally over. Bishop d5, bishop g2. What's going on here?
Just rook h6? Or he's going to go for the g
h4.
pawn?
H4.
Oh, we both
Missed
said it.
by
and we
Sidwani.
missed it. Just... So I guess white can't go after the d pawn. That's what's...
h4.
Oh, h4 again. Yeah, I won't miss
Oh, he
this
missed
second
it
time.
again. Very sloppy there by Mohamed. And with less than 10 seconds, I mean, you try defending this, right? Rook g7 and h6.
Amazing stuff. I wonder why I was winning to begin with. It looked very difficult. But after the trade of bishop for knight, then this is just a win.
And the easiest is actually to put the rook on g7, go king t3, king takes d4, and give your rook up for the pawn and go for the pawn endgame. Very instructive conversion there for Raunak. And this is all she wrote.
And it's over. Ranok Sidwani takes that game. He was a 4.5 out of 7. He still is in striking distance. You see the list of names off to the left side of the screen, the standings. 4.5 out of 7. With a couple more victories, he may land himself in the top 10. But what is this game? Bernatsky and Mendonca.
Yeah, this looks like a dead draw to me. I mean, even if Bernatsky is able to get to that A-pawn, which he very well might be, it doesn't matter. I mean, with only one pawn left, there's nothing to play for. Vitaly has been squeezing this for like 50 moves, but I think it's about time to admit that the inevitable peaceful result is on its way here. This is a draw.
Yeah. We saw a rook pawn ending before, and here, even if you get that a5 pawn, you just don't have material left. You could have a light squared bishop and your a4 pawn, and you still won't win.
You know it's time to offer.
Sorry, I meant a dark square bishop, pardon me.
Oh, yeah, because of a light square bishop, you're right. On an A, it is a light square. Unless black blunders his knight, and it's a draw.
Good luck blundering the knight here. I don't think it's going to happen. The game is over. So, Danya, 7 rounds are in the books. The players, they get a little bit of rest. It is the second fair play break, just to make sure that everything is nice and tidy. Well, while the players, they may be going away from their computers, you should not leave yours. Stay tuned, because in just a few minutes, we will be back for the final 2 rounds of the Swiss portion here at the ChessKid Cup play-in phase. We'll be right back.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
The most important thing to know about me is that I love the game of chess. I taught my younger brother to play when he was 4. Now, he and I have been teaching chess for 16 years. We run the online Magnus Chess Academy, where kids get weekly small group classes with vetted and trained coaches. Kids can learn, compete, and even get the chance to meet and learn from the most successful players in the world. Visit chessacademy.com/trial to try a small online class.
If you are a title player, it could be you who we are watching during the next CCT play-in. All title players are eligible to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, so don't miss your chance to qualify for the tour's 4th event. We host qualifiers every Monday, excluding days when other CCT events are underway. Your next chance to join the action is next Monday, May 8th. For details, use the command qualifiers in chat. But we are in the midst of the ChessKid Cup play-in. It is the Swiss portion. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, 7 rounds in the books, just 2 more remain. But the players, they want to reach that top 10.
They do indeed. Things are heating up. And not only do you want to reach the top 10, you want to be the one choosing your opponent in the playoffs. So the top 5 is really the most coveted territory. And Alireza Firouzja, Alexander Shimanov are locked in a tie for first place on 6 out of 7. If you're Alireza Firouzja, a win would go a very long way. It might even potentially guarantee you the top 5 spots, regardless of your last round result. So I don't anticipate a quick draw by Alireza Firouzja. On the other hand, Robert, you might want to say, listen, all I want is the top 5. I know that I'm playing someone I'm favored to win against, but let me guarantee qualification to the top division. Which strategy do you think Alireza is going to adhere to?
Well, all I want to do is have some fun, and I think Firouzja feels the same way. He is the stronger player. He has the white pieces, but Shimanov, he has been the underdog in his last couple of games, and what has he done? He's beaten Nizgiri. He's beaten Levon Aronian. Why not Firouzja next? I do think that Alireza should play it out. I think he'll be safe, even if he draws this game and then draws the next one. His tiebreaks must be superb based on his blistering hot start. But Dunne, what risk is he really taking by playing this out? He played a solid line.
At the very least, you could play out the opening and see what position you get. He played this exact line, but with the black pieces in the last game against Jules Moussard, a game that ended in a quick draw. Now, this is a very fashionable line, and typically black develops the knight to f6 first in order to get that light squared bishop outside the pawn chain. This is the appeal of the Caro-Kann as opposed to the French. You get to get that bishop out, although sometimes if white plays h3, bishop to d7 is all the rage, theoretically, in this position. Bishop h5 is also a move, but I analyzed this recently. I think g4, g5 wins a pawn, and according to my analysis, black doesn't have complete compensation for it, but does Alireza remember all of his analysis? Is he comfortable with this position? If not, Robert, then perhaps the most prudent approach is just to play knight e2 and play a quiet position, and that's what he does.
I wouldn't be comfortable with either color if g4 happened. You know, your white king, it may be in some danger down the road. The black pieces would be missing a pawn. So I think knight e2 is the prudent decision. I like it a lot. The knight come to f4 to take that bishop for your knight rather than your own bishop. And so I feel like it's a great opening choice for Alireza Firouzja. And I just wanted to point out that I saw some game end in a draw. I believe it was the game between David Anton and Eduardo Iturrizaga. They're now playing for the same federation of Spain, but a draw gets them to 5.5 out of 8. And I wonder if they should have played it out and tried to see if there was going to be a winner, because if you're going to make the top 10, it's looking like 6.5. That's going to be a minimum score required.
Minimum score, and some players with 6.5 might not make it. How many times in the RCC have we seen players paying the price for taking that last round draw? Suddenly it turns out you went from best tiebreaks to worst tiebreaks, and that is why, as you've been saying since the beginning, you do not want to rely on your tiebreaks unless you're someone like Alireza and you've been leading the tournament the entire time.
Yeah, so maybe a decision that they will regret, but I don't think Firouzja will regret his decision to play knight e2, because look what Shimanov did. He took on e2, and how could any top player complain about this position from the white side? You have a pair of bishops. You've done nothing abnormal. You're just developing your pieces. That knight is now coming to f3, as you pointed out. He's controlling the e5 pawn break, and if you play e5, if you get that in, you're left with an isolated pawn as black. If you don't play e5, you're kind of restricted here. You point to the e4 square, that knight can jump in there, but it's not threatening anything. And white can move the bishop out, play rook c1, and maybe c4 at some point.
And you don't have forever, because black has a very typical stock plan of establishing this sort of Pillsbury knight on e4, supporting with f5, and then lifting the rook from f6 to g6. That is another positive byproduct of the move f5. But Alexander, he's a positional player at heart. He doesn't want to do anything crazy if he can avoid it. He's trying to prepare the minority attack on the queen side of b5. Alireza says, no, no, no. And he might even drive this pawn up to a5 in order to take the sting out of b5, which Shimanov could consider playing anyway, Robert, in order to open up the b file. But then you would have to reckon with the long-term weakness of the a pawn. So I'm calling a5 here by Alireza, and he has to be thrilled with the kind of position that he has gotten out of the opening.
Does this not remind you of the World Championship that just concluded, the game that Ding Liren won, with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi? And Jan played a6, and Nishigiri was on the call. I believe you were on that game too. And it was like, wait, the a6 is a mistake strategically in many of these positions because now white has full control of the dark squares on the queen side. I think that this is going to be fun for white. I don't think it's going to be so fun for black, but maybe Shimonov just way better versed in these structures than I am.
Yeah, I think Sasha's decision to play a6 was a questionable one. He did it automatically and then started thinking after a5. Exactly like Jan Nepomniachtchi did it as well. Suddenly realizing that this complex of weaknesses on the queen side is really holding black away from operating on the other sides of the board. And as crazy as it is, I think e5 might actually be the lesser evil in a position like this. Because if you give Alireza a lot of time, what is he going to do? Well, he's going to double on the e-file potentially. Of course, you'd have to support a5. He will entrench a knight on e5. And as solid as black is, I think you'll co-sign me on this, things can get very, very bad here if you give white a couple of tempi to really tighten the screws.
Yeah, black has no space because you don't really want to push your b pawn, even though in some positions it's available. You're left with an isolated a pawn. And knight h5 heading into f4, if the move g3 is played, you know there's going to be a sacrifice over there. Black would take with a bishop and win the game. So knight h5, as you're saying, great decision from Shimonov. He doesn't want to sit and wait forever and find out what's going to happen. He is taking the game action into his own hands.
These are the things that we take for granted from top GMs. Recognizing the moment when you need to change the course of the game, when you need to generate active counterplay. How many players would just kind of dilly-dally around, oh, I'm really solid, I have a nice pawn structure, and then before you know it, there's a knight on e5, and you're struggling to breathe. Alexander Shimonov taking matters into his own hands, trying to get his knight to f4, trying to get a couple minor pieces off the board, and I think that the position is still closer to equality than it is to a clear advantage for white. And Alireza, he says, I don't care about that a-pawn, I care about the e5 square. I think Shimonov might refrain from queen takes a5 and play knight f to his guns here.
Yeah, queen takes a5 would be a mistake, probably because b7 will be captured, and he played your move very quickly. Knight f4 does make sense. And we will get bishops of opposite color. And Dunya, I think we should just correct the record before it's even stated that bishops of opposite color often talked about, oh, it's going to be a draw. Maybe that's deep down in the endgame. But with so many pieces on the board, it's about the attack. And actually having opposite color bishops could be a good thing for the attack. The bishop that's on d3, it might slide back to b1. The queen can go to c2, and your bishop on f4. It's not very helpful in the defense.
And there's tactics there. If black plays g6, then there might even be rook takes c6 at some point. It may seem like white's rooks are just futilely doubled on the e-file, but they're actually setting up really fascinating tactics. In the event the black plays g6, the f7 pawn is going to be overloaded. I think bishop e1 is going to follow right now. I wouldn't be able to resist this move. And if you shift the knight over to f6 in order to guard h7, well, then you relinquish the control over e5. Alireza is a monster in these types of positions, and it really cannot be stated enough that opposite colored bishop middle games could not be further from opposite colored bishop end games in the nature of the position.
And I do want to point out that g3 would be a very useful move for white. G3, king g2.
A draw.
Whoa! That makes me, that makes me sad. It makes me mad. I don't like draw offers in chess, but I understand why. I mean, for the players, they just want to get closer and closer to the top 10, and they may be ensuring themselves of that after this draw. But the one point, we'll just put this on the board because the game is over, is g3 would be a very good move for white to play king g2 next. If not for bishop takes g3, and after pawn takes queen g3 check, the knight on f3 would be loose. But if white could play g3 and king g2 in one turn, then I think white would have been happy to play on.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alireza probably didn't play bishop e1 because even when the queen gets to c2, the knight can defend from f8 or f6. And knight e5 isn't as dangerous as it appears. So an understandable decision. Again, their top priority is to get to the top 5, the top 10, and make it to Division 1. Obviously, it makes sense given the fact that a lot of other top games have ended in a draw, particularly Jordan Van Forest and Andraken have drawn their game quickly as well. They're both on 6 out of 8. And so that means Alireza is praying for as many people as possible who've got 5.5 to make a draw. Let's take a look at some of those people. First of all, we've got Meyer and Musard locked in a fascinating middle game battle where black is up in exchange, but white's got a couple of pawns and some compensation.
Compensation at best for white. This is bad situation, but great news for Georg Meyer. We haven't spoken about him, but the player now who competes for Uruguay, he originally played for the German Federation. he's a monster in the quickest of time controls. He led his Stockholm Snowballs to the Pro Chess League finals, and that was a rapid chess event where he's playing against teams of 4, some of the best players in the world. So Meyer knows what it takes to compete against the world's best. And Donna, in this position, with 5 minutes on his clock, with the black pieces, do you trust Meyer to be able to convert a position like this? It will take some help from Musard.
It will indeed. And C takes D4 was disliked by the eval bar, who I like how I'm talking about it like a person, which wanted black to take on C3 and keep that bishop against knight situation. Now, bishop to B4. Oh, that was missed by Meyer. And he's going to have to make this incredibly awkward move, Robert, knight to D6, after which white can take on D4 with interest, threaten knight E6. Suddenly, the position is sharpening up, and Meyer has to be careful not to blunder any more material away.
Suddenly, white is the side for choice. Like that position just a moment ago, if black had taken on D4 with the knight, this was an imprecise capture. If you take on the knight, forcing the pieces off the board, black has an extra exchange. Yes, white has a couple pawns for that exchange, but it would not be full equality. I think black would have been better. But now, black is retreating and walking into pins. And as you said, knight takes D4, going into E6, bring a rook to D1 as well. Black could be in some danger here.
Absolutely. Rook is coming out quickly. Like you're saying, there's fork threats galore on the light squares, which black cannot control because he doesn't have a light squared bishop. Neither does white, for that matter. And Jules is deciding whether to take on D4 or investigating moves like queen to A3. Right? You got to look at all sides of the board when the center is wide open like this, and black's pieces are suspended in midair.
Queen A3 might force bishop E7, so black's pieces continue to step backwards, while white's pieces step forwards with knight takes D4. After that, knight C2 takes D4, that is. I do not like this position for black. I see the eval bar saying, no, black's doing decently, even slightly preferable position. It just feels like the trajectory of the game is in white's favor, and there's so many weaknesses in his camp.
Georg Meyer will have to be more careful than ever if he is to maintain a good position, if he is to avoid losing material along this diagonal. I think Jules is more likely to play knight c takes d4, knight f takes d4, which has just happened. And now, how is Georg going to defend against the threat of knight e6? He can move his queen up, but then the queen becomes vulnerable. It's undefended, and white can investigate more tactics with moving the knight away and opening up a direct assault against that knight. The rook could also come to d1. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I think Meyer's position is very, very tough to play from a practical perspective, unless he has some tactic here to solve all his problems.
Yeah, he would need to figure a way out, but bishop takes d4 was not it, apparently. You could just take that back. I understand his idea is after queen takes d4, he wants knight f5. That way he gets out of the pin and he is able to say, I'll trade queens and be up material. But the move was not approved of by the engine. And while this decision, the next few decisions are pondered, I did want to take our attention just quickly, Danya, if you don't mind, to Mamedyarov against Aronian. That could be a candidate's game, but it's a game for players at 5 out of 7. Aronian had a hot start, but after that loss to Shimanov, things have not been so peachy. But look at this endgame. Here's the black pieces. It's even material, but it's not even because black's connected past pawns. They're running first.
And they're running forward, and they're running fast, and white has only one passed pawn right now, but he has to use it strategically. If you push it too early, you're actually, in a way, making it more vulnerable, and I think black is assigning to the king the very important task of keeping that pawn at bay. Instead, Shakhriyar activating his rook, trying to force black's king onto a more awkward square, one where it will have a harder time of stopping the pawn. The way that white draws this, Robert, is by giving away the d-pawn for one of black's passers. If Shakhriyar can engineer that, then it's basically a dead draw. So, from that perspective, does it make any sense for Levon to throw his kingside pawns to the wolves and focus on advancing his queenside pawns and not giving them away?
Not only does it make sense, it's very instructive and undoubtedly best. The h-pawn for white is on h2, very far away. Levon Aronian, he quickly plays king e8. And
what
look
a
at the
move!
eval bar.
What a move! Rook b5 is
Rook
amazing
B5.
to threaten rook a5.
Let's bring up an analysis board because I want to show you how ugly black's pawn structure is. Down a pawn as well. Rook a7, rook a5. Let's put this on the board because white has to take that rook on a5, otherwise the pawn just stormed down. But once rook a5 is captured in this position, look at black's pawns. Double isolated a pawns, but it doesn't matter how they look. It's that you can't stop the furthermost pawn. It's queening.
It's incredible. And for example, let's say white starts pushing. It's not, I mean, black wins by like 2 tempi, right? If white had h7 here, this would have been a draw at least here after h7. This is an amazing position. Black's only way to stop the pawn is actually f5. Without the move f5, if you had put another pawn on the f-file, that would have still been a draw. Amazing tactics here. Great calculation. And look at Levon's clock. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. How debilitating does that have to feel for Mamedyarov? Except he's not alone. Levon has been winning games like this for well over 2 decades.
Yeah, and I think for Levon, he was using the clock as a weapon. That rook endgame where we tuned in, the eval bar still said that white had chances to hold, but not anymore. The rook slid back to b5. The king sits in front of the passer, and with the rook coming to a5 to block the white rook. You want to stop a pass pawn from behind, but the black rook is getting behind. And oh my goodness, as you're saying, you know it's pretty rook on e5 as well. B and a pawn, even though white's up one, unfortunately those 2 pawns are too fast for Mamedyarov to deal with.
Incredible finesse that Levon is demonstrating here. I think the reason he played king d8 is that so this move does not come with check so that he could play rook e5 and basically gain another tempo because rook a7 is met with rook a5. White can come back to e7, but then black has optimized the placement of his rook, pushes a3, a2, and then sends the b-pawn down the board. You know what I love is the many ways in which Levon is using his b-pawn. He's using it, of course, as a passed pawn, but its primary use is as an anchor. Right? It anchors the rook on a5. Same role that the f-pawn has. He decides to push right away. That's also plenty good enough. And rook a5 should decide it.
Yeah, and the black king can always scoop up the d6 pawn. And I have a question that may be unanswerable. I had this notation booklet when I was a kid, and on the cover it said, happiness is a pass pawn. So if happiness is 1 pass pawn, what are 2 pass pawns?
Oh gosh, that is bliss, euphoria. Absolute total bliss. Rook f5 check would be something to consider here to banish the king further to the king side, but too many hands spoil the broth. And Levon just pushes his pawns, but Mamedyarov is in time. If Levon closes his eyes and plays a2 and b4, Robert, the king does make it to c3 in time, and that is what you want to avoid if you're Mamedyarov, if you're Aronian, because then the pawns get totally frozen. So what's the winning move if white plays king d3? Is
b3?
b3? King c3?
Yeah, then b2. You lead with the b pawn.
Oh, king b3 there?
Okay, well, Levon says, I don't want to hear any of it. He starts with rook b5. That's actually a great move, because rook a1, then b2.
Wow. Rook b1, a2. Rook takes b2, a1. And you pin the rook and win the game. Mamedyarov has resigned. What a win. What a bounce-back win for Levon Aronian, who was facing a brutal pairing.
Yeah, with 5 out of 7 to face Mamedyarov, that is not what you want. But a victory was what he wanted. It's what he came into that game for. It's what he earned. And now he's back up at 6 out of 8 in good shape to finish in the top 10. Let's go elsewhere, Danya. That was a wonderfully instructive rook end game. What about Dmitry Kolarz? I see that he is 5 out of 7, and he's taking on Kirill Shevchenko.
And a time scramble is impending here. Kirill has 1 minute on the clock and a pawn structure that leaves a lot to be desired, but I still like black's position. He's got control over the b-file, pressure on b2, and that bishop on d5. You know, I have a love-hate relationship with pieces like that because it may look like a big pawn, but we know that good bishops defend bad pawns, bad bishops defend good pawns. However you want to slice it, it's a complicated and double-edged position.
Yeah, and what's the material count? Black is up a pawn. So let's not forget about that. I had to count because black's pawn structure is so bad that it doesn't seem that way, but it is an extra pawn for black. The bishop on d5, that is holding everything together. It's such a great piece. There's no way to dislodge it, and I like Shevchenko's chances.
And given that he's got 20 seconds on the clock now, I was going to say bishop takes b3. Yeah, he gives up the pride of his position, but at least he simplifies the position. Now he has to avoid losing all of these pawns. Rook takes b3, rook takes c6. Looks really, really hard to handle. I think the time might decide this game.
Oh my gosh, he goes for it. But rook c6, what's his plan after that? He'll just move his queen. Yeah, there is that check. I saw that before. The queen blocks an f7 to save the rook there. But I thought rook c6, it looks more dangerous for black. The more pieces that remain on the board, that exposed black king looks like it's in danger. But I guess Kolarz, he wants to make a draw.
I think he's still playing, though. Queen takes c6. If he can recover this pawn, then he can play this for a win because black has this additional weakness on e7. How easy is it to miss a fork in a position like this? And e3, what an instructive move, saying, hey, my pawn is condemned, so let me give it away to make you ruin your own pawn structure.
And look at this move, rook d3. White was threatening rook f2, trying to get that attack going, but rook d1 check would turn the game around in black's favor. So very instructive. e3 followed by rook d3. And now the black rook and queen stare at the d5 square. We might just see some very active defense from Shevchenko.
And 18 seconds in the hands of a player as experienced, it feels like an endless amount of time. And when you're sitting there with 18 seconds, it feels like you've got 1 second. When you're watching someone who's skilled in time scrambles handle the defensive task, you feel like it's, oodles and oodles of time. He would probably draw this with 5 seconds.
It's a really good way of framing it because Shevchenko probably very worried about his king safety and the clock.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, Kolars, he's very experienced, 3,000 level blitz player himself. King h2. Let's sidestep anything, make black choose difficult decisions. And king g7, similarly, pass back. Your turn, go.
And king g7, excellent prophylactic move. Oh, rook f2 isn't even a threat anymore. I apologize because white has relinquished his control over that square. That would have been a minor disaster. And a draw agreed. I would play a couple more moves here with white, but okay.
I would have as well, just because of the clock, but Kolars respects and understands that Shevchenko is super duper strong in blitz chess. Let's go to this game here. We have Jules Moussard and Georg Meyer, and Georg Meyer, yeah, he was better, but he walked into a pin, and now he is down a couple pawns and just losing.
Well, he blundered in exchange. If I can rewind, we don't have to go to an outsport, just really, really quickly. Rook d7, he played rook e7, and he simply blundered a fork. Rook takes c7, queen e7, and knight g6. Goodbye. He blundered his extra exchange back, just leaving himself 2 pawns down. Moussard sacrifices one of them, but not for long. He's going to recover a6, and Meyer's going to resign.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns. They're just rumbling down the road. You can probably give up your bishop here and still win, but why do that? Just move your bishop to d4 and play b5, b6, b7, and guess what? b8 is coming right after that. And so Georg Meyer, he throws in the towel. That is a win for Jules Moussard. And if you look at the standings, he is tied for first place.
Wow, incredible performance by the French Grandmaster, who is close to 2,700 FIDE. He has had a string of over-the-board successes. He's been a Grandmaster, I think, since 15 or 16 years old. So Moussard, using his experience, using his tactical adroitness, and scoring a big victory out of a difficult position against Georg Meyer.
And Danya, while Jules Moussard scored a big win, I have to look at this game between Lam Lei and Min Lei. We have the Leis. They're going to lay it out all on the line, you could say. But Min is down to just 5 seconds, and he did have the upper hand when we started, but now it looks like the position... mistake from Lam Lei.
We should probably explain this for the layman. Man, this end game is so complicated, I might have to lay down after we look at this time scramble. Black with 9 seconds on the clock, and Wonderful Time is playing for a win. D5 might have been a mistake, but he still has no risk.
0. He's up a pawn with the black piece. Okay, but that was smart play from... Yeah, Lam, he's way too strong to say, I'm going to sit and defend for a long time. He knows it's a theoretical draw, but let's talk about PK and Kasparov. They play this endgame, and Kasparov actually lost it, and despite the fact that this is a theoretical draw with proper play.
Yeah, 4 on 3. I mean, the more pawns you add, the harder it is. 5 on 4 is still typically a draw. What makes this easier to defend is the fact that white has the sort of ideal pawn structure, right? That diagonal formation where the pawns defend each other is considered to be the best arrangement that you could hope for. Of course, black is the same thing. The problem is that black has no breakthroughs, right? That f-pawn is a weakness. If you play f5, yeah, congrats, you've connected all 4 of your pawns. How are you ever going to make progress in that position?
And you can't even get f5 in, because as soon as the black king goes to the last rank, the rook checks it. And he wants to win f2 for even rook f3 check, but he doesn't have f5 to follow.
And it's a draw. And draw agreed. Good hold. Good hold for the Vietnamese Grandmaster.
Which one?
Or the Lei. Which one?
Good answer. Let's go to the Fedoseev game against Kovalenko, because that one's really important. Fedoseev needs to score victory with the white pieces here, and he plays f6 and king b5. He's going after the b6 pawn.
And Kovalenko has to go after white's vulnerable pawns, but both of them can be defended. Knight a1, bishop d1 was winning on the spot. Now the bishop can travel back to c4. I think white is winning, but it's going to be close.
King takes a5? Oh, sorry, d3 saying you're absolutely correct. My apologies.
Yeah, but now you can't take on d3. I don't think you're in time to promote your b pawn. So you move the king.
That was a mistake. I was going to say, Danya, it's one of these endgames where the eval bar says white's winning, but you have so many equally attractive options, and you typically choose the wrong one. So d3, the bishop has to sacrifice for the pawn, and, well, does black get back in time?
Well, Kovalenko seems very confident that he does. He didn't take any of his remaining minute to calculate this. I would be terrified with black here. King c3, a6 is a loss. So the draw might be yielded by knight to d7 check.
Okay, but this king to b7.
Oh, beautiful. Knight back to d7, and you sack the knight for the pawn. Now king c4, a6, king b5 is the drawing idea.
Oh, that is barely escaping. King b5, so you play knight to b6.
Tempo for tempo. And white has no way to induce Zugzwang because the knight has too many squares that it can hop onto. Now king a6 is a draw. Or knight to d7 and back to b6. Now I sound like a good mater. I'll pause the video now and you can find the move.
But that's unfortunate for Fedoseev because he apparently had a winning position and he would have jumped to 6 out of 8. Now he's at 5.5 out of 8. He needs to win that final round. He might get the black pieces in that final round and he's going to have a difficult opponent. So not a good result for him.
And Anish Giri has suffered 2 painful losses in this event. But guess what? His name is there. He's in 7th place. He's got pretty good tie breaks and he's won all of his other games. He beat Harshavardhan, an international master from India who has scored a bunch of upsets in his own right. Anish Giri also probably needs a win given his tiebreaks. That will put him on 7 out of 9. And that will essentially guarantee qualification. But 6.5, Robert, it's definitely not going to do it for everybody. There will be a massive group with 6.5, and only 1 or 2 players might actually qualify.
Danya, click on the game that Anish Giri is playing, and let's let everybody see who his opponent is. So, Anish Giri against Alireza Firouzja. Not the pairing you wanted. Alireza Firouzja floats down from 6.5 to 8. No way.
I would not take the draw here if I'm Anish because his tiebreaks has got to be bad. But maybe he just wants to make it into Division 2. I don't know about this, though, Robert. Come on. I mean, you got to try.
Yeah, he's forcing the draw here. And what is he counting on? Because he was in 7th place to start this. And the game is drawn. It's official that Alireza Firouzja, of course he takes that. Look at Jules Moussard and Shamanov. They drew each other. So we see the top 3. They are in. They are going to be in the top 10. That's great for them. But for Anish Giri, look at the number of people trailing him. And there are probably more that aren't even on this first list of the standings that can catch up to him. They're all the way down to 20th place. I'm looking. Min Lei has 5.5 out of 8. Even further down. Jörg Meyer at 24th has 5.5. So unless Anish can rely on his tiebreaks, this might be a decision that backfires.
Yeah, I mean, the more people who've got 5.5 out of 8 draw, the better it is for Anish. So he's hoping for a couple of those games to end in a draw. But because everybody there needs to win, we're going to have a bunch of decisive results. It's a complete lottery. Anish has no way of anticipating his tiebreaks. None at all. He's just hoping. He's just hoping that his game against Firouzja, that will raise his tiebreaks, obviously, because he played the guy in the first place. He just wants his previous opponents all to win.
And
We've got a lot of quick draws. Whoa.
Yeah, Shevchenko drew quickly against Andreikin. Andreikin seems to have good tiebreaks. Shevchenko may not. So let's just look at games that are actually underway. We'll talk about the tiebreaks and who is going to be competing for a spot in Division 1. There are 5 spots up for grabs. 10 players will take part in the matches. So you need a top 10 finish. And Levon Aronin with the white piece against Dmitry Kolarz. Danya, I have to say, Kolarz super strong. But compared to playing Alireza Firouzja, I think Levon Aronin is very happy to be facing Dmitry.
This is a great pairing. And that is absolutely no knock on Dmitry Kolarz, who, I would be a complete fool for saying that he's an easy pairing. But again, it's all in comparison, right? Same thing, same strategy operates when the top 5 players choose their opponents in spots 6 through 10. Gukesh, he was first to choose in the last event. He chose Vladimir Kramnik. Is that because Vladimir Kramnik is weak? No, it's just because he'd rather play Kramnik than, Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, the choices are never easy at this stage with these level of opposition. But look at this, knight f5. I think that choice was pretty straightforward for Levon. If bishop takes, pawn takes, white controls all the light squares. Danya, the knight on c6 is dominated by the pawn on c3.
It is indeed. And this is a great position out of an Italian for Levon, who's massaging the advantage. Now he's got to decide whether to take on d6. That does secure the bishop pair, but it allows black to reinforce his control over the center. So big decision coming up here for Levon. And there is the potential of tactics with knight takes c4, Robert, eliminating the defender of the knight on f5. Of course, right now, white has the desperado counter-sack, knight takes h6. But knight takes c4 isn't a problem. Levon could choose to improve his position slowly with a move like queen c2. I feel like that would be very much consistent with his style.
But if he gets ultra aggressive, can he bring his f3 knight over to h4 to reinforce the knight f5? And I could see plenty of sacrifices on the king side that look to be winning for white.
Love that move. Now that you've put this into my mind, I think knight h4 is lovely.
If you just go for the attack, there's bishop takes h6 being threatened with queen g4 checkmate ideas. This looks really scary for black, and we're only 14 moves in.
And of course, knight takes d6 has a case to be made because Levon's tiebreaks are good. If he wants to manage his risk, then I would take on d6, maybe go b3 and c4, and try to play purely positionally in the center. But man, oh man, in a rapid game, I would not resist the temptation. I would play a move like knight h4 or keep the tension by moving the queen. He does take on d6, though. That is a very super GM thing to do.
And a slight understatement by you, Levon Aronian's tiebreaks aren't good. They're great. So if he draws this game, I think he will leapfrog even Dmitry Andreyk in Fair Chess on YouTube, who's in 4th. So I think that's good for Levon. He can store that in his back pocket. But let's not forget, he doesn't just want to finish in 7th place in the top 10. He wants to finish 1 through 5 because then you get to select your opponent. So if Levon wins this and ends up, say, in 3rd place, you get to choose who you play from. It was going to be a selection of very tough and challenging players, but I think you'd rather choose than be forced to play somebody like Firouzja.
Without question, you would rather choose. I would compare it to home court advantage in, let's say, a basketball series. Only the Warriors had home court advantage against the Lakers. Oh, wait a second. They do.
Hey, you mean that Levon Aronian's going to drop a 50 piece on Dmitry Kolarz here and 7 threes made, but this knight d2. I don't really understand what that was about.
I mean, he's trying to go knight f1, knight e3. It's a typical type of way to reinforce your control over d5. The problem is black is not just going to lie around and wait for white to do that. He's going to go d5. And you don't have to tell Dmitry twice.
I didn't like that decision, but Daniel,
really?
Even really, yeah, really, my friend.
Really, Riley.
If white trades the queens off, there should be a pull in the endgame. You have a 3-on-2 advantage of the queen side, and you have the pair of bishops. So you were thinking the same thing after queen d5, knight f3 here. Let's get those queens off. I do think Levon has the upper hand in the endgame.
Yeah, d5 can actually be a very overrated idea in these positions because, yes, you eradicate one weakness, you close one door, but another door opens. Now the e5 pawn has replaced the d6 pawn as the main weakness, which white can attack directly. If you can induce the move f6, you're also weakening the complex of light squares on the king side. And even with the queens off the board, white can still develop a massive initiative here, Robert. I'm with you. I thought d5 solved a lot of black's problems, but now I see that Levon has gotten exactly the kind of a risk-free position that you want to get. He goes to f1, though. He is aiming, I think, for the d5 square on the strength of the knight e3 maneuver.
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable set of moves there by Levon. I think that the players without the evaluation bar, I'm guessing they both assess as slightly better for white with the pair of bishops, with the 3-on-2 edge on the queen side in terms of the number of pawns there, and the fact that the pawn's on a5. Sometimes you wish that pawn could go back to a6 to challenge the bishop, or back to a7 to keep more squares under control from the opponent's pieces. But that pawn a5, it does stick out a little bit, and maybe Levon will be able to take advantage of it, even if right now Kolarz has a solid setup. So Daniel, why don't we check on another game, because so many games during this late stage of equal importance and who is going to make the top 10.
Listen, there are some players we've never mentioned in this tournament who are on 5.5 out of 8 who could, under the right set of circumstances, qualify with a win. And 2 of those players are Pavel Ulyanov, we haven't mentioned at all. Lek Kwang Lim, we've talked about quite a bit. I want to go to their game with your permission because Pavel Ulyanov is not mincing his words. He is saying, I want to checkmate you. That is the only thing that I want in life. And I want to do it by playing knight to h5 and threatening unstoppable mates on g7 and h7. Black might have to go rook e8, bishop f8. How is like Lim already hanging by a thread like 10 moves into this game?
And
15.
Black isn't even up a pawn. Usually in positions like this, white has sacrificed the pawn somewhere. Maybe the a3 pawn is off the board. So in the long run, black will be material ahead. But this is even material. And the king on g8 looks wide open. Knight h5 is met by bishop to f8. You will not be capturing the knight. That would be a forced checkmate if you do. But bishop g5, if you play f6, bishop takes g6. Oh, gosh.
And bishop e7, h5 is a KO.
Knight 5.
Or is it bishop f8? I think he wants. He might have missed that
there's
h5.
bishop. No. There's bishop d8 and knight f6 check at the end.
And you win the exchange. But then maybe, oh no, d8 is hanging. Oh my gosh, knight h5. He missed it. He missed knight h5. And Pavel Ulyanov looking at this is like, is this too good to be true? No, it's not, Pavel. Now, wait a second. Can I ask one question? If
What's
we
that?
pull up the analysis board, knight h5, bishop f8, I actually don't think this is as good as it looks. Bishop d8, bishop h6, knight f6, king f8. And if you take on e8, I take on d8, force your knight back, and then there's the key resource, bishop d2. And I start vacuuming up these weak pawns on the queen side. I actually think that knight h5 might not be the best move.
You know, it's one of those positions that you see the eval bar skyrocket, you assume it's direct. If you play bishop takes e7 first, and like if you the queen takes, there's still knight h5, and you go queen f8, trying to stop the mate on g. Or this is just, yeah, you're just vacuuming all the pawns up. That's gross. And knight f6 check then leads to mate anyway.
It does indeed. You have no other way of defending, because if you take the knight here and say, hey, I have the f8 square, I can escape. No, you cannot. You're queen. And this is such a common theme, right? In these types of positions, when the queen stops the king's evacuation route and blocks it. So Pavel has to hold off on the temptation to play the immediate knight h5. And I think he's going to do that because he's thinking. Right? The fact that he's taking now 2 minutes means he's calculating these lines. He is aware this is not as simple as it appears. And he's played rook takes c6. And I saw that
And
move.
it's good. Apparently it's good. I don't care about X marking the spot. He just took a pawn that was sitting on e6. Like, yes, that wasn't the game-ending tactic, but that still is a brilliant idea. If pawn takes e6, Donnie's about to point it out for you, bishop takes g6 leads to a checkmating attack.
It's a beautiful move, and I think we can all appreciate it. And we can all accept that bishop takes c7 was winning on the spot. So it is a mistake from a purely objective standpoint. But Pavel is going to get a pawn up position, and it's not like his attack ends, right? I think it's important to point out that after the trade on e8, and after white recaptures the bishop on g5, white has this devastating idea of knight e4, knight f6. So the dark squares on the king side are still plaguing black, and he's down a protected passer on d4.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where I would like to give that one exclamation part instead of 4.
Yeah.
Bishop takes e7 with these ideas of knight h5. That's game over.
Whoa.
Oh, look, queen d5 played.
Knight h5.
I mean,
What is he doing?
It's just checkmate. That's
Like
over.
Wong.
It's completely over.
This is a very forgettable game. He just forgot about this idea of knight h5. Knight h5, he will resign on the spot.
Yeah, and Elyanov, he'll be lifted to 6.5 and a 9, and he is going to take part potentially in those matches to see who gets into Division 1. Knight h5 is obvious. I think he's been thinking about it in the past. Rook e6 was a nice tactic that he found, and knight h5 is step 2, and it's game over.
No, this is just complete collapse by Lan Kwang, who would have given himself some practical chances with bishop takes g5, but the dejecting thing is that a draw is obviously not good enough. He was trying to keep things complicated, and in the end, he's gotten himself mated. Pavel Ulyanov, not a great chance, I think, given that we haven't talked about him, so he hasn't been atop the tournament standings. But again, the tiebreak is the cumulative score of your opponents. You never know how your opponents do, even if they suffered an early round loss. Okay.
And
All right.
queen
Lan Kwang.
takes g2.
All right.
Bishop e4 here should be good. Well, actually, bishop e4, this knight takes e6. You know, there are things that get a little bit tricky.
Or like knight f5, trapping the white queen. The problem is that you lose all of your minor pieces and both of your rooks, but nothing that you can't survive.
How many pieces is white up? White's up a queen for 1 pawn right now.
Yeah. That's right. Now, what about, I don't know, rook e4? Maybe then knight f5 is a little annoying. Yeah, actually,
it's one of
Pavel, he has to be a little careful here.
Can you do me a favor, Danya? Put rook e4 on the board. I'm curious if black is not even worse anymore after rook e4 and knight f5.
Okay. Black is better. Unbelievable. So easy to blunder. Look at that.
The queen's trapped.
Bishop e7, knight h6. Now, it looks still winning for him, but it's not. And the reason why, in fact, black is winning here, because there's too many threats, right? Rook e7, bishop e4, and f5. 3 threats, and black is going to recapture the rook with interest. Instead, Pavel wants none of it. And what he does want is a win, and that's what he's going to get. King f1 and bishop e7 is game over, sir.
Completely game over. Knight f6 followed by queen h7 checkmate. All it took was that king moving out the way of the bishop, and now this is over. So I think we can get out of here. The game is officially over. Yeah. Elyanov wins, and you see him there in 7th place currently, with many of the other contestants still playing their final round game.
And a lot is going to come down to the players who still have 6 out of 8. I'm talking Levon Aroni, Dmitry Kolas, and the players who currently have 5.5 out of 8. One of whom is David Anton Hikaru, who has a crazy position against P. Inian, the very same guy who defeated Anish Giri in the early round. And what do you make of this?
Hold up. 5 pawns for black, 5 pawns. So even material somehow. I feel like black's king on e6, despite being wide open, is very safe. Because that queen on b3, it can't get in. If that queen could somehow slither to a square like c5 or come on the dark squares, then the king would be in trouble. But the a2 pawn is loose. So white feels a bit stuck. And I wonder how black can make progress.
Yeah, white's queen is stuck. You don't have a3, you don't have b4. Rook a1, there's the answer. But what about king b2?
Only move, I'd guess.
And where does he want to go? Rook f1. So he's going after the pawn simply. Trying to force white into playing rook g2.
Bishop e3 would be a huge blunder because of f4.
Oh. Okay.
Daniel,
so
rook
g2.
g2. It's defensive, but it's stepping in the wrong direction for sure.
But you might have no choice. He's trying to defend actively. He wants rook d6 and queen takes d5, but does that work tactically? I don't think it does. I think black can take.
And he does.
Huh.
So, yeah, I'm confused by this game, but rook d6, queen takes d5 is still something to consider, but I think black is able to get out of that.
Yeah, queen d5 and rook e8, almost checkmate. But black has the escape square on d7. Maybe he missed something like that. I think he actually missed that after queen d5, black takes on d2. And white does not get checkmated there. The problem is that black's queen escapes the 6th rank pin so that black can take on d5. This I think he might have overlooked. But he's still trying. Look at him go. King c1. That was a mistake, apparently.
Well, now there's no threat. Queen takes d5 is no longer a threat because black has queen a3 in response, getting out of the pin on the 6th rank with check, and then you win the queen. So black has a move. I think you cannot allow bishop g5 check. That might result in checkmate. So black should play f4.
Great move. That's such a nice prophylactic move, and it also advances the passer. Could do worse than that, and Inian Nepomniachtchi is some trouble here.
That was actually awesome. I really like that one. He's playing quickly, but he is in trouble on the board, and David Anton Hikaru has had a really good day of chess. He would love to get this victory and end up in the top 10.
He absolutely would, and he started off by leading the tournament. He was the only player, I think, to win his first 4 games, I want to say, before he met Mr. Firouzja. And Mr. Firouzja has stopped a lot of players from having a perfect score.
Yeah, and David Anton made a bunch of draws along the way, so he would love to end with his victory. King d1.
What about queen c8 and queen g4, girl?
Love it.
Let's go.
The queen on a6. It did attack a2. It was protecting c6, but now it's time to bring in the game and deliver that final blow to the white king. I think queen c8 to g4 is just nasty.
There goes black's queen. Love those types of geometric maneuvers. David Anton has left himself with plenty of time to figure this out. This is easy stuff for breakfast. He'll find it.
He should. And I'm just looking at the other games because so many are important for the standings. I see that Jordan van Forest, he had 6 out of 8 entering this final round. He got the white pieces against Eduardo Iturrizaga. All things considered, a great pairing. Now he's up a piece. And I see the evaluation bar saying that Jordan should be winning.
Let's go to that game real quickly. B4, by the way, is a sick move by David Anton. And he follows it up with knight c3 check. So one way or the other, I think he's figured out a way to get to white's king. Let us indeed go and see if Jordan can convert this position with 5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, he's going to convert it. Or is he? Wait a second.
When I looked off screen before, it said that white was winning, and he is up a piece, but the A pawn is causing him problems, and now he's losing his H pawn.
And once he loses his H pawn, the G pawn falls next. And if he loses the G pawn, then he's down to only 1 pawn. This could come down, Robert, to rook and bishop versus rook. And I don't know if Iturrizaga has enough time to save bishop h7.
Yeah, it's coming. And then if you go king d6, bishop h7 takes g6 on the row. That king for black is in the wrong space.
What a move by Eduardo. Eval bar is being inconclusive here. I would even go bishop e6 and try to keep black's king confined.
Oh, you're brilliant. And he does it. King e2, king e3, king d4, king e5, king f6. Here comes the king.
Yes, sir. And I think Eduardo has to have used his pawns to keep white's king at bay. Rook g4 was the worst possible move. I think white can sack everything and go to f6. Goodbye.
Yeah, here comes the king.
See you later. See you
It's
later.
checkmate. I think it's
King
over.
E8. Gotta run. King e8, king d8. He's blundered it. Wow, he threw.
Yeah. And
Or
what's the
did
winning
he?
move here? Just king f6?
d6.
No, king f6.
King d8.
Then rook d7 check. You have to go to
C8.
e8. And I have rook c7. If it was king c8, I have rook d3 check. I swap rooks, I
you
win.
trade and you take all of the pawns. And the fact that he left himself with that one last remaining pawn, that's what's going to do him in.
Yeah, oh, it's
That's
winning
what's going
for
to do
white.
black in. Mm-hmm.
Look at this. Just taking f3, then taking g6. Then he will, in fact, win f4. Jordan von Forest, he could even be the 1 seed. So he wins this game. Iturzagha was an immense time. And where does he finish? No, he's in 4th place. But the final standings are not set because still games in session, still tiebreak points to be won. And let's go back to maybe the Indian game against David Anton.
Let's go back because David Anton still hasn't quite delivered the finishing touch. And now he's the one down to 40 seconds on the clock. He's struggling to figure out the crushing blow here. And Inian is setting up potential counterplay against the f7 pawn. Of course, you can't really play c5 ever because of queen f1 checkmate. What's the winning move here? As David offers the queen trade. Is that it? It is.
Yeah, and he's winning with 2 separate passed pawns. If you take on b6, let's not forget that black is actually a pawn ahead in the position. And you could take c6. Those pawns are unimportant. It's got the f pawn and the passed c pawn that's on c3 in enemy territory. Great move from David Anton. No risk associated with it. And he's winning the game.
And that would mean David Anton rises to 6.5 out of 9, displacing somebody who's got 6.5 from qualification to the top division. So I stand corrected. Most players who got 6.5 are going to qualify. In fact, probably everybody but a single unlucky player is going to qualify. And that is why Anish's decision is so risky, because you're playing the lottery. You have no idea who that player is going to be.
Well, Danya, I'm looking right now, and there's still many more games
Oh.
of players with 5.5 points. That's how many people at 5.5. The standings keep going down all the way to 23rd place. I see Georg Meyer. He is at 5.5 out of 8, still going on there, but Anish's tiebreaks seem better than a bunch of those players. We'll see when all is said and done, but we know David Anton, he's about to take this one, and that means that he'll make it through to the top 10.
Indeed, and there's the queen trade. There's f3. He's got too many passed pawns. White has to stay afloat, but White is almost in zugzwang. I think he's got to keep his rook on the f-file, so something like rook f5. And then black just goes rook f1 and f2, and it's the classic scenario where you've got the c pawn keeping White's king on the losing square. Rook f1 is coming.
That's beautiful geometric finish with a skewer at the end. And so that means David Anton will finally get to 6.5. It feels like we've been talking about it for a while now with the winning chances, but that seems obvious, and it's nice to see the win, exactly how the game concludes. Rook f1, f2, and then
Beautiful.
rook a1 is the dagger.
And d6 is futile. King e8 holds the f-pawn while keeping the d-pawn at bay. This has been known for over 400 years. This is a classico. F takes c6, I would simply play. And if the rook stops the pawn from the side, then rook to c1 check, followed by promotion, picks up the rook and wins the game.
Nicely done. Good execution. Rook a1. Let's see the final move.
There it is. Resigns.
Well done for David Anton. So is that all? Are all the games done right now? I still see some in session.
Some in session. So the top game that is still in session is Kovalenko against Sadwani. And Igor Kovalenko is in big trouble against the Indian talent. So Raunak Sadwani has something to say.
Yeah, he could sneak into the top 10 and try to play for qualification into Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. And Queen c4, I would not be trading queens if I'm black. Black's king is way safer than white's. But that f3 square is under white's control. That's important because rook f3 ideas is what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, and I guess queen a1, king b3, white's king is more or less safe for the time being. It's important that the f3 square is being held. Instead, Kovalenko tries to cover the king with a nice little blanket, moves the rook over to a2, and it's so debilitating that you're also a pawn down in this position. You're not even suffering for anything.
Yeah, though black can't bring the rook into the attack because c7 is loose. And I don't think Raunak is going to repeat the position, but look at Kovalenko's clock. 1:45 compared to 24 seconds for his opponent.
Yeah.
That could allow him to survive this game.
It absolutely could allow him to survive this game, but he's got to figure out the proper arrangement of his heavy pieces. Does the queen belong on c4? And where does the rook belong? The rook is going hither and thither. It is meandering from A2 to E2, back to A2, defending and attacking, and black has to leave the C7 pawn hanging, and now we're going to get a crazy tactical scramble.
Yeah, E2 rook is hanging. It is winning. A4 is hanging. The E2 rook is under attack. And queen to A1 check?
Queen C8 Where's the mate? Where's the mate?
Queen C1 to C5. Yeah, or that like that as well.
But Queen C5, King A2, and remember, white has this check on H3. Raunak might not be seeing it, and I don't see it.
No, but I think Queen C1 to bring the queen to B2, and then Queen C5 check, because A4 hangs with check.
Oh, you rascal. That's exactly... Rook A4, Rook B4. Beautiful. Great tactical find by you. And Raunak wins the game to 6.5 out of 9.
So the big question, now that he's won the game, is where does he land? I'm looking for his name on the list. Where is Raunak? Oh, 11th place. So right now he is just outside the top 10.
But I want to remind everybody, the tiebreaks update automatically after the last round as Min wins his game and moves to 6.5 out of 9. So take what you see in front of you with a grain of salt, because the tiebreaks, they automatically update, but only after all of the games are finished. So someone like Min Lee might actually end up in the top 10.
It's true, but right now, 14 players, well, I should say 5 through 14, so it is 10 players who have 6.5 out of 9, and not all of them will make the top 10. Why is it so important to be in the top 10? There will be a match play after this, and 1 through 5 get to choose their opponents in 6 through 10, and the winner of those matches, they make it to Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. So, Danya, I don't think this game will impact the standings for the top 10, which is hilarious because we're talking an FFL and another really FFL. We have two legends of the game in a rook endgame. Now it's just kings, and both these players, I mean, superstars. Gadakomsky played against Karpov for a FIDE World Championship. Shakir Mamedyarov has been well over 2,800, but they played to bare kings. They made a draw, and unfortunately for them, they're not going to vie for Division 1, but maybe they'll be able to vie for Division 2.
This reflects a lot more on the strength of the tournament than on the weakness of these players. Every single round is brutal. You can lose to absolutely anybody. And a lot of players who were leading early, who had 2 out of 2, they're nowhere to be found because they lost a couple of critical games in the later rounds. Denis Lazovic, unfortunately, he was one of those players who lost his last round and is not going to make it into Division 1. But now the big question, Robert, which of these players are going to have the better tie breaks? We have 14 people right now, and 6.5 out of 9 is a huge tie. Who is going to make it? Who is not? It's a complete lottery. It's a total lottery.
Are there any games still going? Because that's the nature of Olympiads and events where tiebreaks are apart. And look at this game. It seems irrelevant, right? These players aren't competing for the top 10, but maybe they help someone's tiebreaks. So let's look at this rook and bishop versus rook. Donna, you mentioned earlier how much more difficult this is than rook and knight versus rook, but this, I believe, is the Cochrane defense in the rook and bishop ending. You keep the bishop pinned from a distance, and that means the king can't come over to c5.
Yeah, this type of defensive construction, named after John Cochrane, who lived in the late 18th century. He's also known for the Cochrane variation of the Petrov, now out of fashion, but still very interesting line where you sack the knight on f7. He also contributed to the theory of rook and bishop versus rook. Philidor as well analyzed this. And a draw by 50 move rule. Clementi Sichov holds the draw. And like you said, this half point, Robert, could be the difference between one player qualifying and another player qualifier. Anybody who played these two players, that is going to impact the overall tournament standings. And the moment of truth has arrived. The standings are about to update, but we still have a game going.
And that is going to... Oh my goodness. And you have 2 passed pawns for black. White has a rook. And if that white king could get into d6 when the king's on d8, there could be checkmating threats. So black does need to be a little bit careful here. Rook h7 is what I would play. Oh, he goes in with the king first.
Right,
but I think you need to kick that king to the back rank.
You know what the player with the white pieces does when he's got a sore throat? He gargles with salt water.
I was waiting for something bad. You've had so many great puns throughout the day, and I'm glad it's the end of the Swiss before you made your first terrible. And the results are in. We see Firouzja in first place. We have Zhum who starts second, Shimonov in third, Jordan Forrest in fourth. No surprise there. But look down to 10th. Kirill Shevchenko. He sneaks in. Anish Giri also is in the mix. And Elyanov, after that great win over Liam Lei, he does not make it.
And neither does Min Lee, and neither does Georg Meyer. I didn't even realize that he was in contention for 6.5 out of 9. What an insane finish. And Anish Giri, Robert, I guess his decision to make that draw, it was rewarded. He got to play Ali Reza. That gives his tiebreaks a massive boost. We will see Anish in the playoffs for the top group.
We certainly will, and we were talking about top 10 matches. It may be confusing for some, but let's let everybody into the know. This is what is at stake in match play. 5 players will advance to Division 1. 16 players will make their way to Division 2. 32 will go to Division 3. And 21 players that are going to be playing in the matches will be eliminated and not taking part in the ChessKid Cup. So, Danya, we don't know who's going to make it to Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup, but we do know 3 players who made it via the Chessable Masters. Nakamura, Caruana, and Abdusattorov. So 3 super strong players waiting to find out who the other 5 will be in Division 1.
Indeed, it's quite easy to follow. There are 8 total players in the ChessKid final. 3 spots secured, and you're like, well, are there 10 players who qualify? No, 10 players make it into the playoffs of Division 1, but of those, 5 are going to win their mini matches and join these 3 monsters for the ChessKid Cup, which will be commentated from Oslo. It'll be my first trip, and I honestly can't wait for it.
No, I can't wait either. I'll be spectating you and the gang commentating that. But before any of that happens, we don't know who's going to make it. Let's talk about the format of match play. Because for Division 1, there will be 10 players trying to make it through. 5 will get there. But it's 10 minutes and 2 seconds per move. Just like we've seen in the Swiss, the matches will have 2 games, 1.5 points out of the 2 games. Or if you score 2 out of 2, you win the match. And the top 5 from the Swiss will choose their opponents that place 6 through 10, and in match play, the results determine the division placement for the ChessKid Cup. And so Donnie and I, throughout this show, have been talking about how important it is to finish in the top 10, and in particular, those who finish in the top 5, because, as you see here, the top 5 get to choose numbers 6 through 10. So the numbers 1 through 5, they get to hang out on the left. Numbers 6 through 10, they're on the right, and the players on the left say, oh, I want to play you. You're my opponent of choice. Danya, these choices are never easy, though.
They're never easy. Sometimes they're more obvious, and sometimes you can choose along different philosophies, right? One way to choose is, I'm going to play the oldest player. I'm going to play the guy, you can also play the guy who's least experienced in your eyes in Rapid. Sometimes you have good results against a particular opponent, but I do want to say that the choice of an opponent is a pretty big advantage. A player can really optimize their chances for success by choosing the player that they think they're going to have the biggest success against. Obviously, another fun narrative is when that choice backfires and when the first player chooses and then ends up losing this mini match. But again, it's a 2-game mini match. There is 0 margin for error, Robert. And I just love the melding of different formats. The fact that we have a Swiss where you can afford to lose a game, and then a mini match where essentially you can't.
No, you cannot. And I like what you were saying there, because in the Air Things Masters, some players who finished at the top and chose their opponent, they didn't actually win that match. But for the Chessable Masters, the top players all selected their opponents, and all 4 of them won. There are 5 spots up for grabs this time because Magnus Carlsen will not be taking part in the ChessKid Cup. He has an over-the-board conflict. That means he cannot play in the 3rd leg here of the Champions Chess Tour. But in the Chessable Masters, we saw Liam Ley, we saw Levon Aronian, we saw Vladimir Fedoseev, and Vladislav Artemiev. They chose their opposition, and all 4 of those players won their matches. So we have 5 players that we know get to choose. And we saw 4 players finish with 7 out of 9, and then between 6.5 and 9, there were 10 people tied. Unfortunately, some will not have access to Division 1, but even they will play matches. They'll be vying for Division 2, and if they lose their match, they go down to Division 3. So, Donna, so many spots are up for grabs.
Indeed, and that, I think, is the genius of the divisions, right? Yeah, if you're in Division 2, Division 3, you're not going to get that professional coverage from the Norway studio. What you are going to get are very serious prizes. There's $7,500, $10,000 at stake for these bottom 2 divisions. What does that mean? It means the lower-rated players who know that they don't really have much of a chance to make it into the top 10. By the way, there aren't a lot of those players. Almost everybody has a serious chance. We saw players like Min Lee, who recently got his GM title confirmed. He was that close to making his way into the playoffs for Division 1. But the players who finish in 30th and 40th, they're not going to be forgotten about. They are going to get a chance to win a serious prize. I mean, listen, $7,500, that is quite a bit more than my first car cost.
Yeah, no, the players, even in Division 2, I believe first place in Division 2 wins a cool $10,000 and access to the next event's Division 1. And here we see it. These are the players who finish in the top 10. Those on the left-hand side of your screen, they get to choose their opponent from the right-hand side of the screen. So, Danya, I'm going to put you on the spot. I know we're friends, but sometimes friends have to do this to one another. If you were playing, if this were your choice, who are you selecting from 6 through 10?
You're saying if I'm Alireza Firouzja, who gets to select first, I'm going to predict that Alireza Firouzja, definitely I think it's going to be between David Anton and Dmitry Kollars. I'm going to vote Dmitry Kollars. Then I think Jules Moussard is going to choose David Anton. I think Alexander Shimanov is going to choose Kirill Shevchenko. And I think Jordan Van Forest is going to select his compatriot Anish Giri.
Okay, Danya, I don't know how anyone is supposed to make these choices because
I don't know either.
Yeah, the players named on the right-hand side of the screen are super strong. When Anish Giri, Dmitry Andreikin, David Anton, and Dmitry Kollars and Kirill Shevchenko, by the way, is almost 2,700 FIDE. I don't envy the task of the top 5 players. I think it's going to be difficult for them. They will take some time deciding who they want to face. And while they do that, we are going to take a break. But when we return, we will have the matchups of Division 1 ready for you. We'll see who will be able to make it through to Division 1 in the ChessKid Cup. But for now, we take a break along with the players, and we will be back for more action.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back, everybody. I know it's been a while, but if you've forgotten, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. After 9 grueling rounds of action in the Swiss, in this rapid time control, we know our pairings for placement into Division 1. There are 10 names vying to join Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura. And Danya, these are your matchups. When you see these 3 here, which matchup sticks out to you the most?
Man, oh man. I already forgot my predictions, Robert. So, that's the best part of it. I don't know if I got it right or wrong. Shimanov-Shevchenko is going to be a fascinating matchup. I'm looking at Alireza Firouzja and David Antone, who won a brilliant game that you directed my attention to earlier, Robert. I want to see David Antone score some upsets, and I want to see Firouzja go further than he did last time. It's an unstoppable force against an immovable object.
Well, Firouzja chose David Antone as his opponent. Will that pay off remains to be seen. But there are 2 more matchups that will happen to determine the 5 contestants joining the 3 already qualified in Division 1. This one's huge. Look at these matchups, Danya. They were down to the last 2 choices, but Jordan Van Forest, he had the 4th pick. He chose to play his compatriot, Anish Giri.
He did indeed, and I remember that was a prediction that I had made. Man, oh man, Anish Giri did Jordan Van Forest a solid, the other way around actually, in Tata Steel when Jordan's win against Abdusattorov, Robert, guaranteed Anish Giri the tournament victory. But right now, they're enemies. Right now, there will be blood spilled on the board.
There certainly will be, just like Tata Steel a couple of years ago when they played in a tiebreak and Jordan Van Forest took the title. But let's not count out this matchup between Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin. Levon was left with no choice. He had to play Andreikin, and that one is a toss of Super Grandmasters. But there's also action that is going to happen for placement in Division 2, where the winners of some matches, they'll go to Division 2. The losers, they secure a spot in Division 3. But look at these names, Danya. I mean, look at how many great players are on this list.
I gotta say, number 16, the Armenian International Master, has the most awesome name of all time, Mamikon Griban. It rolls right off the tongue. So it's great to see players who are a little bit less famous, a little bit lower rated, getting a chance for a big prize, as you pointed out, $10,000 for the winner of Division 2. And of course, you've got some regular names. You've got Minlay, Georg Meyer, and Pavel Ulyanov. The players who didn't quite make it into the top 10 are going to have a chance to make it into the next tournament's Division 1 with a victory in Division 2 as we look at the next players.
That's right. Look at how many strong players still on this list. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has a chance to make it to Division 2. David Navarra, that is a former Super Grandmaster. Vincent Keimer, a current Super Grandmaster. So, Danya, the list goes on and on. So much strength, even at the bottom of the players who are trying to make it to Division 2.
Indeed. Krishnan Sasigiran, Vincent Keimer, they're anything but the bottom in terms of their rating and their abilities. And this is honestly fascinating. You can follow Division 2 and Division 3. They function as their own super tournaments.
They really do. There are so many strong chess players in the world, and we're happy to highlight them. And that includes the people who are participating in the matches, determining whether they go to Division 3 or they don't take part at all in the ChessKid Cup at the end, or May 22nd to 26th. You see names like Gata Komsky just missing out on a chance to play for Division 2, and Arjun Aragaisi, who was in the Air Things Masters top division, Denis Lazovic as well. They're playing just to get into Division 3.
Yeah, I mean, Denis Lazovic was tied for first. He started off so well, but over 9 rounds, you have to sustain the effort. You have to avoid consecutive losses, and some of these were not quite able to do that, and yet they still have a chance to vie for serious prizes. And of course, the winner of Division 3 gets an automatic ticket into next tournament's Division 2. It's a long and rocky and difficult path, but I was going to say it's a Balboa path, but it's a path that any of these players can take. It's a complete toss-up.
It is, because look at this list as well. We see strong names like Laurent Fressinet. We saw a game of his earlier. But when you look at these players, Maxim Chagayev, he could be fighting for Division 1. In fact, I believe that he's taken part in matches where he could have made it to that top division. Danya, just countless strong chess players.
I only got one thing to say, and that's Babazada, Babazada, Babazada. Just kidding. Alexander Donchenko comes to mind as well. He's almost 2,700. Chagayev, Vyapov, really incredibly evenly matched battle going on in Division 3. And so great that these players are getting an opportunity to have their moment in the sun. Again, vie for serious money prizes and keep ascending their way to the next division.
More names join these bunch. I mean, look at this. The last batch of players. We have Andrew Tang, better known as Penguin GM. He is a bullet beast. We have players like Razvan Priotu, who were in the Pro Chess League knocking off higher-rated opponents. Benjamin Bach, a popular streamer. And David Paravian. He was always a force in the Rapid Chess Championship. So no matter where you look, all the way down to number 74 here, trying to make it into Division 3, we have to remind everybody that the losers of these matches, they are eliminated. So to remind everybody as well of not just who might get eliminated, of the format, because we are no longer in the Swiss, 10 minutes and 2 seconds per move, that time control remains. But the matches are just 2 games. You can't lose a game and hope to bounce back 3 rounds later. This is a match. The first of 1.5 points wins. And we saw the top 5 select their opponents from places 6 through 10. The rest of the players fighting for Division 2 and Division 3, they just faced the opponents that were in the standings opposite them. But this is match play, Danya. I'm super stoked.
I'm stoked as well. We got so many matches to follow, Robert, and we're going to be toggling between the games. The start of the games are staggered, so we're going to try to bring you all of the most interesting action from all of the games. Obviously, from the commentator's perspective, we hope that there will be Armageddon. We hope that some of the mini matches will end 1-1. From the player's perspective, you just want to knock your opponent out in the first game. You want to strike early and often, and you want to justify your choice if you're in the top 5. Of course, in the NBA, you've got the bottom seeds dominating the top seeds. Let's see if we see that same thing here.
Yeah, no, this is a situation where I think the fans, they love Armageddon with the bidding. That's been a favorite in the Champions Chess Tour. But the players, that's stressful for them. They want to avoid that if they can. So we'll see as the first moves go underway, who is going to be in good shape. 9 rounds of Swiss plus a match, that's exhausting. It's grueling, Danya.
It is indeed. And that's obviously one of the reasons why in the first game, you often see the player with the white piece is taking a little bit of less of a risk, right? And playing something a little calmer. At the same time, you want to set a good tone. And at the same time, we've also seen so many players from Alexei Sarana to Alireza Firouzja. We've seen so many players coming back in the second game on demand. In fact, it happens with incredible frequency in these specific mini matches, Robert. So we will see which stories of resilience we will have. But the games are underway. We've got Alireza and David Antone repeating their opening from their game during the Swiss.
I was going to say this position looks familiar, and I was going to dig deep. Think, who played this game? And it was these exact 2 opponents. And that game was won by Alireza Firouzja. His king, if we can remember, went to F1 after it was given a check, and then he was able to outplay David Antone. So look at David think. He plays bishop g4, just like last time, and after d4, we saw the black pawn go up to e6, and the bishop on f8 did not fianchetto because there's a pawn on e5 that would be in its path.
And we remember that David Antone went e6, and then he went f6 at the wrong moment and created more weaknesses on the king side. So David, really, the ball is in his court to demonstrate that this is a playable position. But I seem to remember, Robert, that we did like his position structurally, and from a developmental standpoint, I think that he should focus on quickly getting his kingside pieces out. Again, he plays this move e6 in order to freeze the e5 pawn and lock it in as a target.
Yeah, why not? I mean, go after that e5 pawn, but white easily defends it. f6 is one of those big choices that black will have to consider at the right time, but it's just not an easy move to play if your king falls under fire. So I'm looking at the clocks. They're evening up. Alireza, he is making sure that he's not making early mistakes, and he castles his king. Can hardly fault him for doing that.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot. We're expecting bishop g7, and then the big decision that David is going to have to make once again is whether he develops his knight to e7 and f5 French style, or does he disrupt the center immediately with f6, which I think makes a little bit more sense here than it did the first time he played it, because his king can seek shelter on the king side, and that semi-open f-file, again, very standard affair in the French. Even though this didn't come from a French, it doesn't matter. The structure is still the same.
That's true. And these players, I mean, they're really moving quite slowly at the start here. It is a rapid game. They get 10 total minutes. The 2-second increment will come in handy. But we're very early stages of this game, and they keep going for these pretty decently sized things.
Indeed, they are. But David, one of the other things he's doing in the same way is he's taking a lot of time the first 10 moves. 10 plus 2 sounds like a very expansive time control, but all it takes is one long think, And hey, you're down to 4 or 5 minutes. Almost every time we've seen a player fall behind, I think 3 minutes or more, that is basically like being down a pawn.
Yeah, no, James Candy, he says all the time that the clock is the 17th piece. You got to use the clock as a weapon when you're ahead on time. And right now, Alireza Firouzja well ahead on the clock. Still plenty of time for David Anton, but the situation, it hasn't even gotten tense yet. No pawns are staring at each other, and I'm starting to worry about his chances. He chose the structure, but I don't like it for black.
Yeah, he's chosen it for the second time, and he's doing exactly the same thing. He's got a lot of decisions to make. And from that perspective, I think Alireza's play is just much easier. Whether or not he's better, that's a different story. I think he is probably slightly better. But for Alireza, he's got only one pawn breakthrough, d4. He can play h3, which I think is very likely, just to force black to give up the bishop pair, and that's exactly what happens. Bishop g7 is obviously going to be met with d4. From David Anton's perspective, he's got to decide when to play f6. He's got to decide maybe whether to play d4 himself and try to isolate that e5 pawn. So he has more decisions to make, and that's not necessarily a good thing. In a rapid game, it's often a bad thing.
Yeah, the d4 push for black, it can be good to go after the e5 pawn, but it can backfire because only one side has a light square bishop. Black's pawn structure from f7 through d5 and the g6, h7 pawns all on light squares. So that bishop now on f1, where is it going? What's its useful diagonal? It's waiting for light squares to be opened up, and then it will try to see the light of day.
Indeed. h6, very flexible move. David improving his position. I like the way that black's pieces are coordinated here. He's active, he's got a lot of space, but he is down 2 minutes on the clock. So will the time play a big role in this game? That obviously remains to be seen as they enter the middle game phase. And I think that affords us a good opportunity to take a look at some of the other games that we have underway. We've got Musard against Dmitry Kolars and Shevchenko Shimanov. Which of these shall we hop into now? Maybe the Musard game?
Yeah, that one looks really interesting because in that matchup, we see a black queen on d5, but also this knight on f4, and that can be scary for white. That's why the white bishop is on f1. Danya, I like black's initiative here. I like the way that black's pieces are situated, but there is tension between the knights on e5 and g6.
And also, you're often advised not to blockade a pawn with a queen. Why is that? You might think, well, the queen's the strongest piece, but that also makes it the most vulnerable piece and the easiest one to attack. And I think a big reason why black's blockade on d5 is unreliable is the possibility of bishop to c4, which not only would knock the queen out of d5, but it would orchestrate serious pressure on the f7 pawn. You could easily see white taking charge with a subsequent queen to b3, and Kolars wants none of that. He brings his queen back on his own volition in order to generate a tempo that he can use to contest the bishop with something like bishop e6. Although he also has to be very careful not to drop a piece in the center with like a well-timed knight takes g6, as you were indicating.
It's true. There is some tension in this position. I liked your point about bishop coming to e6 for black. That bishop would like to be on d5. You don't want to blockade a pawn, an isolated pawn, with a queen. You'd rather do it with a piece. A knight, ideally, but a bishop is not that much worse. So Kolars, he takes a sip of his water. Danya, we know what that means. He must be happy about his position.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be all that thrilled if I was him, because bishop c4 on the board, queen b3 is coming. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. Bishop e6 here, at the very least, is going to lose a pawn to bishop takes e6, knight takes g6, and at the end, the pawn is whatever pawn or piece appears on e6 is going to hang. And that is one of the big drawbacks of pushing h6 early. You're weakening your control over the g6 square, and by extension, you're going to have a harder time contesting white's control over this diagonal. So, water or not, Robert, black has to be very, very careful here.
Does indeed. In another position, another game where both players need to be careful is the one between Shimanov and Shevchenko. Danya, I just looked at that position of the corner of my eye, and I have no idea what opening it came from. I don't know how the players got there, but it looks like a very weird position.
It's like the Somerton man. You don't know anything about it. You don't know how he washed up there, what opening it is, what evaluation it is. Let's go to that game. I'm going to click on to Shimanov Shevchenko here. This was it wasn't an Alpenset. It was a Trumpowski, believe it or not. White's bishop is nowhere to be found. White's dark squared bishop that landed on g5 on the second move. Now, what's the material count? That I can do, right? I think I can count the pawns, although I'm still not sure. Okay, materials are equal.
Like, black has these double isolated b pawns. This pawn on f4. White is missing a dark square bishop, but the evaluation bar only slightly in black's favor. I think if we isolated the concepts we're talking about here, black should be better, but maybe it's black's pawn structure. I know you say it tends to be overrated. Isolated b pawns, isolated d pawn, and tension between g3 and f4. Perhaps that's what keeps white in the balance here.
Yeah, and I mean, once the f4 pawn disappears, white could open things up with e4, get this bishop out, get the knight out. So as visually unappealing as white's kingside looks, black has the more persistent weaknesses and the more static problems with the doubled b pawns, the isolated d pawn. And it's not like black's development is all peaches and cherries either. You've got that bishop on c8, which is currently buried behind the rubble. And if you ever play d6, you're going to have to potentially reckon with b2, b4. And so Shevchenko doing everything he can to maximize the activity of his pieces. That is a gorgeous looking move.
These moves are really difficult to predict. Rook a4, he does hit that knight on d4 a second time, so white does not have time to play the move g takes f4 or to develop pieces. And b3, you're pointing b4, b4 could hit that bishop on c5. b3, it does create some weaknesses on the queen side. The rook can slide up to a3 at any point. I feel like, actually, bishop takes d4 is available after b3 as well because of tactics. I'm worried about Shimano's chances.
Yeah, if you play b3, b4, b4, and black can take on d4 before b4, and then take on c3 after b4. Knight c2. White avoids it with a 10-foot pole, moving the knight back to relative safety, but opening up the diagonal for white. I really do like this move, though. Again, a big problem consists in the instability of the f4 pawn. If it is captured, then white can finally get this bishop out of the gates with e4. Maybe it's worth for black to consider the move g5 to keep this pawn entrenched and keep the e-pawn paralyzed.
Big question. I mean, that's g5, a hard move to play with queens on the board, but even without queens on the board, that can backfire because pawns cannot move backwards, and if you push up to g5, you leave some squares behind. So this one is interesting. All the games at this point are interesting because the matches are fantastic. No matter who selected their opponent, we are left with some great challenges ahead. So, Danya, any of the other games catching your eye?
Well, I think we can go back quickly to the Firouzja and Hikaru game because we're getting a lot more clarity in the type of pawn structure. So I'm going to swing back to that game. What we're also getting clarity on is that David is, in fact, paying the price for his time management early in the game. He's already down to 4 minutes. They've barely entered the middle game. And black is experiencing major problems with the dark squares on f6 and on d6. Do not let white get a knight to f6, especially if you're planning to castle kingside. Do you think white's better, or am I over-optimistic here?
White definitely is better, and something we mentioned earlier, if black pushed d4, and that's exactly what happened, that light square bishop for white, it has the diagonal to work with. The bishop can go right out to g2, hit the queen, the b7 pawn behind it, and it's a happy piece. So I feel like black can't really attack anything of white's. The e5 pawn is extra well defended, and if you take on c1 and get into opposite colored bishops, that doesn't help either. Your bishop on g7 is very bad. Wow.
So David trying to engineer some counterplay, knocking the knight off of c4. Alireza says, first of all, let me fianchetto my bishop, hit the queen, and then he can very calmly drop the knight back to d2. That might be where it wants to be anyway, if it eventually wants to access the f6 square.
Oh, this looks very problematic for black because if the knights get traded on d2, then the bishop slides out to b4 in the future, takes control of some big diagonals. And if you take the bishop on c1, a rook just gets to the open c-file, and white is active before black is able to even castle. So I don't like this position for David Anton. I don't like his clock management either.
Nope. And the stubbornness, right? He repeated the same Caro-Kann line against Alireza's knight f3 and d3. Doesn't mean that he wasn't okay to begin with, but it does mean that he just doesn't feel comfortable in this particular structure. And right now, I would not play b4 if I'm Alireza because that would give black access to a major hole that white would create on c3. Instead, what I would actually do is go knight f3 and then maybe swing the knight around to g4 because that is an alternate airport that you could fly through if you want to reach f6.
That is really beautiful rerouting of pieces. And he goes knight f3, so step one. And he does not want to go b4. I know some people want to attack a knight, but if you play pawn to b4, the knight goes to a4 and into c3. That is not a good move. If we talk about pawns overextending, pawns can't move backwards, this would be a great example of that.
It absolutely would. And knight h2 is not mandatory. You could start with bishop d2. That would be an Alireza style move. He likes to keep his options open, and particularly all top players like to play on both sides of the board. But I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. Knight h2 is on the board. Now, how does David play? Because if he goes h5, Robert, the medicine is worse than the disease. You're weakening g5, and you're making g3, g4 even stronger.
All of this looks good. And knight g4 played, Knight f6 check to get that dark squared bishop is available. You don't have to rush it if black doesn't play the move h5. No, I don't like this position at all. I see the eval bar saying white's only slightly better. I think if you look at this from a practical point of view, that with under 3 minutes on the clock, with the less safe king, white having the pair of bishops, this is really good winning chances for Alireza Firouzja. So should we look at another game, Danya? Because we've been on this one. It looks good for Firouzja. Other games underway.
Alireza's going to keep pressing. I'm going to go to the Aronian Andrakin game, which is absolute madness. It is anarchy, pandemonium, chaos on the board. Levon Aronian has the white pieces, and he seems to be having all the fun in this rematch from their no less crazy match in the Speed Chess Championship. Levon just seems to have Dimitri's number thus far in their affairs.
Yeah, and not his number because they're besties calling each other all the time. This one looks like Dimitri might start hating Levon if this result goes his way. This position is wide open for white to go after black's king. White's king is very safe on g1. There's some tactics here. Clearly a pawn was captured on c4, and you could take back because the queen on d2 is loose, but so is the bishop on e5. And what do you do here as black? Because there's so many tactics available to white. This with the king sitting on e8, the c5 pawn will be loose in many positions. I don't like this one bit.
I don't either. And even if the best case scenario happens and black gets a chance to castle queenside, which is much more feasible than castling kingside, it's not like you're safe. I mean, white has queen a5. White has this bishop on h2, which is lying in wait and can set up potential mating threats by controlling the b8 square. So, I mean, at best, Dimitri avoids losing a minor piece right away and gets under an attack. But look at the speed. Look at the power. He sacks on e5. And there goes the knight. Into g6 it goes. It will double back to e5 and fork the queen and bishop. I think black is losing material and losing the game.
Sick tactical vision from Levon.
Look at Dimitri.
Yeah.
It's like, what is this? WTF?
What does this guy do to me? They played in the Swiss, and it was completely one side in the Alpin. Now the rook on h8 is under attack, so you could save your bishop, but you lose your rook. You save your rook, you're going to lose your bishop. Knight takes e5, and no matter where the queen moves, that knight captures the bishop on c4. And what does white have? Okay, you could get a checkmate threat. I see what you're doing there, Danya. The f2 pawn will push forward to f4. That is probably the move that is necessary, defending the knight on g5 and the pawn on g2.
If I had to guess Levon's move, no. Queen e2 sadly relinquishes the defense of the knight on g5 with a mate threat. So Levon has to be careful here. Knight h4 is nothing to sneeze at. Threatens mate, threatens knight f3 ideas, and white could easily lose one of his minor pieces back.
But
do you see anything convincing? Yes.
Knight takes c4, knight h4, pawn to f4. Defending the knight and defending the checkmate at the same time.
What a cold-blooded defensive move. And that is hard to see. Those lateral moves that set up lateral defenses and defend against two things at once, Levon is still searching for it.
Yeah, but I think he'll find it. But he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose on the spot after these knight h4 ideas. But after you see the move f4, it does shut down your bishop on h2. That's the bad news. But you'll have two minor pieces for just the rook. And as you said before, black's king isn't exactly going to be safe anytime soon.
No, it most certainly will not. And Levon investing his time smartly, right? He's not just blitzing out every move. He's giving himself the time that he needs to stop on critical moments. Otherwise, he plays very quickly when he feels confident. But here he senses that this is a turning point in the game. If he finds the right idea, he might be able to win immediately.
Yeah, so big moment for Levon Aronian. If he plays knight takes c4, I think he's well on his way to victory. If he doesn't, that's when the tides turn and black will be better. If we count material real quick, black has a rook for just one piece. And so black is ahead in material. You need to capture this knight, bishop on c4 with your knight, then play f4 to protect your knight on g5 and stop the checkmate. But the more he thinks, Danya...
Yeah, exactly.
He plays it, though. He found it.
He waited for us to say that. He played knight takes c4. It was just double, triple checking. The last thing you want is to miss a check on f3 and lose your queen. Now, accuracy is still required, Robert. Black is very active as he's probably going to be. Attacking d3, threatening queen takes c4. I've seen crazier things happen, and we know how tricky Dmitry Andrakin can be in these complicated tactical positions. He's losing objectively, but Levon... maybe a cold-blooded move like rook d1 is what the doctor ordered here. But then there might be knight takes g2 and queen takes c4.
Wow, that's a sick tactic. Maybe knight to e5, just protect your d3 pawn, put your knight on a defended square, and the bishop on h2 is playing a role. It's defending the knight on e5 through the f4 pawn. So I think knight e5 looks simplest to my eyes, but black will have some play. But Danya, another game that's catching my eye, I know there's a lot to juggle at this stage, but the game between Jordan van Forest and Anish Giri could not be going worse for the Dutchman. And in this case, I'm talking about the Dutchman with 3 names. That's Jordan van Forest. It looks really bad for him.
Let's go to that game. The last move is f5, f4. Anish Giri is slicing white up on the king side and in the center, and he's got the uncontested bishop on b7. What on earth has happened? It looks like Jordan has been busy setting up his pieces for the next game, and I think if this continues along the same trend, he is going to be setting his pieces up for the next game, or rather, chess.com is going to set them up for him. 93. Goodbye. And bishop takes d4, or f takes g3. Anything wins.
Yeah, because what are you gonna do? Take that knight on g4, open up that bishop, and you probably get checkmated. Anish is like biting his sweater here, but he doesn't really need to bide his time. He's up 3 minutes, and he has the attack, so I think he can just punish Jordan by even taking on g3 at this moment. Oh, this is a sick tactic. No, there's a sick tactic. If knight g3, f takes g4, rook takes f1, and knight takes e2 check.
What a beautiful pattern. Should I show that, or do we wait for him to reproduce it?
I think you got to show it, just real quick.
I'm showing it. Knight g3, fg. Rook takes f1, deflection. Knight takes e2, fork and pin, all rolled up in one. The knight on d4 is Pinovich. And now, after black takes the queen, black has a decisive material advantage and follows up with a checkmating attack against black's king. Someone did their puzzle rush this morning, and I hope Anish Giri did his puzzle rush along with Robert Hess, because this is the most convincing win. And what I've seen in these types of situations, if you think for too long, things can get complicated. Anish, though, choosing a different but no less effective approach. Queen d6, more businesslike, just heading for the g3 pawn, and white can simply resign.
Actually, that's even better. Why get fancy when you can be direct? G3 is falling, and the white king is going to tip over. This just leads to checkmate. So Anish Giri, his head maybe going off screen. He's so focused. That's what the players do. We end up getting the forehead cam, but nope, he heard me. He's back up, and he is ready to take game 1. And that's bad news for Jordan van Forest. Beating Anish Giri with black. Good luck to you, buddy.
We've seen it. We've seen on-demand wins. For some reason, what stands out to me is Fabiano Caruana, who I think defeated Alexei Sarana on demand from a losing position with the black pieces. So it's not unprecedented. These players, they have expansive opening repertoires that allow them to generate chances. The problem is, as one wise man said, Anish Giri is Anish Giri, and he is rather hard to beat with the black pieces on demand. Okay, I think this one's over. It's safe to say.
Yeah, let's go to a different game. This hurts to look at.
It does. So there's Levon, there's Firouzja. Let's quickly check out Firouzja's position because they are in a time scramble. I will also point out, Robert, before I ask you to deconstruct this position, that Jules Moussard is very, very close to defeating Dmitry Kolarz. They are in an endgame. I think this game, though, is a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, let's stay here. I'll keep an eye on that game if it continues to heat up. But this one, what is going on? White has this knight on g5, bishop on g4. The black king not being hunted just yet, and b2 was taken, and the rook comes back to c2. So I feel like I was looking at the Kirill Shevchenko game to the side. David Anton here just puts his queen and rook in contact with one another, and maybe there are ideas with rook c1 later, trying to trade off some of the white aggressors. But this is just a position where it's super tense.
I would be terrified, but h5 might run into the subtle queen to d8, and that pin against the g5 knight, it might not be that strong while the knight is defended, but if you ever want to open up the king side, you're going to have to reckon with the consequences, and the time situation is starting to equalize. This is absolutely anybody's game, as Alireza drives his rook into d6, and the queen infiltrates to c3 and attacks the rook on e1, but now the knight is hanging.
Yeah, but the rook's hanging, and if the rook moves off the e-file, down goes the e5 pawn, and that could be just what is necessary. A rook e3, that may be the option, but leaving your first rank, allowing a rook to c1 and a queen to a1, we could see black go after the white king.
Gosh, everybody's mating everybody. There's also sacrifices on e6 and on f7 that are not out of the question, especially with black's heavy pieces away from the defense of the king. And so Anton tries to eliminate white's attackers. He's definitely in charge now, but can he convert this into a win and stay afloat on the clock?
With bishop takes e6 is a deadly threat, and the knight is under attack.
H5.
Oh no, this looks really dangerous for black. What do you even do here?
Bishop takes g5 was impulsive. I understand why he did it, but it had the opposite effect. And yet it's not over. There goes the knight. Knight takes d3 is a huge threat. Both sides are going after each other's king.
I like bishop e2, though. It saves everything. It protects everything. H5.
H5.
Is the knight d2 check doesn't scare you. H5.
Knight d2, king g2, and you would even potentially be happy to give away the rook on e1. And he takes e6.
Whoa.
Is it a perpetual?
It is. I don't think he's getting more than that. Queen h6 back to g6.
You can take the pawn on e6, but I would not flirt with that. With 1 second left, he does! Rook f7.
Oh my goodness. Rook f7, then there's queen
It's
e8,
still
but there's no more
perpetual.
checks.
Still perpetual. Yeah,
Oh,
just a draw.
that was a topsy-turvy battle there down the stretch. And that is a draw. Great, so let's go to our other games. Good result for David Antoni. Draws with the black pieces. He gets white in game 2.
Oh my gosh, we
Whoa.
got to go to the Levon game where Dmitry Andreikin is trying to engineer some counterplay and is failing. Levon is going to win this game.
Yeah, what is Levon up? He's up a piece right now. And if the knight takes the rook, well, you can just take back with your knight. And what is white up? 2 minor pieces for a rook plus some passed pawns. Levon is in charge.
And Dmitry Kolarz found a great defensive idea to save that endgame against Jules Mussard. Their first game will end in a draw as well. And we got to go to the Shevchenko game, which is pretty crazy. I think it's a draw, but it's not going to be elementary.
Wait a second. Isn't white up a piece for just a pawn? So I don't care what the engine says. This looks like white can win this unless the rooks get traded. If the rooks are off the board, immediately a draw. Bishop a6 here. Keep the pieces on the board.
It is important what you just pointed out. Bishop and knight against bishop is a draw by definition. It's a textbook draw. So white has to keep the rooks on the board and actually try to attack black's king. That's quite a few pieces you got there. I would go all in with an eventual knight e5.
White is winning this game. I know the evaluation bar says it's level, but it's not level practically speaking. In time trouble, a few seconds left for black. That king is in huge trouble, and you see the eval bar going up in white's favor.
There's forks galore everywhere. There's checkmate threats. There's checks everywhere you want them, and he's delivering them. And knight can come into c6, can go back to d3. White's got 50 moves, though, assuming that black doesn't move his pawn.
And if you move the pawn, I'll take it and start the 50-move rule all over again. Knight
There it
d3
is.
to c5 looks scary, and that's why he plays d3.
Rook h4, king d5. Rook d4, king c5. Rook e5 is a last-ditch attempt. But, of course, with the increment, white should be able to mate.
And look at this. Knight d5 check wins a piece, but you lose the bishop on c4 at the end. So knight d5, where's the king going? Rook a6 now.
Alliance.
He's going to the king side. I feel like white should win this game in black's time trouble.
Absolutely. And now the eval bar is creeping up. I think king e5 runs into bishop c7 check using the pin. So white has to be a little bit more subtle than that.
Okay, rook g5 offering a rook trade.
Okay, king b7.
Yeah,
black
but
is
knight
safe.
Knight d5, just rook g4 check.
King
Hanging
c5,
in there.
and then you've got bishop a6, but you just don't quite have the firepower to deliver the final blow. And so he tries to reshuffle again.
King going over to b4 to protect the bishop so the knight is free to move. King b3 now. Oh, knight e4, all right.
Okay, now maybe a check on c6 to force black's king to decide, but the king can slide over to c7, and now black's got these back rank checks that are going to force white's king away from its optimal square.
Super annoying, tenacious defense from
Incredible.
Shevchenko. But the bishop is retreating. You don't want to bring your pieces back. Knight c3, bishop a5 check is important.
This idea of deflecting one of white's pieces and reducing to a rook and bishop versus rook would make black's defensive task easier, although still very, very difficult. 1 second now as he tries to rook trade. Zhimanov says, no, thank you. Kirill.
Oh my gosh, king needs to get up the board here. You need to get the white king forward, but the bishop a4, rook d4 check. Watch out for these checks here.
And rook c7 check. With every move, he inches closer to the 50 move rule. They've already probably made something like 30 moves, and he skewers the pieces, forcing the king back. And Kirill, does he even have a way of defending? Alexander, does he have a way of defending his knight or bishop? I don't think so.
Well, watch out for knight d5 at some moment as well. So there are so many options here. Is there like a knight d5, king c6, threatening checkmate?
Oh my god, what an idea. But then maybe king slides over to e8. Oh, bishop
Oh!
a4, what a move!
That's sick! Rook c3, king b4 check, and you win the game.
And then you don't take the rook, you actually win the rook with rook g6, because rook and bishop, rook versus bishop is a draw. But this is only part of it. He saved his piece, congrats, but he hasn't made any progress with that extra piece. Rook e8!
Rook e8! Rook e8!
He missed it!
Oh! But he found a save.
Oh my god, rook e8 was winning a piece.
Yeah, he had to start with rook e8, and still though, this has good winning chance for white. I don't know what move number they have to reach to make a draw, but they're already on move 107.
Yeah, I think it's already been over 30 moves. I think now black is very likely to make a draw because white has made backward progress, Robert. The king is now on its best square it's been in about 30 moves.
But here comes the white king to e4. Rook f3 check is a huge threat.
Move the bishop away. And now where does the king go?
Knight d4 next for white.
Uh-oh! Here it comes! The last effort by white.
Rook f7 check as well. And knight b5 and knight c6.
1 second for Shimanov. And the king will step away with the check. Then you have to move the bishop. He is walking on hot coals right now.
Rook f7, king d5. This has to be a mating net.
But we're knocking on the door of the 50 move rule. Which is going to come first?
Wow, what defense. Rook e7, calm move.
Bishop g1 with 1 second. He's played bishop a5. He is just praying right now for a 50 move rule to be reached.
Wait, oh my gosh, rook f8, this rook e8, barely. Knight d4, rook c7 check.
Oh! And now it's a draw again. He's
because they're reaching
like a hero.
They're reaching move 50. It's about to be a draw on black's move. White's going to make a move, and then it's a draw because of the 50 move rule. But Danya, it actually looks like this final position is almost winning for white. The black king on the back rank. But amazing resources by Kirill Shevchenko, the now player from Romania. He's from the Ukraine. Oh my gosh, what a defense.
Unbelievable save by Shevchenko. He couldn't believe that he held it. Shimanov doesn't quite make it happen. He's going to have to do it with the black pieces in the second game as we review the results from game one. A pretty peaceful round overall as David Anton. I thought he had a good save against Firouzja because I was confident that he was going to lose that position down like 3 minutes on the clock.
It seemed like the situation was dire, but he held on. 3 draws in these matches, but the next 2, they were not so friendly. We did see Anish Giri take down Jordan von Forest, and we saw Levon Aronian beat Dmitry Andreikin. So the Super Grandmasters, they were able to score some victories. Will Andreikin, now with the white pieces, be able to take game 2? And for Jordan von Forest, he is black in game 2. I think that this task may be too much to ask from him.
Wow, that even rhymes. And Van Forest, he's going to have to play something that unbalances the game. Anish, he seems to know everything, every opening under the sun. I'm expecting something like a London from Anish, something solid. For Jordan, you don't want to try to do it in the first 10 moves, right? You want to try to drag this game out. Same with Dmitry Andreikin. The way that you win on demand, you drag the game out, you get an unbalanced position, and at some point, you just have to pray for a mistake. At some point, the luck has to be on your side.
Yeah, you can't just force a win because you want one. Your opponent needs to make a mistake. At the highest level, there are many draws in chess games, but the players do have their chances. I think Jordan von Forest, he's as creative as they come, so he may have some opening idea up his sleeve to make the situation interesting. But of course, Anish Giri, heavy favorite at this point. If he can trade the pieces off and make a draw, he'll do just that and make his way to Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup.
And we had a couple of other saves in the games that we didn't devote as much attention to. We had Jules Moussard and Dimitri Kollars, who found an incredible, inventive save. And he now sits half a point to half a point. And I think the games are about to begin.
Yeah, Alireza's game, I believe, is underway against David Anton, so we can get to the second game of their match. And they've made a bunch of moves that have been seen before. This is familiar territory in the match between Firouzja and Anton. Firouzja, he gets the black pieces in game 2. So David Anton, he'd like to rely on the white pieces. Opposite colored bishops where we enter this position, Danya, but that may be good for the attacking side.
It is indeed. And with employing the Petrov, that indicates to me that Firouzja doesn't mind an Armageddon, but he knows that David Anton isn't just going to try to force a draw. He knows that David Anton is going to step on the gas pedal and try his best to generate a win with the white pieces. Obviously, a 1-1 tie results in an Armageddon, but we will cross that bridge if we get there. I think we are likely to get there in at least one of our matches. This is an opposite colored bishop position, and it cannot be stated enough, Robert, that in a middle game, it's a completely different kettle of fish than it would be if you swap the queens.
Yeah, but can at least be a kettle of goldfish? Because I'm hungry. I would like to snack.
Oh, goldfish sounds amazing right now.
It doesn't. White would like to snack on the f7 pawn. The bishop on b3 is aiming across the line. And if you could successfully get your knight to g5 as white, that would be very dangerous for black. And the bishop on d6, on the other side, it's biting on granite, as you like to say.
Yeah, and g6 is a risky move. Do not play h5 here. That would be a very common blunder, a very instructive blunder, allowing queen takes g6. You know who's not going to play h5? Initials AF. Alireza Fashion Firouzja. All right.
You know, AF stands for Abercrombie and Fitch, so don't get into this conversation. You might be sued. But here, Firouzja, he sees king g2. He's doing well on the clock, but David Anton's doing even better. 9.5 minutes for him.
Yeah, I like how we had King G2 and King G7, so a little piece treaty signed by the players. All right, let's take a couple tempi to improve our position, and now white has to figure out a way to keep the pressure on the F7 pawn up. He can go knight G5, the knight can also maneuver to the other side of the board, and we also could get a lot of action along the E file, potentially leading to a trade of rooks. If all 4 rooks are traded, I think that we're likely to see a draw. So, will we get an Armageddon in this match? Well, way too early to tell.
Danya, we have to go the game between Shevchenko and Shimanov. There was a huge mistake just played by, well, not by both players, but if you just go back a few turns in this game, bishop takes e7 was a mistake, but after f5, e takes f6 was a huge mistake, because after queen f4,
oh my gosh,
queen c1 check
was missed by Alexander Shimanov. This
just
was
check.
Missed. And take b2, and it's basically over. You just win 1,000 pawns. White has to go knight b2 and give another one up, and then another one up. And that's essentially resignable, Robert. This is unbelievable. And instead he took on e7.
Yeah, I think he may have believed his opponent or played a little bit too quickly there. But now white can castle kingside, and black is better. That's the good news for Shimanov. But he could have been better and up 2 pawns. Now it's equal material with an edge for black.
En passant was an unthinkable move, and Kirill Shevchenko is going to have to pull a little bit more magic out of the hat. He saves game 1, white pieces in game 2, and he's worse just 10 moves in. Could have been dead lost, though, so he's going to consider himself lucky. I wonder if one or both players are aware that queen c1 was missed. If you're Alexander Shimanov, ignorance is bliss while you play the game, because if you're aware of a missed opportunity like that, psychologically, we've all been there, right? It's almost impossible to focus on the course of events because you're constantly mulling it over and over and over in your head. I could have just played this move and I would have been winning.
Yeah, now here's a big thing to mull over is e5 for black. You want to get those pawns rolling, but your king is still in the center. So if you play e5, white plays bishop b5, and you need to be certain that pushing those pawns is a good idea because the king remains. Just to kind of talk about it, the f pawn is missing for black. So at some point, queen h5 check would be available. I would be scared to play e5 as black. I'd probably just castle.
I would castle as well. Do the things you have to do first. Tie your shoes, cross your T's, dot your I's, and then figure out if you want to play e5. Doing it immediately might result in some sort of sack, such as knight bd2, e4, knight takes e4, which is pretty standard in a lot of these positions where black's king ends up getting stuck and caught under the crossfire of white's e-file attack.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where sacrificing a piece, the dynamics could allow white to gain the upper hand because black's king may not have true safety. And Shimanov, he's spending his time here. He should have spent it a move or two ago with queen c1 check, but I think that Shevchenko, for now, the worst is behind him. That was an oversight mutually. They both missed it, but I think that black still remains better with the bishop pair. So, Dana, is there another game you want to venture to? Maybe some interesting action on other boards.
Well, there's interesting action on the boards where a player has to score a must win. There are 2 of those boards. One of them is the one I just pulled up, Geary against Van Forest. Jordan has the tougher end of the stick as compared to Dimitri because he's got the white pieces and he's doing exactly what most players do when they need to win. They play the Sicilian defense. Geary responded with the Rosalimo, and we are going to get some early tactics here. Who do they favor?
This is complicated, and that's all you can ask for if you're Jordan Van Forest. You hope that a bit of fresh air did him well in between games. And speaking of fresh air, Danya, what's the air like over by you? You got one of those AirThings devices.
And it's right next to me. I'm glad you asked. Air quality is good. I checked yesterday. My radon count is, am I even allowed to share that? 0.7. And my PM is 2. But it said the air quality was good yesterday, so I'm happy.
Well, my PM is 4. My PM is 4:28 down here because that's the time in New York City. But for Anish Giri, air quality is good. Match situation even better because he has a 1-point lead. In this position, the eval bar says better for white, but it's the type of position that Jordan needs. He needs chaos, and he has a pair of bishops. All the pawns remain on the board. All things considered, this is the best chance that Jordan will get.
The problem is creating chaos is not the final step. It's the first one, right? Just because you create chaos on the board means absolutely nothing. And Anish Giri, how many times has he handled these tense positions with total perfection, right? And for Jordan, you've got to celebrate what you've gotten thus far. You've gotten exactly the kind of position you want. The problem is I think he's slightly worse. I think he has the shorter end of the stick here, largely because white has this idea of playing a3 and really accentuating the awkwardness of black's queen. White also has more space in the center, but obviously, the light squares are where white suffers, and if black can deploy the bishop to b7, and force white to make a concession in the center, then we're talking.
Yeah, and we've seen some featured chats saying the Dutch heavyweights, these two players, number 1 and number 2 from the Netherlands. Anish Giri, the winner of 2023 Tata Steel, and Jordan van Forest, the reason that Anish Giri did not have a previous title because Jordan won the 2021 Tata Steel Chess Masters. So this position, I really think it's all you could ask for Jordan van Forest, and now he has 2 bishops against 2 knights.
Now I'm starting to flat out like his position. He probably is considering pawn takes f6 in order to open up that g-file, but I really don't see a compelling downside to bishop takes f6. Anish might be banking on e5, just blasting the center open and paving the way for knight e4. In fact, I'm quite confident that he wants to play e5 either before or after pawn takes e6. But if Black can find a way to tuck his king away to safety, Robert, we might be talking about Jordan having an advantage here and a reprise of his win against Abdusattorov in the final round of Tata Steel.
Wow, that would not be good for Anish coming into this game. All he needs is a draw. And sometimes the best way to play for a draw is your normal chess. I don't think his position is bad right now. He's attacking the bishop on f6, the loose pawn on c5. There will be tactics in the center of the board. Black's king sits there. But I think that so far, Jordan is doing a good job. So while Anish and Jordan, they think about what to do next, why don't we hop to one of the other games?
Well, let's take a look at the other must-win situation between Dmitry Andreykin, Dima, with the white pieces against Levon Aronian, who has been playing with such supreme confidence all throughout the Swiss stage and now throughout the knockout stage. Queen to a5 is the last move. This is a Rogozin, and I'm sorry to say, for Dmitry Andreykin fans, I don't see him winning this game. I'm going to put it directly.
Not the type of game you want in must-win situation. We were just looking at Jordan van Forest and his crazy game. There was chaos across the board, and we have an entirely symmetrical structure where d5 is defended and d4 isn't. The knights can take on c6, but you're trading more pieces and heading into the endgame. So bishop g5, probably a good idea from white, trying to take on f6 and take on d5. Oh, and look at how quickly he's playing. d5 isn't even loose because the knight on c3 is pinned.
I appreciate your discussion of the position, but let me ask you the more important question. Between Levon's snazzy purple shirt and yours, whose would you rather wear to a party? We asked the chess.com chat. What does Hess say?
Look at the featured chat there. Where did I buy that shirt? That's for wondering minds to not know the answer to. And look at, actually, that is a snazzy shirt from Levon Aronian. I love that. I want that. I'm going to ask him. I'll message him afterwards. I'll hit him up on WhatsApp and say, Levon, come on. I'll send you mine. I'll buy one for you, and you can buy one of those for me.
Dude, that violet is a really underrated color. I think that particular shade of blue or purple, or whatever you want to call it, that is one of the most beautiful colors out there. And right now, Levon is playing with beautiful speed and beautiful confidence, and he should not lose this game. His knight is on e4. He is compelling white to either trade and basically relinquish all winning chances or give up the c3 pawn. Either way, Robert, do you see any chances here for Dima?
Dima has to give up the c3 pawn. If he takes the knight on e4, opposite colored bishops, that game would just be a draw. So at least here, after knight takes c3, you play f3. You do have a 4-on-3 advantage from the e to the h file. So you need to count your pluses in the position, and that's what's going well for white. So I could see a future somewhere down the line where Dima gets some winning chances if he gets his pawns rolling. But for now, Levon Aronian has done everything perfectly, including choosing his attire for the match.
Yeah, and he has been playing perfectly. If he draws this game, he advances to the finals of the ChessKid Cup, which will be held toward the end of May. Be commentating it from Oslo. Knight takes c3, f3 is on the board. Dmitry trying to cash in his kingside pawn majority, but he is living on a prayer at this point.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Dima, but if anyone can squeeze out a victory from an endgame where you have the bishop pair, it is Dmitry Andreykin. He has won the second most Title Tuesdays behind Hikaru Nakamura. He's been a mainstay in all of the rapid events on chess.com. We know how capable he is. And he also did well in the FIDE Grand Prix event that happened before the candidates. So yeah, he plays all time controls well, but Levon Aronian has come to play today, which has not been too fun for Andreykin. He has already beaten Andreykin twice, and this doesn't look like the win that Andreykin needs. So let's go elsewhere, Danya. We can come back to this game if it gets a little bit more interesting. But what other games? Oh, you answered it before I could finish the question.
As always, we're on the same page. I'm going to flip on callers against Boussard, which is the only game we haven't looked at yet this round. I will update everybody as to the fact that Anton Hikaru and Alireza Firouzja are, I would give it a 95% likelihood that game will end in a draw, which means we will have our first Armageddon after all of the games are concluded. Once that result comes in, we'll update you, but it's an opposite-colored bishop endgame. We've got a lot of opposite-colored bishops. I feel like we've had them a lot in the Swiss portion. Now we have them a lot in the playoff portion. White's got all of the control he could possibly ask for. This is a Najdorf gone really wrong for Jules.
And I don't really understand what you're saying, because you said bishops of opposite color, but I only see white having a bishop. That piece on e7,
that's not a bishop.
You're being very generous in calling that a bishop. But there is a few things, structurally speaking, that are important to note. The d6 pawn is well defended by that bad bishop. If you play a4 as black, that would be a huge strategic mistake. You need to have b4 as an availability to you, because otherwise white will then pick those queenside pawns up later. So rook f8, I think this is a good idea. I understand the eval bar is saying white's position is overwhelming. I think rook d5 as a response. Go after this loose pawn.
It may sound far-fetched, but sometimes because white has the onus of actually converting, it can be hard to be white in this position, especially with low time. Rook d5, great call. If you can impel black to play b4, then white could take with cb and establish a pass pawn with a4. Now he's got queen e2, and he's going after that pawn. Queen d7 would have won a pawn. Oh, queen d7 was winning on the spot.
Yeah, sometimes you can go your own way, but the right way was d7. Back to e2,
Still.
You're in your own camp. White is better, for sure, but this move was probably missed by Dmitry Kollars here. You can't take on b5, as your rook on d2 would be loose.
Indeed, and he goes back to g4. He might have seen the idea of queen d7. He's pulling a Shimanov, except he is going to see it this time, and there he goes. Jules Boussard. That might have just been the decisive blow.
Game over. Queen d7 wins b5. It probably wins more than that. If your rook takes on b5, it goes to b7. And you're going to checkmate the black king in the corner. The bishop on b3 stares through all of those squares, stopping a rook f7 or a rook g8. No, Danya, this is game over. And Dmitry Kollars looks like he's ready to play in d1. And he's going to play Super Grandmasters, but do not underestimate this player for the Berlin Bears. He's played the Pro Chess League. He's played for the German Olympiad team. He is a tough opponent.
He's an amazing player, and he's an experienced blitz player. So I don't think anybody's looking and say, oh, Dmitry Kollars, that's basically a free point. Nobody thinks like that. We know too well how good these lower-rated players can be, how hungry they are when they finally get an opportunity to face the top gun. It's going to be an interesting one. But we have some interesting games still remaining. We've got Firouzja and Hikaru. They've officially drawn their game. So they are at 1-1, and they will move on to an Armageddon. And probably
he's scary.
So will these.
Won his second game. I think Jordan van Forest going all in. He said, let's go with reckless abandon, and he did lose that game. So Anish Giri makes his way through to Division 1.
And will Kirill Shevchenko join him, who saves the first game, gets out into a much worse position in the second game, could have been losing in one move. Now he's up a pawn, and he's the only one who seems to have any winning chances. But Alexander Shimanov saying, I've got that a-pawn, I'm going to bring it down to a3, and I'm going to try to pick off the a2 pawn while I still have a chance.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You need activity. The bishop on f6 is a great piece because at some point you can put your pawn on a3 and then even put your bishop on b2 where it defends your a pawn and protects the g7 pawn. So I think that the win will be very difficult, but at some point for white, h4, g5, just don't do that too soon because the black rook might come up to c4 and cause you some problems.
Indeed. And white has to be careful because if you accidentally allow the rook to get to c2, then black's pawn on a3 is going to be 2 steps away from promotion. So as tempting as it is to play h4, g5, white has to balance attack and defense. And another big problem, Robert, is that it's very hard to actually get to that g7 pawn. Even if you're able to play g5, the move a3 actually establishes a stronghold for black on b2. But Shimanov is taking this in another direction. He is trying to stop g5 altogether using some tactics.
Bishop takes h4 check, anybody? The knight can't take. And if the king takes, you lose the knight f3.
And there's some really crazy mating nets. Especially if black's rook moves up to a6 and cuts off the king's escape. You got to be a little bit careful here. I've seen crazier things happen.
And bishop takes h4 is found. It's an equalizing move on the spot. And if you are Kirill Shevchenko right now, you play rook d8, trade off the rooks, and just make a draw. I think that, well, actually, your king on h4 is in so much
king
trouble.
h7.
I take it back. You get mated.
Rook d8, you can immediately play king h7. You don't even have to take on d8.
Oh my gosh, what a brave move.
What about rook a6?
Rook a6 threatens g5, rook h3 mate.
There we go.
g5 for white?
g5 for white. Might be forced. And then I'll play rook g6. And I'll scare the living crap out of you, even if you'll hold the draw there. Which you probably will.
Yeah, but that does look very scary. So I don't like what's happened here, but I think that white is running out of choices.
Wow. This is nerve-wracking. for Kirill Shevchenko, who wasn't expecting to be in the defensive situation here. He was in the driver's seat 2 seconds ago. Now he's about to get checkmated if he's not careful. And I think he is careful. That is an excellent cold-blooded defensive move, covering the h3 square.
Yeah, g5 check, king h5. There are no more squares available for the white king, but the black rook doesn't get to h3 in time. And that's one of those checks that you probably shouldn't include, because with the white king going up to h5, it will be used as a weapon in some positions, as the black king will have to sit on the first 2 ranks. So I think that it's a great play by Shevchenko there. He may have been better up a pawn before, but that is a thing of the past. Just make the draw, send this match to Armageddon bidding.
We've got a couple of big results and big near results. Dmitry Kolar's continuing to convert his position against Jules Mussard, but Levon Aronian is about to emerge and punch his ticket to one of these 5 remaining spots, Robert, because Dmitry Andreikin now officially has virtually no winning chances.
Yeah, Levon Aronian, he made it to the Chess Masters Division 1 by taking part in the Swiss and then winning his match. And then you see him here. He can be borderline unstoppable when he is in his best shape. And opposite colored bishops in a rook and bishop ending, just 3 pawns per side. Unless you blunder checkmate, and I don't even know how that happens, you win the match.
It almost feels like he has concluded every one of his games in the Swiss portion and now this portion with over 3 minutes on his clock, which is crazy.
Yeah, no, he's a beast. And he almost made it through, so he wouldn't even have to play in this play-in had he taken down Magnus Carlsen. But he beat Wesley So in the Chessville Masters. He had some great games there. But for Dmitry Andreikin, he would have liked to be in Division 1 for the first time. Not happening. Not today, says Levon Aronian.
But he is going to end up in Division 2, and he will contend for very serious prizes. So Dmitry can hold his head up high. Levon Aronian, like you're pointing out, when he's in good form, I mean, I think there's a similar effect from playing MVL, who also plays very, very fast. When he's confident, he's making good moves. Man, it's a nightmare pairing.
Yeah, I realized I misspoke. He actually lost to Wesley So, but he beat Fedoseev and Artemiev. So he had some really good results in the losers bracket before, eventually losing to Magnus. So we see in this position, he has no risk. Any of the other 2 games a little more exciting, or is this where we have to stay?
I think we should go to the Kolar's game and watch him finish it off against Jules Mussard. Now, finish it off, he still has to, because he's got right about a minute, and we have seen Jules Mussard pull off some crazy comebacks. He's still trying, but he's down so many pawns, and all of them are passed. And I think the simple b4 might just end the game in this position.
Why not? I mean, look at this. Black would hope to take a few pawns, but white doesn't need many pawns remaining. You just need 1 pawn to become a queen, and b4 was played. Nice spot by you, and nice spot by Kolar's.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have to rush. He doesn't have to sack the exchange. He can just play king to b3 on the next move and take as long as he desires. Because anytime Black approaches the pawn with king g4, white could just send the king away if he so desires with bishop e6 check. Now this is just too one-sided.
Yeah, no, this is a game that white was dominating from the start. Black had a very bad dark squared bishop. It was nice to call it a bishop to begin with. It is a good bishop now, but look at how many extra pawns white has and no risk. That bishop can be captured, so that's it.
How about the subtle a7, may I propose?
What's your threat?
Am I missing something? Rook c5. Oh, I'm mating you on a5. Now, a8 queen also guards that square.
Yeah, and rook a4 check, king b2 hits the rook.
Oh, he's setting up a mate threat.
Rook g6, bishop e6.
Oh, beautiful. What a mating construction. That rook on f2 doing what Shimanov's rook on a6 was doing.
And look at Kolar's. You see that? That was relief, but also jubilation. The stress of these chess games have been getting to him, but now he makes his way through to Division 1. We will have a player in the 2600s in Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup.
incredible. What a performance by the young German Grandmaster. He holds his composure. He defeats Jules Moussard, who had an excellent Swiss portion, and will try to avenge his loss in Division 2. Speaking of avenging a loss, so will Dmitry Andreikin, because his winning chances have gone from 0 to negative.
Yeah, he could lose this game, but credit to him in some sense, because in order to make it through, you need to win. And a loss and a draw are equivalent for Dmitry Andreikin. Rook g4 is a good idea, as you're pointing out. Just do not hang any pawns, and you'll be able to take this draw, and he can take on e5 now with his rook.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Dmitry, it's time to offer a draw.
And king e6. So this is a draw for essentially?
Yep. And white is not losing. This is, in fact, a draw. But he is losing the mini-match. Okay, let's see when the players agree. g5, forcing the trade of pawns. Levon very clinical.
Yeah, just f4 check, bishop takes f4. That's where the game will end.
It does end exactly like that. And big congrats to Levon Aronian, who is into the ChessKid Cup Finals.
Yeah, credit to him. He played a great day of chess. And so in the first 3 matches, Alireza Firouzja could not get by David Anton, nor could Shevchenko or Shimanov. They will be going to Armageddon. They'll have to bid on their time. But Dmitry Kolarz, he beats Jules Moussard. It was 9 versus 2, so that means Moussard picked Kolarz. He probably wants to take that one back.
He most certainly does. And Dmitry Kolarz showing himself capable of competing with the strongest players in this tournament in the world. And Alexander Shimanov, Kirill Shevchenko, they had a very evenly matched affair, except Alexander Shimanov is going to be kicking himself. He had that win in game 1. He fails, but he saves game 2. And 2 Armageddons, Robert. What more could we ask for?
Well, for the other players who were in the competition to get into Division 1, they're happy that they don't have Armageddons. Anish Giri sweeps Jordan van Forest 2-0. That was a demolition. And Levon Aronian put on a clinic against Dmitry Andreikin. He won game 1. He drew game 2 with black without too much difficulties. So Levon Aronian, Anish Giri, they will be in Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. I think that Hikaru, Fabiano, and Nodirbek, they're not exactly thrilled that those two will be joining the mix.
Especially given the form that both of them displayed. And what's amazing is that Anish Giri lost the second game of the Swiss to P. Inayan in heartbreaking fashion with the white pieces. And he came back. He lost another game a little bit later. But this is what the top players do. They're not always smooth. They're not always consistent. But they always get back on their feet. And when things really matter and when push comes to shove, that's when they bring out their best chess. And that is what Anish Giri did today. That's what he's going to have to do at the end of May.
Well, 4 players are still taking part here. They will have to play in Armageddon. So they are going to bid on their times. We will take a break, but when we return, we'll know who gets white and who gets black with draws in those 2 matches. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We first thought that we had experienced the chess boom that had washed over us in 2019. At the end of 2018, kind of going into 2019, we kind of looked at, oh, well, that was the chess boom, and oh, we're at a new level. We compete. It was kind of then, but then literally COVID happened. We were ramping up so quickly in each country that locked down. Italy, India, you could see the registrations flying through as each country locked down. And it was all happening so fast. There was no oh, this is so cool. This was oh my gosh, we're going to, we literally couldn't keep up. And so there was no positive coolness out of this. It wasn't until we were into the, pandemic and then several months and we're oh, wow, okay, well, during the pandemic, more people are gonna play chess. It will die back down. Nope, then came PogChamps. And what Dean talked about. And we're oh my gosh, then, okay, after that, nope, okay. And then came Queen's Gambit. We're all right, well, that was definitely the peak. And then the media started writing about chess. And then, okay, where is it going to stop? We have been...
PogChamps 3.
You're just getting hit wave after wave after wave. And then there's the stuff in the media now, which is wave. And we almost can't even come up breath fast enough to recognize this before there's another wave coming. From this point on, we just don't know what to expect. Is there another wave coming? Probably.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Levon Aronian, Dmitry Kolars, and Anish Giri have made their way through to Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. 2 players will also join Nodirbek Abdusataro, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru Nakamura, who qualified via the Chessable Masters. So, Danya, 2 spots remain. The players, they will have to choose their color. It's going to be very intense. So let's let everybody know what the tiebreak format is, because, well, it's not going to be easy for the players to make their bids. As they bid for the right to choose color. The lower bid wins and starts with that amount of time. The opponent starts with 10 minutes, no increment, no time added per move, and black wins the match with a draw or a win. So my first question for you, Danya, is how low would you go?
How low would I go? Well, we've seen some crazy bids throughout the months and years, Robert, particularly with less experienced players. I would not go any lower than 7 minutes, and that is because of that second to last bullet point. No time added per move. That is in contrast to the time control during the Swiss and playoff portion, which is 10 plus 2. Here, flagging is very much on the table. So if you start with 5.5 or 6 minutes, yeah, congrats, you've got the draw odds. But unless you're Hikaru Nakamura, or Magnus Carlsen, you're just not going to make it happen. And that factors into White's strategy during Armageddon. You have to play for the clock. You have to keep the clock times in mind. And you have to not hesitate to go into a quote-unquote drawn endgame if you believe that you can milk your opponent's clock down a 0.
Yeah, and Vishwanathan Anand, he bid 7 minutes about against Pavel Pankratov in the Chess.com Global Championship back in 2022. He regretted that decision. So as you said, you cannot bid too little time. You need time remaining. There is no time added per move. So you have to be quick, and you have to start with a good amount on the clock.
You do. And of course, it's a matter of preference. There's no right answer. At some point, we know a lot of players, if they want to play white, you basically bid 10 minutes, right? Or you bid something like 9:30, which would make it very worth it to play black. At the end of the day, I think Armageddon is very fair. I think it's an elegant system of deciding a winner. And it's a shame we didn't see an Armageddon in the World Championship, but we're going to see 2 of them now.
I don't think Dingley Ren considers it a shame. He was happy to win. He made the brave choice of putting his rook on g6. So we will know the players with the white pieces and how much time the players with black have. I'm looking at it. The producers are telling us that Alireza Firouzja, he bid 7 minutes and 10 seconds. David Anton bid 8 minutes and 33. So Alireza, he gets the black pieces with only 7 minutes and 10 seconds.
That is the absolute lowest I would go. As I said, 7 and 10. He really believes that he's the faster player. He's definitely the faster player in terms of blitz context. So in Armageddon, I think for the black side, very important to get a good position from the opening. Some players, particularly ones who bid on the lower end, they overcompensate. They play too quickly, and then in the blink of an eye, they're dead lost. Who cares about all the extra time if you're simply lost? So if you're on the black side, you don't have to get obsessed with playing fast. It's okay to spend a minute on the first 10 moves. You got to get the kind of position that's easy to play fast.
Yeah, and we have word that Alexander Shimanov, he bid 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Kirill Shevchenko bid 7:59. So Shimanov will get the black pieces and draws with 7:23. So the games, they're about to get underway. Let's hopefully get them up as the players, all is on the line. It's you win this match, you get into Division 1. If you do not win, you still get to play in Division 2. So it's not the worst consolation prize in the world.
Absolutely not. But here we go. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of money on the line, and the games are underway. We've got Firouzja with the black pieces in a draw odd situation against Anton Hikaru. David Anton playing an opening that he feels comfortable with. He is finally white against Alireza. And what do you make of this position?
Yeah, the position, let's bring that up on camera, Daniel. Let's get the game going for all to see when we can. And so let's talk about this one because for Alireza Firouzja, he bid just over 7 minutes. He's going to be able to play quickly.
Yeah, he is. And, okay, so we've got a slight advantage. We'll get that game up in just a moment.
Yeah, no, so
it looks like
that. Yeah, let's just figure this out. Sorry, everybody. We will bring the game up as soon as we can. But these players have started, and this is one game left. This is not a best of 2. You can't lose and then come back. You need to do what you need to do now. And the player with the black pieces, well, they can draw the game and count as a win. The player with white, they must win.
They must win indeed. And again, it's much more important to get a good position on the board than to keep your time advantage. Your time advantage isn't going to be good for anything if you relinquish all winning chances. And I actually think that's exactly what David Anton is doing. He's played a little bit too fast in the opening. Again, we will get that game up for you as soon as we possibly can. But it already looks like Alireza Firouzja, though he's still down 2 minutes on the clock, has a very comfortable position.
Yeah, no, it's one of those situations where Alireza comfortable and can play. Just being transparent, we are experiencing some tech issues. We will get the game up as soon as we can, but they are playing. So you can also go on chess.com/events and try to follow that yourselves. But we would like to bring that up on screen for all of you. We apologize. But Danya, this matchup, Alireza Firouzja, big favorite against David Anton, despite the fact that David Anton is almost 2,700 rated himself.
And David Anton lost their battle during the Swiss portion. Then he was able to hold the same type of position with the black pieces in the first game of the Swiss, and the second game of the knockout, that is, was also a relatively uneventful draw. So far, we're not missing too much. It's a relatively balanced position. I think Alireza is off to a good start. He's already shrunk the time advantage to a minute.
And that's not the biggest surprise because David Anton, he has been playing deliberately, methodically out of the opening stage, and that's likely why Alireza figured that he could bid such a low amount of time, 7 minutes and change against 10 minutes. He thought that David would be the first to think and that he could catch up. And Alireza, I mean, he is a former 2,800, and even though David Anton himself, a former 2,700, close to that rating now, that Firouzja felt he would be the favorite, and having draw odds is huge.
Indeed. And it does look like David Anton is trying to create some chances again. We are close to fixing and bringing up the game, but you can follow yourself on chess.com/events. Right now, they're still locked in a complicated middle game. And, yeah. We'll try to get that game up very soon.
Yeah, we will get it up as soon as we can. We really sincerely apologize. So we are, we're looking at it on our own screens. And yeah, it's a position where it's about balance, maybe slightly better for David Anton, but not huge happenings just yet.
Indeed. Okay, so I will pull up the game on my own end as well. Okay, here we go. Still going, still early in the middle game, so nothing has been decided just yet.
Nope, and we would love to get it up for you. We will do that shortly. Again, apologies to everybody. But there are 20 moves in. Alireza Firouzja has 5 minutes and 50 seconds. His opponent has 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So we will have that up shortly, hopefully.
Okay.
And yeah.
There we go. So, on situation, I think we have the game up. The situation on the clock is now equalized. I mean, Firouzja's still down 40 seconds, and we have the game up for you. We're sorry about that. Thanks for being patient. As you can see, you haven't missed all that much. They're still only on move 21. White's last move was knight d2, and Black responds by attacking White's queen with rook to e5.
Whoa, an aggressive move by Black. The queen is under attack. He can slide back to the d3 square, but then Black's light square bishop will come back to f5. And if Black can punch through the move d4 to d3, that bishop on a7, it's lurking back there. It will aim all the way to the f2 pawn, and that could be dangerous for White.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of position that you want as Black. And you don't want to modify your style. You want to play the same way that you would play in a situation where you didn't need to win. That's exactly how you guarantee that you play the best chess that you can play. Black is going to double on the e-file, like you're saying. The pawn on e2 is under serious pressure, and it is being held down forcibly by this pawn on d4.
Yeah, no, that pawn on d4 is a thorn in White's side. The bishop on g2 does look very nice for White, and the pressure down that diagonal, it's not amounting to all that much because that pawn on b7, knight on c6, they're very stable over here. And look at how quickly Alireza is playing. He's better on time, he's better on the board, and he only needs a draw.
He only needs a draw, and bishop to f3 was apparently a very, very bad move. Now the eval bar is dipping in Black's favor. Do you see a tactic? Bishop f5, forcing the queen away. And I think Black's d-pawn might rumble forward to d3. The only thing that's stopping that is the pin that the bishop is exerting on the pawn to the rook. Where is White's queen going to go?
Yeah,
oh my gosh, queen c4, rook c5 wins the queen, or does it?
Exactly what I was going to say. The queen could go to a4, but then you pawn to b5, but there might be bishop takes c6. There's a lot of tactics that we're going to analyze, but I was going to say, Danya, that if I'm Alireza, I don't think I want those positions. Even after queen c5, bishop c5, rook takes c5, suddenly White gets a rook and a bishop for a queen, and you alleviate a lot of the pressure in your own position. The queen is more valuable, but a rook and a bishop are two pieces. Maybe you can start teaming up on some of Black's pawns and some of the squares.
Indeed. And that is exactly what Alireza is thinking about. And that's a blessing in disguise for David Anton, because again, he is coming up ahead on the clock. If you're just joining, there is no increment in the Armageddon games. So as Alireza thinks about his move, I think we should check in to our other Armageddon game. We have another one, folks, between Shevchenko and Shimanov. And look at the crazy position that they've got on the board.
Oh my goodness, it looks like literal Armageddon. Like the end of the world is coming, throwing everything they can at the other person.
Maybe.
Is White down? I feel like White should be down a piece here for the attack against the Black King, but I'm looking, and White is not even down a pawn?
What? And I was looking, and I was going through the exact same process. Surely White sacrificed a minor piece. I keep counting 3 minor pieces for each side. Now 2 minor pieces for each side. Now White is down a pawn. But that is, you know, like buying Apple stock for 50 cents a share. This is a steal. And he might even steal the d3 pawn.
Yeah, that pawn is going to be won. The Black King is probably going to have to castle kingside, and then that e6 pawn will remain. That's a passed pawn that's far advanced. So I love this position for Kirill Shevchenko. And you look at the clocks. White needs to win this game. White has a healthy pawn that is sitting on e6 and is ahead by nearly a minute and a half on time.
And no matter how good of a defender you are, you're basically going to have to spend at least 15, 20 seconds per move here to sidestep all of the hot coals that you're walking on. If Black plays bishop e7, you have to assess bishop takes h6 and queen h5 check. Now Shimanov is falling behind very heavily on the clock as well, unless he finds a way to stabilize the position first and foremost. And I think he's doing the right thing, Robert, because you have to try to get a good position first, then you can start playing fast.
But what good position? Taking on d3. Now material is even. The knight on f5 is under attack. You could play the move g6, but then white just plays bishop b2 that connects the rook. c6 will be targeted once a rook gets to c1. I feel like everything in this position is going well for Kirill Shevchenko. And have I mentioned that he has a passed pawn on e6 that's difficult to attack and pretty easy to defend?
No, the position is essentially plays itself. And it's important to point out that white's advantage is not contingent on black's king being stuck in the center. Even if black manages to get the king to relative safety, look at these queenside pawns. White can just go rook c1, queen takes d5 will be a threat. I don't love bishop b2 precisely because he walked into knight c4 and has allowed black's bishop to come out to d6. That was a very sloppy move by Kirill. I think Alexander now has a chance.
He does, because he gets that development in. But I don't think one player has a chance, and that is David Anton. Let's go back to that game if we can, because it looks like Alireza Firouzja, he's not just going to get the draw that he needs. He's winning this game. Rook takes e2.
And he's winning on the spot.
It's an unstoppable threat. You can't do anything. And there's a back rank checkmate against the white king.
What's he thinking about? What's he thinking about? Just take on e2, and then d3 is coming at the end of the line.
Done it.
No, it's over.
It's white's turn.
Oh, crap. Sorry. Okay. Grandmaster. Cringe.
No, but
but
you're
still
making
rook
a
e2
point.
is coming.
There's nothing to think about for white either, because rook takes e2 is unstoppable.
I apologize. That was my mistake. It's a long day, folks. Please hold your pitchforks. Yeah, I didn't see whose clock was ticking. Of course, it can be hard to determine that. But it's a moot point, and that tells you all you need to know about this position. Even with white to move, he simply cannot defend e2. And if you play e3, which is an old resource, black can just play pawn takes e3. Can't take the rook because the pawn takes on f2. Black's bishop on a7 is the unsung hero of this entire construction.
Yeah, this is just dead right now. And actually,
he's resigned.
So Alireza Firouzja makes it through to the ChessKid Cup. He will be in Division 1. And for David Anton, it was an unfortunate ending, but he will be in Division 2 alongside many super grandmasters and top players. So Alireza, he earned it. He gets back to Division 1.
And let's go to the other game because it's still going. It's heating up. It looks like Kirill Shevchenko might have lost the lion's share of his advantage. What has he done? What has he done in this position to allow black's king to go queenside and to allow black to develop a massive attack on white's king? No way.
Yeah, and it looks like the last one played by black somehow was an inaccuracy, but I don't really see why. The queen was on c7 and went over to d7, but maybe there was a move that led to almost a win for black at that point.
Incredible, but still it looks very good. The time situation is looking better than ever. White's time advantage has dwindled to only 30 seconds, but that's a total moot point. Still plenty of time for both sides. How is white going to untangle these pieces from black's side of the board? Now Shimanov is threatening to move his bishop just about anywhere, particularly f6, and that is why he played queen d7, so that white's queen could not escape with check. I think it's a very smart move.
Yeah, and if you play here for black, queen g4 is a pretty deadly threat. Bishop d6 or bishop f6, because the bishop on g7 is in trouble. I think queen h6 is the move I'd play. You're hitting the c6 pawn. So let's not forget that the black king is in some danger. So I would start with queen to h6, and then I would figure out the rest later. But what I'm worried about, Danya, is Kirill is now down to 2.5 minutes. He's spending too much time.
Way too much time. Queen h6 has been found. He stays in the game, and knight e6 just throwing all of his pieces into black's side of the board. But these pieces have no anchor squares. They're all suspended in midair, stuck in molasses. I think Shimanov needs a couple more accurate moves, though. And whatever he does, do not give away your c6 pawn. Do not allow some sort of lateral combination, which smokes the bishop out of d6.
Yeah, also, it looks like rook takes e6, rook e6, queen takes g7, because g2 is threatened with checkmate. But the issue for black there is the white queen will stay on the board back to h3, and the black king isn't the safest piece. So in must-win territory, I know the evaluation bar says black is favored, and we can't deny that, but there are good chances for white.
And I think Shimanov probably saw rook takes c6, but decided to refrain from that move to get a position that's a bit easier to play. And rook e7 is another very ingenious move, because if white's bishop moves away, then the rook swings over to h7, and white loses on the spot because h2 is going to be dropped with a devastating series of discoveries to follow.
What about knight f8? He plays it as soon as they ask it. The rook is in the bishop's path. The queen is under attack. And now there are all sorts of tactics.
Gosh.
Not to mention the rook on g8. it is trapped over there. So if it gets attacked, like a rook takes e7, you have to watch out for a queen e6 check. The rook could be lost if you're not looking for it.
Knight to f8 as he's contorting himself to keep his minor pieces alive. And this is what I mentioned. If queen f5, white takes on e7, so easy to forget about white's queen going back to e6 and queen e8 by Shimanov, and apparently that was a mistake. And is it because of rook takes rook? Or is there a crazy tactic?
No, rook takes rook and knight back from f8 to e6, and all of white's pieces suddenly are defended. And by the way, Danya, let's do a material count. White is up a pawn.
And white's got 3 connected passers on the king side. It's crazy to think about them as pass pawns, but that's exactly what they are. And once the knight drops back to e6, that f-pawn is going to rumble up the board. But this game might very well be decided on the clock, because at this point, Kirill is down 15 seconds, and he's got to be perfect.
He has no increment, so he needs to move. And Shimanov started this game with 7 minutes and 23 seconds to Shevchenko's 10. And suddenly Shimanov with the lead in the clock because there's so much pressure on white to win. But he's got to move down, and he cannot keep thinking here.
And he cannot forget that there is no increment. We have seen players lose Armageddon games because in the heat of the moment, they forget that they don't get a time addition per move. 96 found. Now he's got to keep going. The knight is attacked again. Where is it going to go? It moves back to d4. Black's queen protects c6. I think Shimanov has the edge here with 40 extra seconds on the clock and no clarity in the position at all.
Here comes h4, h5, h6, h7, and guess what? h8 equals queen. So the knight comes to f5.
Bishop e5?
Oh,
no,
wow.
like it's knight e7 check?
Oh, yes,
knight e7 check.
That's a huge save.
Does he see it?
Wait, there's also rook e1, because if bishop takes g7, there's knight e7 check.
But then there might be rook takes g7. And 48 seconds now for Kirill. He's panicking.
He goes rook
b1.
Where is the attack for white? That's the big question.
Oh, I think bishop g7 might still have knight e7 check. In fact, I think he's setting that one up.
That is
rook
sick
takes g7?
tactics. Rook g7, I just take, and you have to take with the bishop, and then the h-pawn. I'm just throwing that up to where h4, h5, h6, go.
Yeah. And he's 30 seconds down, but the redeeming factor is that this is so much easier to play for white. All you have to do is push your pawn and respond to threats against your queen. That's literally it. And already Shimanov, he has halved his time advantage. Now both sides under a minute, and here come the pass pawns.
And watch out, queen a6 check. Okay, that's why he blocked the b file. But look at this, black is split. Black has to stop the pass pawn and stop checkmating attacks.
Queen a6 check could come at the most inconvenient moment. White's rook could swing to the open file, but black's pawns are rumbling forward on their own. And here comes white's pawn as white tries to combine threats on the queen side and the king side.
I love if a queen g6 now. I goes queen f3. Watch out, a5, queen a8 check. There's all sorts of mating nets that black needs to be careful about.
And queen g4 check was forking the bishop, but black had queen g7. Both sides down to 30 minutes. This is going to be a wild time scramble. A draw wins the game for black.
Okay, but
H6.
a5 at some point?
Oh, gosh, both are scary. c3.
Oh, there was rook
C3.
b5 there. There was queen e8 check and rook b5. That was overlooked by white, but that's really hard to find.
And it was overlooked again, and now black's pawns are almost at the gates of heaven. But so are white's pawns.
What is the win here? Queen g8!
Queen g8! Queen g8! Queen g8!
Oh my gosh!
He blundered it again!
Queen g8 again! He found it!
He's gonna win!
Oh my gosh, he
Kirill
wins!
Shevchenko turns it around!
And you see it on Shimanov's face. He cannot believe it. And the reason this is winning is his check. You have to take the queen, and the h1 promotes. Now he goes queen c4, takes c2, and he's up on time and up a queen.
That was completely unnecessary. He could have gone queen c4 check, but it's completely winning as long as he doesn't blunder his queen.
Yes, or he doesn't lose on time, but he is the one ahead on the clock. And
Shimanov.
Shevchenko...
Wait, 96? Oh, okay, now it's...
Yep, just put his queen on light square. That is brilliant bullet technique.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, he's a 3,000 plus bullet player unless he stalemates the king. Okay.
No way. No way. Not here, not
There
today.
it is.
And Kirill shifted. Look at that. Look at that. He is in the dark, but his chess is a bright light on the world. He wins this game. He moves on to the ChessKid Cup Division 1. Wow, Danya, that was exciting.
What an unbelievable end to that game. Kirill started off with a blistering attack. He was dead winning. He gave black's king a chance to move to safety. It looked like the opposite was going to happen. And then Kirill found it in himself. Less time, bad position, pieces dangling, everything collapsing, and yet he generates just enough counterplay to take home the game.
That was an unbelievable finish, and I think for Shimanov, he can't believe it either. He was doing so well, objectively speaking. He was ahead on the clock. He had 2 pieces for Rook, but his king was left safe. And Danya, you're an absolute monster. You're often number 1 in the Blitz and Bullet leaderboard on chess.com. It just goes to show how king safety is paramount.
It's paramount, and it's often more important than the objective evaluation. That's why you can't pay attention to the eval bar when you have a time scramble. As we look at the final results from the Division 1 matches, we have Alireza Firouzja, who defeats Fabiano Antone in style with black. He needed a draw. He got a win. And Kirill Shevchenko, he survived so much. He survived an endgame in Game 1. He survived a near loss in Game 2. And he survives, at one point, a lost position in the Armageddon game to take home the ticket for Division 1.
Yeah, Firouzja, Kolars, and Shevchenko, they earned their way through. But 2 players who had maybe a little bit less difficulty. I guess Kolars, he won in 2 games as well. But these 2 super grandmasters, Anish Giri and Levon Aronian, they also were able to secure placement in Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. Giri wins 2-0. Levon Aronian, 1.5. He won Game 1, and in Game 2 was in no danger of losing whatsoever. So, Danya, we now know the 5 players who are joining: Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And I believe all of them are very deserving.
What an eclectic field it's going to be. We've got some of the mainstays. We've got the super GMs. We also have a golden opportunity for Dmitry Kolars, right? Who know how hungry these younger players, the lower rated players, are to exploit the opportunity that they have. They're not just there to lose a couple of games and learn. They're there to score some upsets. They're there to shake up the tournament standings. And I am so excited to see how Kolars and how Abdusattorov and how the younger players are going to deal with Hikaru Nakamura and the mainstays.
Yeah, Kolars, he played a nice match there against Jules Moussard. And let's not forget that Moussard picked Kolars. And let's not forget that Jordan Van Forest picked Anish Giri. Now, his 2 options were Anish Giri and Dmitry Andreikin. You just toss a coin at that point. But I think Anish Giri took that personally. He beat his compatriot and his friend and someone he's worked on chess with. But Giri was mad, and he won 2-0. So he joins Kolars. He joins Shevchenko. Firouzja wins in Armageddon. And Levon Aronian, maybe the most impressive player of the day.
Indeed, as we look at the final field for the ChessKid Cup, which will be coming our way on May 22nd. It ends on May 26th, so mark your calendar. It'll be broadcasted from the Oslo studios, and what an amazing playing field we have. Hikaru Nakamura, of course, is the top seed, but he will have a big red X on his back as Dmitry Kolars, Levon Aronian, and other players who survived today will try to make their presence felt and make their mark in this 3rd CCT event.
Wow, what a field that is. There are no easy customers. You even look at Dmitry Kolars. That must be his chess.com rapid rating. Kirill Shevchenko's rating, it's too low. I looked at it before today's event. It was in the 2400s. He just doesn't play that much in online rapid chess, but his FIDE classical rating is near 2700. This is a brutally strong field. If you are Hikaru, if you're Fabiano, if you're Nodirbek, you did not want to see these players make it through. You wanted an easier time of it. You were hoping that some others made it into Division 1. But Firouzja, Aronian, Giri, Shevchenko, and Kolars, ooh, that is going to be a fun ChessKid Cup.
It is indeed. I'm so looking forward to covering it. And I was looking forward to covering today, and it most certainly did not disappoint. It never seems to disappoint.
No, it doesn't, because when you have about 150 super strong players, most of them being grandmasters, play in a 9-round Swiss, and then it gets whittled down and the rest get to play matches. I mean, this is what the chess world needs, I feel. It's so exciting. And for players like Dmitry Kolars, I want to give him a special shout out. They often don't get the opportunities to play in the biggest events because they're small round robins. They're very selective and their ratings aren't quite high enough. But he has proven that he belongs in an event with all the best players. He gets to play in Division 1 in the ChessKid Cup. So, Danya, it's a great opportunity for him. He secures a really nice payday, and maybe he'll make some of those bigger names pay when he faces them across the board.
Well, he knows who he's going to face. He's got a couple of weeks to prepare. And first and foremost, he has to recover from this marathon session that he played today. And I won't lie, so do I. This was an incredible pleasure to cover. These 6-7 hours, they fly by so quickly. And I can't wait to see how these newcomers fare against the likes of Hikaru Nakamura and other monsters when push comes to shove.
It promises to be an exciting third leg of the Champions Chess Tour. I want to thank all of you for tuning in, for staying with us for all these hours. It's been really fun. I want to thank the players, because without these events, certainly not possible. Danya, of course, I have to give you a nod. It's always great to commentate with you. It's been a while. Our producers, everybody working behind the scenes, thank you so much. And, well, the ChessKid Cup will be May 22nd to 26th, but up next is the OES preliminaries. That happens Thursday and Friday of this week. So if you want more chess, tune right back in here. Chess.com continues to cover all of the biggest and best events. But for now, we say goodbye and have a good rest of your day.